Hello there, good morning. Brand new day here at Sewing Street, and I am thrilled to be your presenter throughout the day. We've got a fabulous day ahead of us. Something a little bit different coming up later on as well, and there's going to be lots to be learnt during that hour, so I'm very much looking forward to that. Looking forward to introducing this wonderful quilt to you a little bit later on, but before that, you know how things start here at Sewing Street. We've got an early bird. Now, this early bird is a must-have. Must-have. It's one of those opportunities to get a large piece of fabric for an amazing price. Now, if you are new to us, an early bird is one of those deals that we bring to you to say thank you for joining us so early in the morning. So 8 a.m. every single morning here on Sewing Street, we bring you an early bird. And today it is a beautiful item because it's one of those things that we always use, fabric. And we've got plenty of fabric. It's an essential, so you've got a 3-metre piece here. Details are up on the screen, so if you fancy getting involved, you can do. And obviously, when you look at it, it's very black with regards to the fabric. Nice one to use if you're making a darker quilt, potentially, if you're doing something, maybe utilising, dare I say, coming up a little bit later on in this hour, Jason Yenter Fabrics. We've got some fabulous panels, a lot of dark content in here. So this is a must-have when it comes to with this as well. So absolutely beautiful. Yeah, am I sounding a bit funny, people? Am I? Oh, bear with me. Well, I just sort out the microphone, or should we just carry on looking at the black fabric? Right, I'm going to sort my microphone out. So, yeah, bear with me just a few moments. Is that any better? Can you hear me loud and clear? Do you know what? It's always when I wear a dress. If ever I wear a dress, the microphone goes all a bit dipsy. So apologies for that. So yeah, did you get a good look at the black fabric? Now, this is your early bird. I know lots of you shopping for this already. The price is going to come down though. So the price on this, rather than £22.74, is coming right the way down. This is a price plummet, £18.74. So you are saving £4 with regards to this one. 100% cotton, so perfect with your quilting projects. As I said, we've got some Jason Yenter fabrics coming up later on, which there's a lot of dark content. So you can see when you put one against the other, absolutely brilliant if you're wanting to kind of eke out your designs, maximise your designs. Use it on the back of a quilt potentially as well if you're wanting to. 3 metres, there's a good amount of fabric there, so perfect for many, many different projects. And you can see it's a good solid colour. So this is the other thing. Sometimes you can have darker fabric and you can see through it, see the light through it, but you can't on this occasion. So very opaque, perfect as well, as I say, for loads and loads of different scenarios. Might be that you're wanting to make tape with this one to do almost like a window, stained glass window type quilt if you're wanting to. Absolutely brilliant quality, I have to say. And I know lots of you do stock up on your fabrics during the early birds. So 3 metres. 3 metres is a good quantity for dressmaking as well. I know quite often when I'm buying fabrics that I want to get hold of, but I don't know what I'm going to use it for, but I know it's going to be dressmaking, I'll often go for 3 metres. I think that's kind of like the optimum length that a lot of people go for. Yeah, good one. Good stash builder, that one. Very, very useful in anybody's sewing room, and I do urge you to take advantage advantage of that. Now, I don't know if it's pre-cut, so I'm assuming it's in a 3 metre length already. So if you go for multiples, you'll get them in cut pieces. But 3 metres, there's a lot you can do with 3 metres there. So yeah, take advantage of that one while you've got your opportunity. We may well come back to that one as the hour progresses. But I gave you a little tease, didn't I, earlier? And that is exactly where we're going to be looking at next. So we've got bundles that I'm going to share with you, and we've got the most amazing fabrics. Now, this, absolutely gorgeous. I mean, what's not to love about Jason's fabrics? Absolutely beautiful. Now, this is a bundle. So this is a bundle that you've got. We've got a few different kind of ways you can get hold of your fabrics. This one, you can see that purple's coming up in a little while, but move that one out of the way because I want your undivided attention with these. Look at these. Now, you have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fabrics in this bundle. Is that right? 6 fabrics. Wow. For £42.94. Amazing. So you've got the equivalent of 3 metres here. So when you're looking at them, half-metre increments with each of these. Pre-cut again, so you know that they are coming to you in that half-metre length. But aren't they beautiful? Absolutely gorgeous. We're calling these ones browns, but there's loads of colours in here, to be fair. I love Jason's fabrics. He's so stylish when it comes to creating. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. You can understand why I was so keen to show you this one alongside your early bird, can't you? But then you've got lighter tones as well, and I love this. You've kind of got almost like a stencil rose there, but with a kind of like an ombre effect going from your darker tones right the way through to your pale greys there. So really nice. Should we open some of these up to have a proper good look at them? I can't decide which one's my favourite. They are beautiful. Now, if you look at one of these and you're thinking, do you know what? I need more than half a metre of this particular one, which I can understand with this. This is a beautiful piece, isn't it? We have got them available as time, as the hour goes on. We'll touch on these a little bit later on, so we will show them to you. They might even be on the website, but they are available in a kind of fabric by fabric situation. So you can shop for this one by the half metre and obviously go for your increments if you're wanting to. But in the bundle, you are getting that saving. So yeah, do consider your options. It might be that you're going for the bundle and then you're going for extra fabrics to work alongside them. I love this. I mean, can you imagine that? I mean, whether you're going to be making it into a quilt. I'd have that as a garment, to be fair. Striking, wouldn't it? It could be that you're making a garment out of your early bird and you're just doing feature elements using your fabrics here. It could be a pocket that you're creating. It could be a collar or maybe cuffs or maybe a whole sleeve or a panel. There's all sorts of different ways you could use this. Now, I'm going to hold it up to show you the full width of this one because it's a good size, as you can see with regards to that one. So your standard width with that, beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous, and that is one of your 6 fabrics. Sometimes you have to step back from a fabric as well, don't you? Because when you actually see it on the overhead camera, we're kind of showing you that lovely print. But when you step back, that's the dramatic look that you're going to get from it. So from the In the Beginning range, beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. So that is the first within that 6-piece bundle. Neatly fold it up and pop that out of the way. The next one, I'm going to show you the first 3 before we go on to the others, because I know that you're liking the look of the other ones. Now, I like this one. As a project, I think this is brilliant, because if you're using it in a project piece, what you will notice is you've got elements within here which are fabulous. And I love these. You've almost got your silver birches. It's almost as if you're kind of on the ground looking up through the canopy, isn't it, that? Beautiful. Now, many of these different colours that you're seeing in the backdrop here will feature within the other fabrics that we're looking at. And some of them, like the little kind of leaves and things, you have got in the other fabrics too, as you can see there. So lovely choice within there. Beautiful fabrics throughout. Absolutely gorgeous. And the weight, you will know, 100% cotton, beautiful weight. Lovely to work with. And just such a dramatic look. And it's nice as well, because if you're wanting to cut this one into almost strips, you could do that very easily, couldn't you? But it'd be tempting to almost isolate them and use them as little applique pieces. Oh, choices. So many different opportunities to use that. Don't forget, if you want a larger piece than 1/2 metres, then we will be able to show you how to get that a little bit later on. But that is part of that brown bundle to start with, as you can see there. So 6 fabrics all coming together under the same item details that you've got on your screen, but we will show you them individually in a little while. I like that one as well, those little kind of Catherine wheels. Beautiful. So there you go, that is your first bundle, but I promised you another. And some of the fabrics in here, in fact, most of them are a similar sort of design, but obviously a different colour palette, so it looks totally different. So look at that. That is such a pretty fabric. So this one is your purple bundle. So again, 6.5 metres, giving you the equivalent of 3 metres in fabric. It's down to personal choice, isn't it? I can't decide which one I like the best. Beautiful. Might have a closer look at those in a little while. Lovely florals. It's almost like a wild field, that, isn't it, with all the little daisies and flowers in there. Again, that piece that we looked at a few moments ago. Gorgeous warm tones with those purples, and again that fabulous kind of all like pinwheels, isn't it? Yeah, beautiful. Now I'm not going to open that one up because we've already had a look at that one in the other colourway, but I'm going to open this one up to start with, I think, because this is really, really pretty. Again, 100% cotton. Again, that gorgeous backdrop. See, I'm going to just sneak in the early bird. I don't know if we've got any more of those, but you can see it makes sense, doesn't it? Does make sense to go for that early bird alongside either of these two bundles. In fact, any of the fabrics that we're featuring in this hour. Again, good sized piece. Let's hold that one up and see what it looks like from a distance. From a distance. There you go. Isn't that beautiful? Oh, I love it. I love it. Again, if you want to go for larger pieces, then we can help you with that, and I'll give you those details in a little while. But a 1/2 metre, good sized piece actually, a 1/2 metre, isn't it? So that is beautiful. Fold that up neatly, keep everything neat and tidy, in order. Then I know where everything is. So have a look at that one, which is lovely. Pop that one back in. Which should we look at next? Which one should we open up? Should we go for the pinwheels? It's kind of a funky modern feel, that one, isn't it? Really, really lovely. And I love that you've got your pale tones in there as well as your dark tones. So proper little rainbow going on there. Nice one, this one as well, if you're wanting to use it as an edging or a sashing, because you've got a small repeat, you're not going to lose any of that design. In fact, if you wanted to use it for a binding, and I know that I do this quite often, but I think it's important to look at it. I mean, look at that. You're not losing any of that pattern, are you there? Really lovely repeat with that one. Very useful one to have, and lovely if you are working on smaller pieces. So smaller quarter square triangles, half square triangles. If you're doing something maybe with little patches, your 3-inch patches, you're not going to lose any of that, are you, if you're going to be using that as your quarter square triangles, even that they can get quite tiny, can't they, on some projects. But with a small repeat, then you don't need to worry. But I do like that one a lot. Beautiful. So there you go, 6 fabrics all coming together in that bundle, 1/2 metre of each of those with a £5 saving pretty much on there. So if you fancy those ones, £42.94. Because you've got 6 of them, it's the equivalent of 3 metres, which I think for that price is phenomenal value for money. So if you like the look of them, please do get those into your basket. I like the look of both of those, so potentially I'm both going in my basket a little later, if there's any stock left. But I know sometimes you like a panel, don't you? And we've got some lovely panels to share with you as well. So, yeah, lots and lots of different things to share with you. So those are your 1/2 metre bundles. Before I show you those panels, though, how about getting in touch? We're going to have a very interactive morning this morning, so it'd be lovely to have your company. So there's various ways that you can get in touch. Now, if you'd like to send an email, well, we can help you with that. We've got an email address that will take us right the way through to the studio, studio@sewingstreet.com. And there we've got lovely Kerry, who will be telling me about those emails as they come through. We've got Charlie as well in the gallery, lovely Levi joining us as well. So we've got the A-team this morning. Having a lovely time already. It's only 8:15. Of course, you can get in touch in other ways as well. If you're watching and you're on social media, then Facebook. In fact, I haven't got the tablet, have I? Where's the tablet? Not sure where the tablet is, but yeah, you can message into the studio, and that's how you do it. Just literally find us. We'll be live on the Sewing Street page, and then you can interact with us there. So yeah, if you fancy doing so, then you can do. And then the other way, which is one of my favourite ways, is to get in touch via the website. Now, if you're watching online, you will see us there, live and in the flesh, in HD. don't you know? And you've got the opportunity where you can watch us literally by clicking on that button at the top of your screen there, watch live, and that gives you the opportunity to see all the different products that are coming up. So there's that bundle that we were looking at. Got a little box there, you can see our Kerry typing away there. Pop your message in there. Any questions that you've got, they'll come through to the gallery, and in turn they'll feed them through to me here in the studio. So if there's anything that you want to see that I am not covering, or any questions that you want to ask, then do get in touch. But the fun stuff is at the bottom of the screen, because you'll be able to see what's coming up on today's show. And on today's show, it'll give you a little bit of a preview of different things that are happening. So the upcoming panels that we've got, fabulous shows that we've got coming up a little bit later on as well, they're going to be featuring on there as well. I mean, look at these absolutely gorgeous fabrics. That's where you'll find a lot of the information as well about the fabric. So if you want to know the size of the repeat, things like that, you'll often find that there. You'll often find all the different bits and pieces relating to what's in a bundle, because sometimes we don't always cover it. Amanda's coming up with the most incredible Liberty fabrics and the Flying Chains quilt. That's the one that you've seen behind me, absolutely beautiful. And I have to say, later on, she's coming up with some amazing pom-pom trim. If you know me, you know I love a pom-pom trim. And we've got it in abundance. Absolutely beautiful. Loads of tools as well. From 12 o'clock through until 1 o'clock, we are going to be featuring all sorts of beautiful fabrics. And also, we've got tools coming up a little bit later on, so do have a little look at that. We've got, a sneaky preview. Can you see these? We have got the most amazing show coming up at 10. We've got Ari and his son Adam joining us a little bit later on. It's going to be an education in sterling silver, and they know their stuff. They really do. It's going to be an amazing hour. We've got some wonderful items that are going to be lovely, potentially as Christmas gifts. If you've got a special birthday coming up, maybe a special anniversary, collectible items that could well become antiques as time goes on, and all created with beautiful hallmarked sterling silver. A few little costume items as well. So if you're wanting to get maybe some Christmas gifts sorted, we've got some lovely kind of charm bracelets and brooches coming up. And there's the pom-pom trim. One of my favourites. I love a pom-pom trim, I must admit. Yeah, that's where Amanda is going to be joining us a little bit later on. And she's got some fabulous cushion kits to share with us, so very much looking forward to that. So all in all, we've got a jolly fine day ahead of us. You can understand why I love being here, can't you? I mean, look at that grey pom-pom trim. I have to say, we've got the most amazing cushions with that on, but I think it looked fabulous on the quilt behind me as well. Something a bit different. So there you go. It's all there. Lots of those items you can shop for already, because I think they're already live. So go and have a little rummage and make sure you keep an eye on that schedule and keep me company throughout the morning as well. Got the tablet plugged in. I don't know whether it's going to leap into life or not. I usually bring my own in, and I've gone and left it in the presenter's lounge. So not to worry, we'll sort that out later if needs be. So, panels. Now, we're going to do the half metres on their own. Right, let me put the panels to one side for a few minutes. I don't mind. Which should we do first? We'll go half metres. I'm going to keep you in suspense. So where should we go first? Should we go pink or brown? We'll go with the pinky purples. So let's work through these individually. Now, don't forget, all 6 of these that we're going to be covering are in the bundle, and you have got the saving. But I appreciate that quite often what you'll want to do is shop for them in your longer lengths, which is where you can shop for with these. So half metre pieces initially will popping up on your screen, but then obviously just increase that quantity for your multiple pieces. So if you're wanting to get hold of these, if you're wanting to get hold of them, $7.99 for a half metre piece. Good size piece, again, shows you the value for money in that bundle, but you might want to shop for them individually, which is why we bring them to you as your individuals, which is what you've got here. So you can see that beautiful, beautiful fabric. Very useful, this one, because obviously you can fussy cut, you could applique with this. I mean, look at that. I mean, that is beautiful. I know I'm going to do it, and I know you'll be cringing, but can you imagine if you're framing that? I mean, look at that. That is just going to pop, isn't it? Beautiful, beautiful. That's your early bird, incidentally. I don't know if you've still got that available. We have hanging on by a thread, if you excuse the pun. Beautiful piece, this one. So this one is your fauna patches. And it's got that lead of a pink in there, but you've got purples in there as well. Some lovely kind of earthy greens in there as well. So a lovely mix of colour. And it's kind of got that gorgeous, almost like ombre effect, just sweeping across the whole piece. So absolutely beautiful. Popular one, that one. Lots of you going for that one, and I don't blame you in the slightest. Beautiful. So I'm going to pop that on this side because that's my done pile. And then I know. So that one is done. So let's bring in the next one. Now this next one is beautiful. Gorgeous flowers. Really pretty design. So striking, aren't they, with that black backdrop. Again, ½ metre piece. And again, £7.99. So incredible value for money. And it is a beautiful print. So if you do like your kind of your ditzy daisies and you want something that's got a little slightly different twist on it, our blossoms and our daisy, we like them all year round, don't we? But with that darker backdrop, maybe it's one of those ones that you might keep for winter. But I'd wear a garment in this all year round, to be fair. I mean, black, it's all year round, isn't it? Not just your winter period. It's lovely as well, because as you look in there, you'll probably notice that you've almost got these little kind of flecks of kind of ochre tones in here as well, which is lovely. Kind of gives you that mixed media feel, that kind of earthiness that you've got with it, which is beautiful. Gorgeous cobalt blues as well. And I love a fabric like this because when you're bringing in a solid colour, obviously we've spoken about black and you naturally would go to the black because of the dominant background, but you could pick out any of these colours and get a totally different look with this one. Cobalt blue, that will really lift and kind of almost put the light behind the blue that you've got there. Might be that you're wanting to take advantage of that ochre colour that you've got in there and bring it in something that's more of a mustard tone, or maybe you're going to go down that pink hue. You've got everything from your light pinks to your real deep cerise pinks feature in here, so lots of choice when it comes to bringing in your solids to extend that usability of this particular piece. ½ metre for £7.99. Wonderful value for money, absolutely beautiful, and you're liking that one as well. They're all gorgeous, whichever you go for. I mean, you're going to get some wonderful results with these. Absolutely. And they're nice as well if you're wanting to use them in your stash, just as a backup. Sometimes we buy fabrics, but we don't necessarily know what we're going to use them for, do we? We just kind of get drawn to it. Then the project finds you at a later stage. So, yeah, I'm sure I'm not the only one that happens with. Now, this is a pretty one. This one is one where you've got a larger balloon with this one. So this one is called your Autumn Flowers. We've got a variety of different ways you can get hold of this one. This one is your pink. Again, you are looking at ½ metre, and again, that predominant background on this one is your black. But again, how pretty is that? That is beautiful. Again, all of those colours coming through again, the blues, the purples. Beautiful, beautiful effect. Very, very pretty fabric. And it's 100% cotton, all of the different fabrics that we're looking at, incidentally, 100% cotton. Beautiful print, as you can see on there. Lovely drape. So whether you're quilting with it, whether you're bag making with it, whether you're using it for your garments, it doesn't matter. It's going to look beautiful. And again, you've got elements. Would you want to fussy cut these potentially? You could do, I suppose, if you wanted to. I don't know whether I would. I just like it in its entirety. Nice on maybe for your cornerstones, because you could actually utilise that and kind of isolate a flower and use that as the centre point of your cornerstone if you wanted to, couldn't you? If you're into your paper piecing, it might be that your English paper piecing, you're keeping that as the centre of your piece. It's entirely up to you. Play around with it. It's your fabric at the end of the day. This is proven to be one of your favourites, to be honest, and I'm not surprised. I mean, when you step back and look at it, how amazing is it? Beautiful. Gorgeous. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Oh, I am in such a good place here, aren't I? Looking at all of these fabrics. I don't know why they bother with a payslip, really. It's just, they might as well just send me a big bundle of fabrics through in the post. Now, let's go for a lighter tone this time. Now, this is lifting any design. That lovely airiness that you get from that white backdrop, really pretty. Now, this one is called Floral Vines. And this one again in pink, because that's the kind of the section that we're looking at. But again, you've got other little colours popping through with this one as well. So you've kind of got those little kind of almost like grey tones in here, bluey greys. And you can see when you look at the design, you've almost got layers of interest in here. So it depends on where you focus your interest, really. You've kind of got these mandalas, but then it's almost like the mandalas have been created and the flowers have been popped on top of them. obviously through a stencil, and you can kind of see that gorgeous detail coming through. Now, quite often, we're finding that you are going for multi-buys of this one. It's a lovely fabric. I wonder what you've got planned for it. Now, you can go for this, obviously, in your half-metre pieces. And the price on your screen, $7.99, is for your half metre. If you go for multiples, I think it's cut to order, so you will get that larger piece with regards to this one. I'm not entirely sure, though, but usually that is the case, because you might want to dress make with it, mightn't you? So, beautiful. And again, it's a feature fabric, so you might want to make your garment in a solid tone. It might be that you're making it in white, or it could be a pink or a purple, and then you're using this as that feature fabric. And I love that kind of vine detail that you've got sweeping through. And you can see a relatively small repeat, so as well, if you are working with this one and it is a garment that you're making, then you can obviously position your pattern pieces to make the most of that one. But beautiful. Nice one maybe for your sashing as well, if you're using that vine, because you could quite easily utilise that area, couldn't you, for your sashing, and have that running right the way down as a feature. Now, that's got me thinking. Got me thinking. Oh, it's dangerous when I start thinking and there's fabrics involved. It's usually a costly affair. Right, let's fold that one up and put that on our done pile. Now, the done pile is growing, but as I'm passing these over, our bundle pile, that's what that is going to be, and I'll tell you that in a few moments. Now, this is another lovely one. So this one, again, beautiful. We're calling this one leaves, and the little tiny leaves. Oh, no, we're not. It's called peacock. Looks like leaves. Actually, leaves and feathers, sometimes they're kind of are very, very similar when it comes to fabrics. Oh, I've got that one not quite right. I'm going to have to waft this one, so bear with me just a second. There we go. Let's give it a waft and get it to lay flat. There we go. Am I the only one looking at this and it's got a kind of a hint of maybe an animal print to it as well? I know it isn't an animal print, but it's kind of a nod to, or knitting, feathers, leaves. Could be any of those. It does almost look like they're kind of stitches within a knitted piece, don't they? But whichever way, whatever you're seeing from this, you'll be seeing all those gorgeous colours again. The deep purples, they're coming right the way through. Those really light areas as well, which you can see when you step back and look at it. Beautiful. There's loads of choice there, isn't there, when you're adding in other colours with that. But it's one of those ones that works beautifully with that bundle. But if you want it independently, it's called peacock. Half metre pieces. See, they are such a well-behaved bunch in the gallery. If I'd have said the word peacock over on Hobby Maker, they'd be screeching in my ears because of the noise that they make. But it is very early, isn't it? It's a bit early for a peacock noise. I mean, they make a noise that's so horrific in comparison with the beauty of them, and that squawk. But anyway, we digress. Now, the last piece in the bundle is this one, and it is beautiful. And this is the one that we've kind of called pinwheel. But this one is called swirls. And you can understand that because you've kind of got those little swirls going on with this one. But isn't it lovely? It's got a very 70s vibe, I think, this one, or even 60s. I mean, this would be a lovely one, even if you wanted to use this as things like, I don't know, bandanas or scrunchies or things like that. I could imagine our John in a shirt like this. He'd probably already got one, to be honest. But if you're not kind of confident enough to wear that as a whole garment, then take it as the cuffs on a shirt, or maybe the collar or a pocket. And I love taking denim and kind of playing around with those. I mean, this would be a fabulous lining. Imagine if you've got, and I know I'm going to do it again, the early bird, if you've made something quite conservative, a dark bag, but when you unzip it and you've got, wow, that lining inside, how amazing would that look? Small repeaters I've mentioned as well. So, yeah, nice one for those smaller areas that you're working with as well. So there we go. That one is your swirls dark. And that one is available as those half-metre increments for just $7.99. But I'm going to bring all of the others back in because that is your big bundle with all of your fabulous fabrics in there. In fact, I'm going to make them, it's such a big bundle, I need to kind of scrunch them up a little bit to fit them all on. Look at that. So all of those, how amazing does that look? Absolutely beautiful. Now, if you want to go for it as a bundle, we're saying a little bit of a thank you and bringing that price down to £42.94. So you're saving a fiver with regards to that one. So that is a jolly good saving, isn't it? Because they just work together. And sometimes it's difficult for you to choose fabrics, isn't it? And you're comparing you. And sometimes if you're working on a project that needs 6 different fabrics, it can take quite a while for you to actually get the bundle together before you even start planning your project or cutting it. But with this, we obviously have got the guys upstairs who've done that picking for you, put the bundle together, given you a discount as well to say thank you, and you've got it all good to go. 3 metres worth of fabric there, as you can see, for that price on your screen. I love it. Beautiful. And those ones are your pinks. So where are we going next? The browns, lovely. So let's pop that one over there. So then you'll notice with these, you've got exactly the same prints working through these. So don't forget, if you do want to kind of cross-pollinate, you can get that connection with the pattern fabric. So the pattern is the connecting factor between these two. So both of these will be available as half-metre pieces. We spoke about this one, the peacock, earlier on. So the peacock that we've got with this one, and a lot of the colours will cross over. So if you can either keep them together in that bundle, almost that brown collection that we've got there, or I know brown is, what is it with the word brown? I mean, brown, it's brown. It's brown. That is not brown. That is a riot of colour. It just doesn't seem the right word, does it? But there we go. So let's kick off with the peacock. Here we go. So the peacock, if you prefer that kind of earthiness, maybe, this one's got more of that earthy feel to it. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Now with this one, I was seeing knitted fabric a few moments. I'm looking at stained glass windows when I'm looking at this one in my head. Isn't it funny how just changing the colours can give you a totally different feel to a fabric? Magical almost. You've still got your hints of pinks in there, so if you still like those pinks, you still like those purples, they are still there. That cobalt blue, which is one of my favourites, is in there. You've also got that earthiness with those gorgeous kind of orange tones, those rich warm tones are in there. Very autumnal feeling to it. Beautiful. But all year round, to be honest, with the different elements in there. And that black backdrop, making them pop, making them leap to the front of your design. Beautiful. Again, half metres, as is the case with all of these. Continual runs if you're shopping for these in multiples, which I know lots of you are doing. So I can't wait to see what you've created with these, because they're beautiful fabrics. In the bundle, as I mentioned previously as well, so the florals. And this one's got a lovely kind of, almost like a worn feel to it a little bit, because you find you've got that kind of, almost like a drape of colour coming through it, almost as if the colour has been dragged with it when it's been created. So this one is your Autumn Flowers in the Dark. You're loving this one. Loads of you multi-buying with this one. Again, you've got a lovely drape with this one. In fact, I might hold this one up to show you the drape, because I don't think we've done that, have we? Because it might be something that you're wanting to use as a garment, so it's important to know how it drapes. And it's got a lovely flow to it, as you can see. Very, very easy. An amount of body to it as well, so it's going to hold its own. But what a gorgeous fabric. Absolutely beautiful. Looks quite vibrant, doesn't it, when you look at it on the screen like that? Nice, happy fabrics. I like happy fabrics. Beautiful. Absolute gorgeous. Love it. Lovely, lovely. And if you like your florals, which I know many of you guys do, we like our florals here as well. Oops, bring that in there. Beautiful. Gorgeous. Love it. Absolutely love it. So beautiful. So there you go. If you fancy getting hold of that one is your Autumn Flowers in the Dark. Obviously, we have the Autumn Flowers that we were looking at earlier on in the pinks. So if you like the idea of that but want to go down more of a pinky purple route, then it might be worth checking out that one. Now, this one I think works brilliantly in this colour kind of combination, because with this one, you've kind of got that eeriness with the scenes. Ooh, coming out on the back of Halloween, maybe. Oh, of course, this weekend there's going to be bonfire night, isn't there? All those fireworks going off, and you've got kind of all of that explosion of colour going on in here. Again, it's almost as if elements have been bleached out, so as you've got that gorgeous kind of eeriness that you've got of the trees there, that kind of leaf print. It's got a very batik kind of feel to it as well, hasn't it? Yeah, beautiful, gorgeous. Jason's fabrics, I'm a big fan of his designs, I have to say, and absolutely beautiful, gorgeous. Quite an angular feel to this one, so you've got lots of kind of rectangles going on, squares in there as well, so if you do want to fussy cut these, you could do. Obviously if you're fussy cutting, you've got quite a small seam allowance, so sometimes if you're fussy cutting, you might be sacrificing the pieces that are around the area, which I'm not a massive fan of because I'm stingy basically, and I make no excuses for it. But if I was to use that potentially as a run, then yeah, I'd probably be more inclined to do that. Maybe maximising that area. And if you've got something that not necessarily needs that 1/4 inch, you can get away with a little tiny seam, then you could potentially make the most of that. And some of these, to be honest, if you kind of go into the design, you're not going to lose it. So yeah, but nice one to choose, nice one to start with. So like that one. Like that one a lot. So that one, if you like the look at that one is called Walnut Patches. And again, we are looking at that in the dark, but you have got that available in the pinks and purples as well, which is beautiful. Now, you're loving your florals, and I know you're loving this one as well. And this is so pretty. Lovely little daisies. So this one is like we've taken those flowers and we've tossed them into the air, and that's where they've landed. And that's what it's called. But beautiful, beautiful florals, as you can see. Oh, I got a message. Hello, Delia. I wasn't sure if there was anybody there. I can't quite reach the tablet. I don't even know if it's working, but lots of messages, so thank you, thank you. This one's from the lovely Delia. So, morning, Hayley. I wasn't sure about these fabrics until you described them and showed them in all their glory. Now I love them. They're beautiful. And that's true, actually, Delia. Sometimes you might look at a fabric and you're like, I don't know if I like that. I need a bit of time to think about it, which isn't a bad thing, because I think it's kind of got that longevity. I can't say that word, but you know what I mean. And it means it's going to stay with you quite a long time and you're going to love it. Sometimes you grow to love things. This going off on one, this week there's been a new release of a Beatles track, and the first time I heard it I was like, oh, I don't know if I like that. Then the second I was like, actually it's growing on me, and now I love it. Sometimes it just takes a bit of time, doesn't it? There we go. And these are beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Blue tones in here again. The colour palettes that we've spoken of are echoed throughout all of these, and it depends on which point you kind of hone in on. You've got your blues, you've got your pinks there as well. It is literally like a wildflower field, isn't it, this one? Absolutely beautiful. A small repeat again, so if you are working on those smaller areas, then yeah, absolutely perfect. I mean, lovely, as you can see there, using that. I'm coming back in with it. I don't know if we've got any of the early bird left, but if you're wanting to put just a little bit on the edge, then you could do quite easily. So I'm kind of battling with this one, but if you imagine that attached to the end there, let's get rid of the rest of it. Do you see? You don't need a lot, do you? And that's the perfect way for you to actually maximise and sometimes dilute down those fabrics. If they're fabrics that you're not quite in love with at the moment, then you've got that little nod to it. And then it could be that the inside of your bag has got the lining. Liking that. I like that a lot. I'll tell you about the early bird later if we've got any of that left as the hour goes on. But a beautiful fabric, as I'm sure you'll agree with that one. Beautiful. Tossed flowers. Tossed flowers, good names. I love that. I wonder who comes up with all these different names to start with. I think some of them play with us though, don't they? Lovely message come through from Swansea. So lovely. Good morning, Hayley. Lovely to see you back on Sewing Street. It's good to be back. I love it here. Looking fab. Great presenter and demonstrator. Oh, thank you. And that's from Jill. Can I say a big thank you to everybody? There's been loads of you sending me some lovely messages over the last week. So I've had some really nice messages coming through, so very much appreciated. Thank you. So the next one that we've got in the bundle, we're kind of deconstructing the two bundles that we've got. So if you have just joined us, the fabrics that we're looking at, they all fall into different bundles. We've got two different bundles, pinks and purples, and then we've got browns. It's brown, but we're calling them all dark as we're going through them. So yeah, don't like the word brown. It doesn't do it justice, does it? I have to think, I don't know why it is in this kind of telly world that we are. We have to kind of give it some oomph. It's like it's chocolate brown or cappuccino brown or latte brown. Not man. No, I love this one. Again, this is one of the ones that we were looking at earlier and thinking, oh, I don't know if I like it or not. But I think I love this one from the get-go, to be honest. It's a really, really funky look to it. And some of them, you might look at this and think, oh, actually, I like this one in this colourway more so than the other colourway, which is why we've got them as individuals. So you could shop for them in the bundle, but you can go for them individually if you want. And we have got that pinks and purples. Looks very different, actually, when you bring the pinks and purples in there. It's almost got a bit of a neon feel to it, hasn't it, that one? Whereas this one's got that earthiness to it. So, yeah, and that rainbow, as you can see there, up above the streets. No, we're not going down that route. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Small repeat, as I mentioned. I'm not going to show you that one and imagine it as a binding. I'm sure you can manage that one yourself. But little tiny pieces. So, again, things for your EPP maybe, if you're doing that, or smaller quilt pieces. Children's clothes as well. Sometimes you don't want too big a print, do you, if you're making something for a little person? They could be drowned with flowers. Just want a small repeat, and that's a lovely one. And again, a lovely one for scrunchies and bandanas and things like that. So, yeah, like that one. My daughter's busy making bandanas for dogs at the moment, which I wouldn't let her anywhere near these fabrics. she said, can I go through your fat quarters, Mum? And I said, yeah. So I kind of had a little peruse first. So all my craft cottons, she's been able to have a little go through those. But yeah, can you imagine a dog prancing around the garden covered in mud in a Liberty bandana? I'd be like, no. Now, look at this one. This is beautiful. And I love this one. More and more, as I look at this one, I'm thinking this is a perfect fabric to use within a quilt. And that's the key thing. When you've got a fabric, look at the elements of the fabric before you jump straight in. And one of the reasons that I love this one for quilting is that lovely vine. And this is called floral vines. And that is sweeping its way through the length. It's not going from selvage to selvage. It's going down the length of your fabric. So if you're wanting to use this maybe as a sashing and take advantage of that area. So if I bring that down, I don't know, why do I do that? I've got all this fabric here and I go up into the corner there. Time and time again. So if you're wanting to create a sashing, I mean, that is the perfect width. Perfect width. Just make sure that you've got the right length of your fabric, because this is a 1/2 metre piece. So potentially go for 1 metre. Obviously, you'll have your cornerstones in the corners. And you can get away with the 1/2 metres. You just might have kind of extra pieces, connective blocks part way down your run. There isn't an issue with that. It's a clever way of using your 1/2 metre pieces. But I would certainly consider using that as a sashing, because it kind of goes with the flow of a quilt makeup, doesn't it? You could go across as well, because obviously these are lining up as you work your way across there, but you could rotate it, I suppose, if you wanted to. I'm not offended by that, going horizontally. But in the nature of the fabric, it goes vertically. So there you go. Loads of different ways. You're liking that one as well. Incidentally, with some of these fabrics, we haven't got a bountiful supply. So I can understand you popping it into your basket and maybe holding fire until you've seen everything. Don't blame you. That's exactly the same way as I shop. But just bear in mind that if it is something that you've set your heart on, if you haven't got huge quantities, you could potentially miss out on those. And with these fabrics, lots of you multi-buying, which can mean those quantities that we've got diminish even quicker. Because if we've got people buying these in, 1.5 metre, 2 metre lengths, then obviously the quantities are going to come down much, much quicker. Individually, beautiful, but don't forget you have got the advantage of that one going in that brand bundle. I love that Charlie does. Charlie sounds like he's auditioning for EastEnders when he says the word brown. It's brown, innit? Get out of my pub. Beautiful, beautiful. Love it. So that is your brown bundle. So all of those gorgeous fabrics. And only right and proper that I just slide that one out and show you the pink bundle. And the pink bundle is available individually on the website as well. So if you're looking at those and you're thinking, well, I didn't see them opened up, I'm not going to go through them again because we've not got a huge amount of time left. It's gone so quickly, but the pink, all 6 of those, equivalent to 3 metres of fabrics, absolutely beautiful. So I'm going to move those out the way while I show you these fabulous panels. So let's move that over there. It's just as well I've got a big desk, isn't it, moving everything around. So look at these. These are gorgeous. Now, they are individuals though, so I'm going to show you them separately. So this one on the top here, those gorgeous kind of rusty orange tones in here. Now this is going to fly out at $7.99. Oh my word. Oh, look at that. Now can you imagine that running around the hem of a dress or something like that? You could be using, just cutting that area, that could go along the hemline. You could bring in your early bird fabric. I'll tell you about that in a moment. But this is beautiful. Now, it's running from your selvage to selvage. I'll hold this one up because we haven't seen these yet. So again, increase your quantity for your longer lengths. That's the universal sign for your longer lengths. Do you look like I'm a, I don't know, ballet dancer, I don't know, flamenco dancer, you decide. Have I got that upside down? I think I might have it upside down. I'm not sure, to be honest. Yeah, that's better. Roses go in that direction, don't they? I love it. It's got a bit of a celestial feel, I think, this one as well. Gorgeous flowers. Oh, that's a good description, Kerry. Henna, yes. Beautiful. Absolutely lovely. And again, all of those colours that we were looking at earlier on kind of coming through. So you could use that alongside those bundles as well. Oh, I've got a comment about dressmaking as well. Lovely Lynn. Good morning, Lynn. Good morning, Hayley. Lovely to see you on Sewing Street. Followed you for many years. I've only been in this game a few years, 6 months. Don't give the game away about the 18 years previously. Oh, gosh, 18 years. My goodness, my goodness. Where did that time go? Are these fabrics suitable for dressmaking? They are indeed. They're all 100% cotton, Lynn. So you could use them. Some of them have got feature panels in them, so you might need to do a bit of kind of careful pattern matching or use a feature of elements. I mean, this particular one that we're looking at here, it could be that you're using that. I mentioned that one maybe around the bottom. I could imagine a maxi dress with this. I mean, that could be your cut line quite easily, couldn't it? Because that could go into your seam. And then you've got that beautiful design there at the hemline, or the other way around. It's entirely up to you. But the feature fabrics definitely are going to make a garment pop, aren't they? And using them with your solid fabrics is a really clever way of maximising those valuable fabrics that sometimes you're paying a higher price for. So it's a clever way. Make sure you've got a good quality fabric to bring in, though, because you don't want to kind of... What is the phrase? You don't want to... I can't remember what the phrase is now. Answers on a postcard, you know. You guys that know. You know, like that you don't want to spoil... That's it. You don't want to spoil the ship for a ha'porth of tar. I think that's what the phrase is. Very old-fashioned phrase, but that's the kind of girl I am. But it's one of those ones where it's basically saying you don't want to spoil the whole project just by scrimping on one element of it. And that's basically the top and bottom of it. So if you've got designer fabrics, beautiful fabrics, then don't use something that's not of the same quality alongside it, because you're kind of cheapening the whole thing, really, aren't you? So there you go. So there you go. Beautiful. So that panel there, $7.99. We've got another one, different colourways, echoing the pinks and the purples. Beautiful. Oh, I'm feeling a very festival vibe. Very festival. Look at that gorgeous mandala in the centre there. Oh, isn't that beautiful? Wherever you cut this fabric, it's going to be beautiful in whatever project you've got. Very batik feel. I mean, look at that. All that colour. Let's turn that right. All that colour. I went very Birmingham then, didn't I? Look at that. That is beautiful. And I love that. It's almost like a bleached, like a batik, Kerry, yeah, absolutely. Just like a batik. Beautiful. Oh, we're getting lots of contributions from the gallery today. Oh, it's very good. We're feeling very creative. But I love that because it's the layers aspect, isn't it? It's the interest that when you first look at the design, first of all, for me, it's the colour. That's the first thing I see, the colour. Then I start looking into it for the deeper content, and I'll start seeing the layers, the way that the design has been put together, the way you've almost got that bleach content at the back, and then the borders that are sitting on top, and then the flowers coming in as that kind of feature there. But equally so, the flowers kind of coming out from those pieces. Very clever design. And that's why Jason does so well. Absolutely beautiful. Oh, shout out time. Shout out. Who are we shouting out to? So, Hayley, loving the fabrics. Do you know what? Me too. Me too. Please say hi to my niece, Jane, who's watching Sewing Street for the first time. Welcome. Welcome. It's a slippery slope, though. I will warn you. Yeah, I will warn you, because we have fabulous things here at Sewing Street. And if you're into your sewing, then yes, today is the day to be watching, because we've got some fabulous things. Just been looking at all these amazing fabrics, these wonderful panels. We've got projects that are coming up a little bit later on, but you can see the two different panels there. The border, the pink, that is the one that we've got on the screen at the moment. We have got that darker one on the backdrop there as well. So both of these are available, as are the lovely bundles that we were looking at earlier. And I envisage a very graceful looking audience, I have to say, because I think lots of you will be making these into into garments because they do lend themselves, don't they? But that black backdrop, again, can be quite dramatic for quilts. We're kind of getting into that season, aren't we, quilting season. And in this hour, honestly, you've got it. The only thing that's missing is a cherry on top of this show, to be honest, because everything works together, or a big bow to wrap it all up together. Because we kicked off this morning with the early bird. And you can see why I was so excited with the early bird when we started looking at all of Jason's fabulous fabrics. So your early bird, if you have just joined us, where have you been? We've had a lovely time. Some of my best work. Yeah, it's been really good fun. And this is a price on your screen that is an early bird special. Early birds we launch at 8 o'clock every single morning, and it varies. It can be fabric, can be tools, all sorts of different things. I saw a strip roll earlier in the week with John, which was brilliant fun. We had a cooking book yesterday, did we? That's something a bit different. But this is a fabulous piece of 3 metres. 3 metres, so a really good size. I'm not going to hold it up because one thing, my arms are not 3 metres long and I am certainly not 3 metres tall. But what you have got is incredible quality fabric. And what I am going to show you is I'm going to hold it up because I think this is quite important. When you've got a dark fabric, sometimes you can hold it up and you can see straight through it, can't you? But with that, you can see it's solid. Absolutely. The quality of this is phenomenal as well. And we've got very bright lights in here, so nowhere to hide. Nowhere to hide when you do that. So this is a lovely fabric, brilliant one for extending usability. Excuse me, I'm wafting again, and I know how irritating that can be, but sometimes you have to do it to kind of get the creases out. There we go. So this one, brilliant value for money. You've got a saving bringing it down to £18.74. It's what I call a just-in-case fabric. So yeah, if you might not have a project for it now, but then sometimes you'll be watching a show and something like that will come along, and you know straight away then that is going to be perfect to work alongside those panels. So yes, get it while you can, because I don't know whether it'll come back as an early bird again in the future or that'll be the last we see of it. I don't know. I'm not privy to all that information. I just turn up and do the words. And I love doing that. So there you go. So that is your early bird. And as I say, absolutely perfect to work alongside. Now I'm going to bring some of these fabrics back in just to show you. I'm going to bring everything in together and then we'll have a little decide of what we're going to look at in closer detail. So we've got panels. We've got beautiful half-metre bundles as well. And these are gorgeous. As you can see, Jason's fabrics are incredible. We've got panels that we've been sharing with you. Those are available individually at $7.99. The orange panel has been a very popular one. That's the one that's popping up on the screen at the moment. And it's kind of got those rusty autumnal tones in there. So certainly of the season. Definitely perfect for this particular time. And then you've got those gorgeous kind of pops of purples and pinks in the other version of that one. The details of which are popping up on your screen. So this one is your... I've gained a sticker. I don't know if it's come off that. Oh, no, it's not come off that one. It must have come off that one. There we go. Put that one on there as well. Isn't that beautiful? Gorgeous. So those are both $7.99 each. Good morning, Hayley. Good morning, Susan. Just ordered the 2 border panels for bag making with PU or possibly velvet. Oh, I like your idea. Velvet's very in at the moment, isn't it? Yeah, it's kind of that time of year, isn't it, I suppose? But that would look fabulous. Beautiful on a bag. Do make sure you share your pictures, obviously, of your makes as well. Sewing Street fans, if you are on social media, we've got a fan page, and that's where you can share all of your makes. And I love dipping in and out of there to see what you've been creating. I sit back in the background sometimes. Occasionally I'll make comments and things like that. But, yeah, it's nice to see what's going on. So, yeah, good choice with those panels. $7.99, you can't go far wrong with those, can you? Even if you haven't got a project in mind at the moment, go for those. But if you have got projects in mind and you want to go for kind of a collection, then you can do. We've got the brown. Oh, dear. I say brown, but I mean, you look at that. There's hardly any brown in there, is there? I think somebody, it must have been, you know what, I think this is one of those bundles that kind of got named at like 5 to 5 in the afternoon, and somebody was like, I want to go home. I want to go home. I'm not thinking creatively anymore. I've done all my creative words for the day. We're just going to call that one brown. But isn't it gorgeous? Light tones in here. Again, all of Jason's fabrics are incredible. Beautiful. They're all available as half-metre fabrics, so if you do like the look of any of these and you think, you know what, I need a bigger piece, or I don't want to go for the bundle, that's okay. You shop according to how you want to shop. And of course, if you have shopped for that early bird, your basket has already been opened, hasn't it? Which means that there's no additional post unpacking as well. So the early bird has been flying out, as early birds often do. So if it's in your basket, you might be okay, but make sure it's yours by checking out your basket. Because if I was a viewer, I would certainly be more than happy, should I say, to nick it out your basket and have it for myself. And that can happen. It can happen. There's no basket etiquette here. So it's like going around the supermarket and somebody's picked up the latest of that deal. And you're like, oh, if I'd have been 2 minutes earlier, that would have been in my trolley. But in the supermarket, you're not allowed to take it out for the people's trolleys. We're not quite as civilised as that here. It's kind of, you've got to check your basket out to guarantee it's yours here. Otherwise, somebody like me will just come along and nick it. And that's the thing. It's kind of reserved for a little while, but it's not guaranteed to be yours. So, yeah, I know when you've shopped in the past in different places, you might think, oh, yeah, I can keep it in there for quite a period of time before I make my decision. You can pop it in your basket all day, but it doesn't reserve it. So when you finally come to check out your basket, that's when we do that kind of quantity check, and it may or may not be available. So this is available as a bundle of 6 pieces, 6.5 metre pieces, and they are all available individually as well. So if you're looking at this and you think, oh, I like that peacock, I want multiples of that, you can go for that one if you wanted to. Or it might be the little repeat of the Ditzy Daisy, or these fabulous little pieces. It's entirely up to you. But if you can't decide and you want a collection that's been put together with working them together in mind, then that's a perfect way. But you don't have to use them together. Obviously, we won't come knocking on your door and say, hang on a minute, you haven't used that one. I'm having the lot back. That's not how it works. But some FK6681 if you're wanting to get hold of those. But each one complements the other beautifully. And they're all from that fabulous design of Jason Yenter, which you're loving. £5 saving on that one as well. And your £5 saving could well go towards your panel, couldn't it? Because these are only £7.99. They're half metre pieces. And sometimes these are nice. If you just love the style and you don't really know what you're going to be doing with it, but you want a feature piece. Well, there, I mean, look at that. This is beautiful. Now, loads of these are in baskets. So in all seriousness, please do check your basket out. We're going to be saying goodbye to you in the next few moments. But if you want to take advantage of this fabric, you need to be checking that basket out, because we're kind of getting to the point now where we haven't got enough for everybody to satisfy their orders. Isn't that beautiful? Absolutely gorgeous. Love it. 2 different colourways with that one. So that one is kind of your pinks, and then the other one has got the gorgeous kind of, I don't think we're calling it brown on this occasion. I think we looked at it and thought it's too pretty to call it brown. But it's kind of, I don't know, what colour do we call this? I know I've been saying it throughout the hour and I've forgotten what we called it. Was it orange tones? I don't know. Or did you just call it dark? I don't know. Either way, it's beautiful. Isn't it gorgeous? Reasonable repeat on that one. You're looking at about a half metre repeat. So if you have got a project in mind and that repeat is important to you, then yeah, just bear that in mind. Doubling up, and you should get a couple of repeats in there. Depends on where it's cut from the bulk, because that's what we do. We cut it here for you. So there you go. All part of the service. So first hour is under our belt, so to speak. So thank you for your company during this hour. I hope you'll stay with me for the rest of the morning, because we've got lots of fabulous things. Shall I show you? Here you go, have a look. So obviously we have ticked at 8 a.m. off, Jason Yenter Fabrics, all done and dusted, beautiful. Lots of bargains grabbed there. Now I have got Amanda joining me. First time of working with Amanda, and I love her. Absolutely wonderful lady. Incredible designer, lovely patterns as well, fabulous projects. And she likes a pom-pom trim, so that's it, we're bonded. We've bonded. At 10 o'clock, I'm going to be introducing you to the wonderful Ari and his son Adam, and we have got some of the most amazing artisan products to share with you. Beautiful collectible items that are potentially going to stay in your family for generations, and we are talking hallmarked silver. We have got some costume pieces in there as well, so if you're wanting to do a little bit of Christmas shopping for a sewer potentially, then definitely worth tuning in. Then at 11 a.m. we are back with Amanda and her beautiful Winter Wonderland cushions. And these are going to be something that I know you are going to love because they are adorable. Printed panels that you can put together in obviously a variety of different ways. I think we're going to be concentrating on cushions though in that hour, and that's where we're going to be seeing all that gorgeous pom-pom trim. And then at 12 through to 1, I'm going to be introducing you to some fabulous quilting tools. Potentially tools that you've seen before, potentially tools you've looked at and thought, what on earth is that for? Well, hopefully we'll be able to do a little bit of a masterclass with those. But look at these cushion panels, aren't they gorgeous? This is what we've got coming up later on, and there's that fabulous pom-pom trim. But that is later. Before that, we've got a fabulous hour where we're going to be looking at this beautiful Liberty print fabric in this quilt. So we've got an amazing day ahead of us. Told you it was going to be good, didn't I? So I will see you a little bit later on with Amanda. See you in a few minutes.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try, there's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. You know, start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Sewing Street are proud to bring you our brand new and exclusive Advent calendar. With 24 individually packed drawers, each filled with specially selected gifts and designer fabrics, including William Morris and Liberty. The box features iconic William Morris prints, which will take pride of place in any room in your home, long after Christmas has finished. Also included is a bumper set of 3 sewing project instructions designed exclusively by Amber Makes. The Sewing Street Advent Calendar, on sale from Wednesday the 8th of November.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Hello there and welcome back. Oh, what a day we're having here. An amazing day. We always do, don't we, here at Sewing Street. That's what it's all about. Lots of fun, lots of laughter and lots of new friends for me anyway. I know she's a familiar face for you guys, but brand new for me. And lovely Amanda, first time of working with her. Good morning.
You, hello.
And you too. And I have to say, I admire your work. The beautiful quilt that we've got, the gorgeous cushions. And I've mentioned earlier on, if you like a pom-pom trim, then you're in my family. I'm a big fan of the pom-pom trim. Yeah. Now, for anybody that's new to you on our screen, tell us a little bit about you.
Okay.
Put you on the spot there. I didn't warn you, did I? Sorry, I should have given you a warning.
At the moment, I am long arm quilting at home full time.
Right.
And then I pop into Sewing Street every month with a couple of projects.
Lovely.
More often than not, a quilting project.
Okay.
But sometimes I'll do a cushion or a bag or something else. But I've always sewn. I suppose one of my earliest memories is watching my own mum sew.
Lovely.
So it's always, you know, sort of been ticking away. I've done other jobs in the past, completely unrelated to craft.
Fabulous.
But no, this is. I've decided at a great age that
not at all.
This is actually what I would like to do.
So with your long arm quilting, I mean, is this a service that you offer for people, or is it just?
It is, yeah.
Oh, right.
So in the past, when I first started, I offered a service where I quilt your quilt top. Or people could come in and rent the machine with supervision and complete. It's important for some people to do everything, isn't it?
Yeah.
But then the lockdowns, unfortunately, sort of put a stop to that.
Life takes on a different path.
And I've not really offered that service as everything has got back to normal.
Okay.
It wasn't really viable for me.
Lives changed, don't they, in the way that kind of things roll out. Sometimes it's never the same as before, is it? But it's good to know, because I know there's lots of people that might like their quilts and quilted. So do check out Amanda if you're looking for that service. But we're fortunate because all of our fabulous creativity comes together in patterns and projects. So we're going to be looking at this beautiful quilt. Now, we've got a few different ways for you to actually get hold of them as bundles for your quilt top, but we have got the pattern available for you as well. And I have to say, this looks amazing. Little Quilt House, is that
a play on the surname, so the surname's Little.
Of course, yes.
And I work from home, so that's the house bit.
I had visions of a little house that was quilted, and you just hope that it does never rain.
I'm sorry. No. So it's not as glamorous as it sounds.
Oh, it sounds lovely.
It's a she shed in the garden.
I'm a big fan of a she shed. I've got one myself. Now, this is very self-explanatory. Now, obviously, you've got all the information that you need. And I'm looking at this and I'm thinking all of these different pieces coming together, very, very explanatory as to how you come together with that final quilt. So beautifully laid out, brilliant quality.
Thank you.
I love it. £9.99. So if you fancy getting hold of this one, a very affordable way. I'm not going to kind of pause on those pages because, of course, the key thing is you need to be getting hold of this one, supporting lovely Amanda with her designs. And lots of you are doing exactly that by popping it into your basket. We kind of collect patterns sometimes, don't we? We just love the design, but don't necessarily know the fabric we're going to use at this
Yes,
stage.
I'm the same with fabric as well. I've got a lot of stuff that I don't know whether I've ever be turned into anything. But
this is it, yeah.
Yeah.
UFOs as well, I've got lots of those as well. So putting you on the spot again, what sort of quantities of fabric are we looking at with regards to this one?
Economical. You need 2 1.5 metre cuts for the border and the outer border and the inner border,
Right.
and then 2 other 1 metre cuts for the blocks.
Oh, okay.
So
right.
for, I think it finishes at 70 square. So for a big
Good
quilt,
size, isn't it?
It
Yeah.
is.
That's not a lot of fabric, really.
Quite,
When
yeah.
you're looking at that,
Yeah.
those quantities. Yeah. We have got bundles with the equivalent of, I think, 7 metres that we've got with the different kind of components, which I'll take you through in a few moments. But gives you the opportunity to think about what have you got that's going to fit in with that pattern layout. So hopefully that will help with that. But as many of us do, we just see a pattern, love the design and buy it. And it might be 6 months, it might be 6 years before you actually create your project using this pattern. But you know you've got an incredible value for money pattern there that you're going to be able to utilise over and over again and create this beautiful design that you can see here. The quality of this pattern is amazing. It's like a book that you've got with this. Brilliant, I love it. So that's your flying chains quilt. So if you fancy getting hold of that as a pattern by itself, then AML Q46. Let me know what you think of that one. I've actually got the tablet now. Except I'm a little bit concerned because one of them mentions that Good Morning John. So I don't think I've refreshed the screen yet. I could pinch myself. I don't know. No, it's definitely me. I don't know whether... Oh, no, it's actually John on the screen, so that's definitely not me. Definitely need to refresh that page. But, yeah, get your messages through, and, of course, you can message through on the website as well. So that's the pattern by itself. If you wanted to take advantage, you can do. So where are we going next? So this bundle here, oh, my goodness.
That's the one that's the
beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Now, if you were watching the show previous, where I was here in the gallery, they're saying I was here. Yes, you were indeed. You will have seen this beautiful quilt adorning the studio, and it is a beautiful quilt. One of my favourite colour palettes are blue.
I always
love
like a blue
working
quilt.
with
You know,
blue.
it's classic,
Look at
isn't it?
that. Isn't that gorgeous? Absolutely beautiful. I mean, look at that. You've got the pattern in there as well. So we've got all the fabrics we need for the quilt top.
Yes, yes.
Beautiful.
You will need to get your wadding and your backing fabric.
That's very personal, though, isn't it?
Yes,
And it keeps the cost down as well, to be fair.
Yeah.
But we have got, I'm just going to tease you, so we have got backing fabric. So these backing bundles are to kind of echo the designs that we've got in the kind of different layouts of fabric. So there is a blue one if you are looking for it. But look at the price on this one. Split pay, yay! Now, £110 and 5p. So that's why you're getting your split pay on that. But we're going to bring that price down. So it's actually going to drop below that £100 mark, but you're still going to have those split pays on there. So there you go. See what we did there? See what we did? Want to make sure you've got the split pay. So that is 0% interest. You're going to get your pattern booklet in there. Obviously, all the information there. So if you do need to look at any YouTube tutorials or you need to follow our lovely Amanda, you'll know exactly how to do that with that contact information that's on the back there. But then you've got your fabrics. Oh, my goodness. What a joy to work with, eh?
They are lovely. I mean, I must admit, I was quite excited to get the liberty.
Beautiful. Absolutely. I mean, that... gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous collection. It's all beautiful, absolutely, and all coming together in the right quantities. So yeah, you've got your metre there, and this I've got this in my collection for the life of me. I can't think of the actual title of this one.
Is it Wiltshire Shadow?
Wiltshire Shadow, that's it. Yeah, Wiltshire Shadow. I don't know why I've got the word berries in my head, but I knew it wasn't
very
right.
similar to Lewis and Irene's Bumbleberries.
That's the Bumbleberries, yeah. But I knew it wasn't that because I know I've got it, but I couldn't think. But yeah, beautiful fabric. That beautiful there. You've got 1.5 metres of your gorgeous Liberty, as you can see there again. That's your Emily Bell, beautiful. That gorgeous cobalt blue, which is fabulous. Beautiful. The colour palettes, absolutely. Did you get to choose these and putting these together? Or was it kind of
These were, I suggested, sort of a light, medium and dark, but no, I don't actually get any say in the actual fabric choice.
Well, I have to say, as a team effort, I mean, you couldn't have wished for it to be better, really, could you? So beautiful. And obviously you've got your 1 metre, your metre and a half, you've got another metre and a half there and another metre there, because these are the sizes that you need to create the fabulous quilt that we've been just looking at. And then, of course, you've got your plain in there to break everything up. You need that plain, don't you, to kind of rest your eye?
Yes, that new background fabric.
Beautiful. So, £99.99. Comes with your pattern. And you're going to be able to create the most incredible quilt that we've seen previously within the studio. So gorgeous. Look at that. Oh, look at that. I moved the steppers earlier on. Actually, it does show you the cushions that we've got coming up a little bit later on as well. And the pom-pom trim. Do you know, I was looking at that, and I know that you'd said about you've not put the binding on yet. Although, to be honest, it looks fabulous without the binding.
It doesn't look too bad, but I was in a bit of a
Do you know what? I kind of got a bit of an itching to put some pom-pom trim around it, because I think that'd work.
You could bag it out, or even just sew the pom-pom trim around the edge.
Because I think that'd work with it as well. So pom-pom trim's not for this hour. Hayley, step away from the pom-pom trim. But yeah, coming up a bit later on. So where should we go next? Now, this one's lovely. Now, if you like your greens, as I know many of you do, your kind of your earthy tones, then this is going to be the one for you. So similar sort of setup. So you're going to have your 2 metres of your plain in there. Oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And you can see you've got your gorgeous Liberty fabric coming through here as well. Beautiful pastel tones. That lovely soft grey as well. Blends so well, doesn't it, with everything? So again, your metre pieces, your metre and a half coming through as well there, and of course your solids as well. So with this one, I don't think we've got a finished example to share with this one, but you can kind of use your imagination, can't you?
That's actually the one that I've got to demo with. So
oh, is
they'll
it?
start to get a bit of an idea. Yeah.
Oh, okay, right, there you go. Well, the price is going to come down. Now, I don't think we have equal quantities of each of the different bundles, so some of them might be more vulnerable than others. So the only suggestion I can make is if you like the colour palette of one and you don't want to miss out on it, just go for it. Many of you, your basket's already open because obviously we had the early bird, and that's where many of you do start your orders off from, so no additional post unpacking, but brilliant. Pattern by itself, incidentally, that is available at £9.99, and you'll find that on the website, but of course it's included within your bundle, and you've got 7 metres worth of fabric in that bundle price, so absolutely phenomenal. Designer fabrics, and of course it's not going to go off, so if you have got a project that you can't actually put aside to get started on this one, just save it. Colour palette would be lovely for the springtime as well,
yes,
wouldn't it?
And I don't think they're overly they're fairly neutral.
Yes.
It would sit nicely in a shared room.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
And lovely for, I mean, the springtime, I mean, those colours, I can imagine this almost in a conservatory or something like
nice
that.
And light and airy.
Or an orangery. I've always fancied an orangery. But there you go. Beautiful. So there you go. If you like the look of that one, absolutely beautiful. But we've got more choice for you. So moving that one to the side, same pattern. So the pattern is the kind of continual element between these ones. But with this one, if you not necessarily want your designer fabrics, or you want something that maybe a little bit more affordable, then this is a lovely one. Or it might be that you've got other fabrics that you're thinking of introducing, but you need some of the additional fabrics to, you haven't quite got enough to make it. Well, this is a lovely idea. And I think this is a very fresh idea, this one. I can imagine a novice sewer potentially having a go at this one, because I'm looking at it and I'm thinking,
it is an
blocks,
easy, yes, they're straightforward techniques.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you imagine making your first ever quilt in these gorgeous fabrics for £62.99? Absolutely amazing. Well, in fact, you can keep some of that money in your pocket because you're only paying £57.99. Oh, my word. Consider that you'd be paying a tenner for your pattern, £9.99 between friends. So £47.99 for your 7 metres worth of fabric. Oh, wow. That's definitely one to go for. Beautiful fabrics as well. Love that mottle.
Yes, just gentle, isn't it?
Yeah. Real softness. That beautiful pink there as well. You've got your solid there with that kind of, I don't know what it's called then.
Is it duck egg? I don't
know whether it's duck egg or misty. I know they have actually got names, haven't they? I'm still not au fait with all of the different names, but it's beautiful. beautiful. And of course that gorgeous kind of creamy tone that you've got in there as well. So beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. With that particular one, backing fabrics, are we calling it duck egg? It is duck egg. Sorry, the top of my head coming in there. Background, backing fabrics, we've got those, and there's a lovely lilac one that will work with that. To be honest though, we have got the grey as well, so, I don't know where I'd go.
You could go either way, couldn't you?
Could quite easy, couldn't you? But we'll chat about those in a few moments. That's kind of the finishing touch, and also we have got your wadding as well, so we've got a kind of like one-stop shop for everything if you need it. But of course, kicking it off with your pattern and your choice of fabrics if you're going down that particular route. And for this, you're looking at $57.99, which is a brilliant way for you to get started. And as you heard from Amanda, the designer of this quilt, it's a very kind of easy patch by patch, block by block element, and that's what quilting's all about, isn't it? It's not about the big project, well, it is about the big project at the end, but that is kind of where you will find yourself. It's the journey getting to that, and that is a piece by piece, step by step, so to speak. So there you go, Flying Chains quilt, if you fancy getting hold of that one as a bundle. Then you've got your pattern, $9.99 if you want to shop for it by itself, and then of course this bundle being your beautiful pastels, very, very affordable at $57.99, and a very popular one as well. But we are going to be drawing our attention to the kind of the green version with the demonstration. So where are we going next? Where are we going next? Oh, the backing bundles, very quickly, because you're busy for these and you're wanting to know which ones to work with which bundle. Well, to be fair, you choose. You choose. It's entirely up to you. But these are good. I'm going to put them side by side. So you kind of got the three. So you've got all the three different colourways. But the details on the screen are for your copen. Copen. Oh, okay. So you've got 4 metres. And this one is kind of designed to go with the Liberty bundle that's got all the blues in there. Because obviously you can understand why, can't you, with that working in there. So you don't have to, though. Obviously you can use it in whatever project you've got, but with this one you've got 4 metre piece, you're saving a couple of quid on it, and you're looking at £28.32p. Beautiful, lovely weight fabric, will hold its own against all the fabulous Liberty fabrics we've just been looking at, and it's beautiful. Do like that one as well. So that is that one. The grey elephant, this one is. It's going to work with anything, isn't it? I mean, it's going to work with the one that we're going to see demonstrating, because obviously you've got your grey in there. But saying that, in the blue, you've also got your grey tones in there, so it wouldn't look out of place with that one. And equally so with the pastels. I mean, grey is a brilliant one, isn't it? Because it works with so many. Yeah, absolutely beautiful. So there you go. £28.32p. Again, 4 metres, and again, saving £2. So there you go. Good one to go into your stash. And then the last one is that lovely lavender or lilac tone that we've got. Straight away, it's going to work with the last bundle that we looked at. Absolutely beautiful. But, yeah, I don't know. I probably would use that one, I think, more so for that than the others, because there's no actual kind of lavender in the other patterns. But working with that one, it's going to look absolutely gorgeous. I mean, that's a nice one. It could be a nice one for a younger person's quilt. So if you're making a quilt, maybe a sweet 16 or something like that, a special birthday, that would be lovely. But equally, maybe a young sewer that wants to make a quilt and they want you to be the person that teaches them, then there you go. It could be the first one that they make, and the lilac will work beautifully alongside it. So there you go. Lots of choice. Waddings are available as well. We might touch on those later. And obviously, when you're doing your construction, we've got all the different components, tools and everything. We'll chat about those as time goes on. And they're all on the website anyway. But I would love to see how this all comes together. So, yeah, we've got probably about just over half an hour. Can you make me a quilt?
Do my best. Right,
now, what do we need to know to get started, Amanda?
Okay. Right, let me grab my bits.
Lovely.
So, the quilt is nice and straightforward. There are 2 blocks. All that changes is the placement.
Oh, okay, right. Oh, that's clever.
So just to get that effect.
Yes.
Just two blocks. So the first block is a variation on a shoe fly block, which
Lovely.
is the flying bit. So I'll set that to one side. And then the second block is a green chains block,
Beautiful.
which is the chains.
Yeah, there you
part.
go. So you get your flying bit and your chainy bit.
Okay. So if we start perhaps with the variation on the shoe fly
By
block.
all means, yeah.
Okay.
By all means.
I've already cut my fabrics out just to
Lovely.
save a little bit of
And
time.
that's all explained within the instructions.
Yes,
isn't it?
so
So
all
don't
of
be
your
afraid.
cutting, all of your cutting instructions, measurements are all in the pamphlet. And I tend to, when I'm working with yardage, I'll press it first and pop a little bit of best press or starch on it before I start to cut.
Good advice.
It just stops the edges from, you know, sort of distorting and fraying.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's optional. It's entirely up to you. The Liberty fabrics are really lovely and thick. They're quite stable, so...
And best press and
choice.
things like that, you'll find that all on the website. So.
Yes, so we'll start off first then, I think, with the easiest bit, which is to make some 4 patch blocks.
Wonderful.
So from your metres and 1.5 metres, you'll cut some full width of fabric strips.
Lovely.
And all of the colour combinations are in the pattern. And it's just as simple as fabrics, strips, right sides together, entirely up to you whether you choose to pin or not. I must admit I don't tend to on a straight strip.
I'm trying to do as I say, not do as I do.
And then we're just going to sew along one of the long edges with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So I'll do that.
With those.
Yeah. So there's quite a few combinations, but it's all explained. Let me just...
Lovely.
I think it's 06. Yeah, so I've set this machine to 06 from a 1/4 inch. I'm just going to increase the stitch length up to 2.4 just because it automatically defaults to a 1.8.
Oh, I see.
Which is quite...
That's quite tiny.
It's fine, but it's quite tight. Would be good for foundation paper
I'm just thinking that might have been Jenny. Jenny was doing some foundation piecing, so...
I think it's just that the
is that machine?
Yeah,
it's not a machine I'm familiar with, but I know it's a popular
I say I don't sew with an Elna myself, so it's always a bit of a...
Yeah, on the job training,
but they are lovely machines, but yeah, I just prefer a slightly longer stitch, and it's always easy to unpick if you get wrong. So we'll just...
big advocate for that one. Thank you to everybody for all your lovely messages as well. I've just finally refreshed the screen and John has gone, bless him. So, yeah, I was very confused because I was thinking, I know it's me, but I can see John on there. Yeah, anyway, loads of lovely messages coming through, so thank you. Somebody's already saying as well, so glad you got your voice back. I didn't realise I'd lost it, actually. But, yeah, maybe getting a little bit mixed up. I don't know. So, Pam, June, Christine, loads of you commenting on my dress. I didn't make it. I just fell in love with it. And yeah, so yeah, it's my NEC dress to be honest, but I thought, well, I'd try it out here first. So yeah, I'm off to the NEC tomorrow. So if you are going to be at the NEC, it'd be lovely to see you there. Pop along and see us on the Gemporia craft stand. There's loads of things going on. So yeah, so thank you, and yeah, it's good to be back. Good to be back. As you can hear, that sewing machine is whirring away in the background. It picks up a pace, that one,
It's got an adjustment for the speed, so I've got it on full speed. I'm just going to make one, because it is really boring watching, watching me.
It's not boring watching you, it's all about
So a straight seam, so we just get this one done. Okay. Now I've used a dark thread. Number 1, that was all that I could find, but number 2, I think it's nice to be able to
I like
see
it when we're on air, yeah.
Just
Obviously, it's one of those situations that if you use the same colour thread, we wouldn't be able to see it.
But in reality, you perhaps want, you know, sort of a cream beige or a pale grey thread is nice for piecing.
Lovely.
Okay. Just wait for that iron just to warm up.
Wonderful. Incidentally, the details are up on the screen for this particular version. We've got split pay on this one, which usually, if you're paying less than £100, isn't available. But the original price was over £100. We've dropped it down to £99.99, which means the split pay is still there. Which means for just shy of £50, your initial payment today will get all of those gorgeous fabrics and your pattern on its way to you. You've got 7 metres worth of fabric. You've got that fabulous pattern that's normally $9.99. It is available on its own if you want to shop for that. But you will have everything. You'll be making your first payment today, second payment prior to Christmas, all done and dusted, and you might even have it made for the new year. Because when you see it coming together, it's a nice, easy, logical quilt to come together. 2 main blocks, as Amanda mentioned, all coming together to create a beautiful quilt.
Okay.
So you started chopping into your pieces.
Yeah, so all I've done at this stage, you've got a couple of options really. We're going to splice the strip pieces up to make our 4 patches. Now, I've just pressed just to set those, set the seam.
Lovely.
I've not pressed open. I just find it easier to cut my squares at this stage.
That's good advice, actually, because if it's a longer piece, sometimes you can kick off to the edge, can't you?
Yeah, you can, if you want, press it open, but then there's just a little bit of chance of it, you know, starting to distort. So I would just prefer to cut mine whilst it's still closed. So we'll just chop a couple of those up.
Wonderful. Don't forget, if you've got any questions that you'd like us to ask of Amanda, I'll try and ask as many questions as I can think of. I don't always think of all the right questions to ask, so that's where you guys come in. And I think somebody's already sent in a message, so here you go. Just tuned in, and I love this quilt in all the colourways. Can you tell me the size, please, Gillian?
In inches.
Gillian. Not your Gillian, that was Gillian. Sorry.
In inches, it's 70.
Lovely, it's a good size. I'm not very good on it. I ought to know the conversion, but yeah, we will find out for you. But 70 inches, really good size when you consider the price that you're paying for this. You'd be forgiven for thinking it is smaller. But you're looking at roughly 1 metre and 3/4, so 177 centimetres. And it's a nice square quilt, so yeah, nice and easy. For you to put together, and really good size. I'm looking at that thinking it's going to sit on a double bed very comfortably.
It will, yeah.
Beautiful.
Okay.
It's a good question, Gillian, thank you.
So I've just pressed the seams to the dark side.
Lovely.
An easy way to do that, whatever side of the fabric you want the seam to press towards, pop that face up onto your pressing mat and then just pull it back, and it's automatically gone to the dark side.
See, that's something that we sometimes forget to mention, actually, so thank you, because we'll have lots of newcomers.
Just small things just speed the process up, don't they?
Yeah.
So we're going to make a 4 patch now, so we're just going to put them, you know, sort of opposite to opposite, and because we've pressed those seams towards the dark side, they should nest really nicely for us.
Now, pins and everything, magic pins, we've got magic pins available.
I was quilting late at night. I've not got these pins at home. I've just got ordinary ones, and I've chased that many pins around the tabletop.
Isn't it funny when
I can't.
Yeah.
And if I've not got my glasses on, I just have got no chance at all. So all I've done, I've just popped a pin in at the intersection just before we're going to feed it through the machine from this direction. So a pin just before the intersection to keep it in place. And then I just like to pop one at the end. But it's entirely your choice.
Well,
some people
personal,
do it
is it?
without pins.
If you're more of a clips kind of person, look, clips for you as well. But the magic pins, always very popular. The quilting ones, obviously, we've got on the show today, because that's what we're talking about. But there's a whole range of those available on the website. But if you want to shop for them, they're only $12.99. And they are, I mean, they're magic pins, and they are magical to work with as well, because they do really make a difference. Very clever design, always a popular item there.
So there's our seam sewn. You've got a couple of options at this stage as well now. You can either, which I've done, if I bring this one in, I've just chosen to press in one direction.
Okay.
If you're concerned, if your cutting perhaps is, or your seam matching is slightly off, there's a chance sometimes you can probably, or I hope perhaps you can see a little shadow of that seam.
Oh, I see, yes, yeah.
Because our edges are flush,
yes,
you don't see any green poking through, but if you've gone a little bit skewiffed, sometimes you might see a tiny little bit of green.
Yes.
And depending how much you start to handle your block, you might see the odd thread. So perhaps if I bring that, you see, and it can look, you know, sort of a bit ugly. So if that concerns you, you can press your seams open.
Right.
Or, as I've done, just leave them flat. So perhaps I'll just press this one.
I think that's the thing, sometimes be open to the ideas of the seams being open, if you excuse the pun. Because quite often when we start, we hear that phrase, oh, press to the dark side, press to the dark side. Yeah. But it doesn't, it's not necessarily set in stone, because it depends on the fabrics that you work with, like you say.
Yeah. I mean, given the choice, I would always just press to the dark side. But I do understand that, you know, sort of people might not want to see that shadow. So press that open. and all the shadow that you will see is just going to be that self fabric.
Perfect.
Okay, so we just go ahead and make loads and loads of 4-patch blocks.
So how do you, when you're working on a quilt, I mean, do you kind of figure out how many of those 4 patches you need and make them so you've got a stash of those and then move on to the next?
I do tend to batch sew,
Yes.
and I'll chain piece as well.
Good as
so
well.
I would have just sat and
Work your way
and then
through
count
them.
at the end to make sure you've got enough and then move on to the next stage.
Perfect.
I just find it, I don't know, it just goes quicker.
And I think that way there's less chance of making errors. I think if you're chopping and changing, then sometimes that's where those errors can start. So it might be that in that particular sewing session you're doing all the repeats of that patch, and then tomorrow night or later on in the day you work on another patch. And then you've kind of got all of your ingredients then, like a good recipe. You've got all the ingredients there ready to bring them in together when you're creating your blocks. I love it. And that's the beauty of projects like this. You can kind of do little bits, depending on the time that you've got. You don't have to sit down and do it all in one session.
Yeah, if you've just got half an hour or less, you can aim to just tick them off the list, sort of write a list of the combinations that you need and just tick them off. And
good advice.
I don't know,
that
it's
as well.
some strange reason I love a list. It's so satisfying to tick something off.
It's one of those things, isn't it? As you tick things off a list, you feel like you've achieved things.
Yeah. So we're going to do a half square triangle block next.
Lovely.
So we've got a square of our patterned fabric.
Beautifully Emily Bell,
of our
gorgeous,
background fabric. Both the same size. And what we're going to do, it doesn't really matter which piece of fabric you draw your diagonal line on. I'm just going to put it on the background just because it's easier to see.
Okay.
But we're going to go from opposite corner to opposite corner. I'm using a friction pen.
Perfect.
This is going to be our cut line, so it doesn't matter at all. But if
Okay.
you're concerned, then perhaps use a chalk pencil or whatever your favourite marking tool is. But it doesn't bother me when it's within the seams to use
that's a good point, actually,
a friction pen.
So if you're wanting your friction pens, they're on the website as well. We've got a variety of different colours with those. So I think we've got blue available on the show if you're following the products on the show.
So fabric's right sides together, and we're just going to match the corners and the raw edges. It is sometimes helpful just to pop a pin in because they can shift by the time you've got them from the mat to the presser foot.
Lovely. Yeah, because of course quilt clips are a little bit away from the seam, really, aren't they? On this
They are,
occasion?
although they would. You just aiming really to keep all your 4 corners together, because then in theory, sort of the centre should line up. So what we're going to do, I shall pop it under the presser foot, and I'm going to put the right side. Actually, if I just show you, so it'll go underneath the machine like that. Right side of the presser foot against that drawn line, and we'll stitch all the way down.
Do you know what, Amanda? In all my years, I have never thought of taking the foot off to illustrate where you're going to sew. And that is genius. Thank you. I'm going to pinch that.
So, we're just going to go all the way down and then turn back. Again, if I was at home, I would have a huge pile and I would just, sort of go,
I love the sound of a machine when you're doing all of that. It's kind of like whirs away, isn't it? Chaining all those pieces together. Incidentally, lots of you are shopping for this version of the quilt. We've got 3 different versions. I've got the gorgeous green. We haven't got huge quantities of any of these because it's a sizable purchase for anybody's budget, to be fair. So we don't have bountiful supplies, and half of the stock has gone. For all those guys checking out the baskets, half the stock has gone on that one. You've got your blue version, which is the one that we've got hanging in the studio, which is beautiful. And we've also got your lilac one, which hasn't got your designer fabrics in there. But you're still going to get the pattern, and you are still going to be able to experience creating a beautiful quilt just in different fabrics. That's the top and bottom of it, really. So whether it's the green theme, the blue theme, or the pastel theme, we are covered for all eventualities, and we've got the fabulous backing fabrics that are going to support those, and wadding as well. Wadding's a very personal preference, and by not including it in the kit, it has 2 effects. Personally, you can choose whether you want man-made fibres, whether you want natural fibres. It's very much a personal thing, but also it keeps that price down as well, doesn't it? And makes it an affordable way so as well. So you've got your polyester, we've got eco cotton as well. And what else have we got, sorry? Oh, your bamboo. Nice as well, half and half mixed with your cotton, so yeah.
Okay, so 2 seams either side of that drawn line, just check before you attack it with your rotary cutter.
That's good advice as well.
That you've got what you were expecting.
No nasty surprises.
And it doesn't really matter because you've got 1/4 inch on your ruler, but I am just going to cut it whilst that pen mark's there. If I pressed it first, it would just disappear with it being friction, but we'll just splice that.
Lovely. And we've got the Clover rotary cutter on the show as well, if you're wanting that.
And again, we're going to press to the dark side, so dark side facing up.
Lovely.
Press just to set the seams, just so that they sink into the fabric.
Wonderful. I think we went on a little journey then, didn't we?
I've got a bit of sticky under there.
I thought it's magic. It literally just disappeared as you pick the iron up.
And then just press over to the dark side.
They do press beautifully, don't they, these fabrics?
They are, yeah, I really do like the Liberty, yeah.
Wonderful, beautiful. Now, just going to swap the details around on the screen for you. Obviously, Amanda's working with the Liberty fabrics, which is beautiful. Another one that's been very, very popular, though, is the pastel one. I'll take you through everything in a little while, but the pastel one's popping up on your screen. So you've got those gorgeous pastel tones with that almost like mottled effect. $59.99 is for all your 7 metres worth of fabric. Sorry, $57.99, do apologise. $57.99, and you are going to get your pattern. And the pattern, incidentally, if you want the pattern by itself, $9.99 is on the website. So popular item, that one as well.
Okay, so from our 1 pattern square and 1 background square, we get 2 half square triangle units, and that is all we need for this block.
Okay,
so if I bring them in now.
So it's just 2 different starter patches.
Yeah, so it really is beginner friendly. I know it's a big quilt, but it's not sort of overwhelming because it's just 2 different units, 2 different blocks. So we'll just lay these out now.
Nice size block to work with as well.
It is, yeah.
Very manageable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do, just going to position our piece, is just so that it starts to look a bit more.
And this is where the magic starts taking shape, because depending on how patches are put together, you get totally different looks with these.
Yes,
don't you?
yeah,
So,
yeah.
And the same with your blocks when they're all stitched together. And do check and double check before you sew anything else together.
And all we're going to do now is just pop them. So what I'll do is just turn one onto the other. And now this is really easy piecing because you've got no seams to nest. You've got a seam there, but that's just a straight edge. So all I do is just pop a pin at the end of the seam, just so that they do stay evenly matched by the time they've been sewn.
And the pin's there to indicate which seam you're sewing, is that
yes,
right?
because that's...
Oh, we've all done that, haven't we? Picked them up and rotated them somehow.
Yeah, and then sat there unpicking them for hours.
I've unpicked and then sewed them back exactly the same way as well. So I don't know if I'm the only one that does that, but yeah. Easily done. And also as well, really good idea, the rotating cutting mat is just the right size for when you're actually putting a block together. So I do work with a big cutting mat that pretty much covers the whole of my table, but it's nice to have one that you can kind of pick up and move and keep the pieces there sitting on top of it. So the rotary cutting mats, we have got those, not rotary, rotating cutting mats in a variety of sizes on the website.
Yeah. I've made the half square triangles the actual size. There's no need to trim.
Oh, okay.
Just because I'm lazy. But the rotating cutting mat, if you've got to trim a block, there's nothing worse than having to walk around the table. So these are brilliant, aren't they, for trimming blocks?
Really useful to have, yeah.
But no, if I can find a shortcut, I will.
Well, you see, the shortcuts, I mean, you say you're lazy. It's not. It's we enjoy the sewing bit. That's the bit. It's not the necessarily... I know a lot of people will like the maths and like the cutting and things like that, but it's the actual sewing and putting it together that is the bit that's most fulfilling for me anyway. I mean, you might beg to differ, I don't know.
Okay, so...
Now, keep checking those baskets out. I'm going to give you a little bit of an update with the pastel one. We've only got about a handful of those left when everybody's checked their baskets out, so that's why it's important, because quite often you'll watch the demonstration and you haven't even popped it into your basket yet, which is okay, but when we've only got 5 left after everybody's checked the baskets out, it could mean that you might not get hold of those. So, be quick. That's the key thing.
Okay, so we'll just So you're aiming for 3 rows of 3 blocks.
So the ones that you've just had down the side,
Yes,
you're attaching those now?
Yeah, so I've just laid them back out. Oops,
Perfect.
and just literally flip the next square
First time
on
you start
top.
visualising that block, isn't it? When you
It's sometimes it's you know, sort of you to sit sort of with the pattern in front of you, but once you've made the first block, you sort of remember the position, don't you? But it can be a little bit you know, sort of, well, it does me, you know, sometimes I think, what was supposed to go in that corner?
Also as well, trust the pattern, trust the instructions. So if you look at something that doesn't look quite square, and on the quilt it looks square, it's probably that there's a seam allowance that you've not used yet. Because that was the other thing. When I first started quilting, I was looking at things and thinking, hang on, that I'll trim that bit off. And then obviously you've got your seam allowance and the pieces are getting smaller. So yeah, trust the instructions.
How are we on time?
There we go, bit of piecing going on. Lovely.
Okay. And the nice thing about chain piecing, you know, you've got a block there.
That is true, actually, yeah. And you could leave them like that, couldn't you, if you wanted to come back to them at later stage?
Just to, if you were working, sort of batch sewing. So that then is the block starting to take shape.
Very nice.
What I did, I mean, it's entirely up to you. You could press your seams open if you wanted to, but I'm going to press my seam out on this block. So I've pressed outwards because this is the less busy block.
Yes,
if you follow, you know, you've got some intersections on this one, so I'll press to the flatter piece of fabric to keep it as smooth as I can, and I'll do the same at the bottom. And then this one I'll do towards the inside again, because that is just a flat, you know, sort of unpieced piece of fabric.
Yes, yeah.
But what we'll find now, if we turn this over, is that our seams are going to nest. So we've got that one going in and those two going out. So when we pick that up, those then will nest.
Oh, it's so relaxing watching you work, Amanda, I have to say. It's lovely. Now, of course, don't forget, in your instructions, you've got all the information that you need. We've changed the details around on the screen from the pastel one that we were looking at a little bit earlier to the bundle that we've got with all the fabrics for the version that Amanda is working with. And this is the one where you've got the beautiful solid fabrics and then the gorgeous Emily Bell Liberty fabrics featuring in this one as well. So it's a lovely palette of colours. Those gorgeous greens, 2 different tones of your greens coming together as well. Chartreuse, that's the word, isn't it? Chartreuse, absolutely beautiful. You've got your solids in there, and of course the solids are going to break up the patterns, because sometimes they can be quite busy pattern when you've got a lot of them, but it's also a very economical way for kind of eking out your fabrics. You're going to get 2 metres of your cream or your ivory, 1.5 metres of each of your Emily Bells there, and again you can see there beautiful, is it Wimborne? Wiltshire Shadow. So many names in my head. I wouldn't mind, but I've got loads of this at home. But I buy fabrics because I like the look of them, not necessarily knowing the names of them, so apologies for that one. Your pattern as well, that is included, and of course in your pattern you've got all the dimensions, how to do your half square triangles, which we've been learning as well from Amanda this morning. And if you do want the pattern by itself, £9.99, but a very affordable £99.99 for your 7 metres of fabric and your pattern booklet. And it gives you the option to split your payments, which means for £49.99, along with your post and packing, if you've not already shopped with us this morning, this will all be on its way to you. Second payments in a month's time, all bought and paid for by Christmas, and it could be a New Year project. Maybe you've got a new sewing machine coming at Christmas, and this is going to be your first project, or maybe you're going to be taking that time. The time between Christmas and New Year, I often find is a bit of all the running around has been done, And it depends. Sometimes people get very excited about New Year as well, don't they? Others don't. And it's kind of like that bit between Christmas and sometimes going back to work. And it's like, oh, what can I do? What can I do? Well, it could be that you're making this quilt. I mean, when we're looking at creating a quilt, you don't win a badge for doing it sooner than later. It's one of those situations you kind of just take the time. But because you've kind of got a methodical way of doing this and the simplicity of the styles of the patches and blocks, I'm guessing it comes together pretty quickly, really. It
does, yeah. It's and it's something that you can't, you know, sort of if something's on the TV over Christmas and you don't particularly fancy watching it.
Yeah, that's a good point,
just take
actually,
yourself off and just do another section. But yeah, so that is the first block.
Green. Yeah, it's good.
So we'll move on now. Let me pop that to one side.
Wonderful. Now let me give you a bit of time check. So there's got about 10 minutes or so left.
Okay. We'll really quickly do this. Now,
so is this made up of 2 patches again?
Yes, so it's exactly the same procedure as the shoe fly variation block, just 4 patches and half square triangles.
Okay.
And we get all we're going to do with this, even though the block is the same, we're just going to swap the colour placement of those half square triangles just to get that. You know, sort of, is it tessellation?
I think that's a word. Yes, it sounds like a good word to me.
So we'll just get these laid out. Let me. So the first block, I think in the instructions I've called it block A, would be this one that I've already sewn.
Okay.
And then I'll lay this out as though we were doing block A, but I'll just show you how block B is different.
That's nice and keeping it simple. Block A and block B, which, again, it's simplifying the language, isn't it? That's the key thing. Look at
so
that.
That would be block A, which is this one that I've completed. Block B is literally
swapping that round. Oh,
and it does need to be done. At first, I thought, oh, if I just twist it, but it does actually need to be manoeuvred. So shall I quickly try and get this one done?
By all means,
and then we can lay out and you'll see how the pattern then starts to come together.
Now, you are loving the quilt pattern, you're loving the bundles as well, 3 different variations, absolutely beautiful. As you can see, you've got your gorgeous Liberty print fabrics in this particular bundle, your plain there as well, and this is the bundle that Amanda is working with at the moment. The overall quilt that you've got here, this is the one that we've got hanging up with the beautiful fabrics framing. You've almost got like a double frame on this one, which that darker element that you've got there really does make it pop, so it's a beautiful way of working with it. So obviously you're going to get that kind of nod to where the fabrics are going to go within your patches, within your blocks, but you can have that variation if you do want to play around with them. Or maybe you've got other fabrics that you think, I really want to bring in that fabric because it will work well, then by all means you can do. There are 3 different variations of this one. This one is your green Liberty, we've got your blue Liberty, and we've also got a pastel bundle as well, dependent on the designer fabrics that you're going to go for. If you want the designer fabrics, then you're looking at £99 and 99 pence. The blue, we've still got the green on the screen, but the blue is available on the website. In fact, let's play around with those details. Let's swap it around. I wasn't sure whether we were able to do that because Kerry now doesn't sound like Kerry at the moment. So we've got Charlie. Charlie's wearing many hats today. Many hats. He's now got his producer hat on. So the blue, here you go. If you wanted to go for the blue, then the details are up on your screen there. And this is beautiful. Again, a lovely selection of fabrics. That gorgeous darker grey, as you can see there. And £99 and 99p. 2 split pays on this one. So you're going to get it bought and paid for by Christmas. Could even have it made up for Christmas. And it's a beautiful, I mean, I love that palette of blues and greys. Absolutely gorgeous, brilliant value for money, and certainly one worth considering. So XZ6637. Just as Amanda's stitching those seams, because we're kind of doing a bit of speed sewing at the moment, and I don't want to interrupt her or distract her, we will go back and see what she's up to there. The last variation is your pastels, and this has been a very popular one as well. A little more affordable potentially, but you don't have the designer fabrics in this one, but of course price might be keyed for you, and if so, then at £57.99 to make a 70, I think it was 71 inches square, I think we said, didn't we? 177 centimetres, so just over a metre and 3/4. Really good size quilt, perfect to go on a double bed. Full instructions there, really clear instructions, loads of kind of diagrams and photographs and things, really going to help you. £9.99 if you're wanting to get hold of the pattern, which is like a book in its own right. That is available on the website, but if you like all of those fabrics, then the details that are on your screen, as you can see, so absolutely beautiful. That is the blue version. So that is the blue version with the Liberty fabrics. That's how it's going to look. And you can see a sneaky peek there of some fabulous cushions that we've got coming up a little bit later on as well. So another show with Amanda later on, which I'm looking forward to.
What I'm going to do, I think, is I'll just pop a couple of pins in.
Okay.
Just so that I can show you the layout rather than... So that would be that second block. And then all we need to do is bring back in the flying chain. I'll pop that one up there because it's a bit delicate. And you're just going to alternate. So one row will be shoe fly, green chain, shoe fly, the same green chain all the way across the top.
Okay.
The second row, you will alternate the diagonal. So that's going to go from right to left,
yes.
diagonal. This one is going to go from left to right.
Oh, so it kind of zigzags.
And it's the alternate colourway, you know, so it's the different
Beautiful.
placement. But this always remains the same. Your shoe fly variation always remains the same. And then to put the quilt together, I would just sew into rows, 5 by... You know,
5 blocks across.
5 blocks across,
okay.
And 5 blocks down. Inner borders, I always put the sides on and then top and bottom. Outer borders, the sides and top and bottom.
Same here.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. So shall I carry on sewing that one?
By all means, you can. So, and I love that. We've got about 5 minutes, and I love that overhead shot that we've got there because it really does show that zigzag, doesn't it? And you'll see it on the pattern as well. So you've always got that reference point. So when you look at the pattern, you will see that that zigzag kind of works its way through. You've got the solid centres there, obviously, which is saving you a bit of time because those full squares, that's a patch that you've not got to sew. But you can kind of see that lovely zigzag going on. Now, the details on the screen are for your pattern, and I know lots of you have been taking advantage of this one. I'm not going to open it up. I'll give it a quick flick through and you'll see there you've got lots of illustrations, all the kind of sizing of the different fabrics that you need. You're looking at around 7 metres of fabric, and with the fabrics, our bundles are made up of 2 metres of your plain. You've also got a metre each of, where am I? Those two there, which is kind of your light and your mid-tone. Your darker, you've got a metre and a half, and then in your Liberty print you're looking at a metre and a half as well. So 2 of your fabrics you're going to need a metre and a half, 2 of fabrics you're going to need a metre, and then you've got your plain which you're going to need 2 metres. So 7 metres overall, so very, very achievable, potentially from your stash, but of course if you like the colourways that we've got for you, then absolutely perfect. We've got backing fabrics as well, so if you have gone for any of those bundles, we've got the 3 different backing fabrics. Your lilac, you've got your elephant grey, and have you also got, not your cobalt, copen. So they're all on the website. Do check those out, and they're around £28, so a very affordable way for you to get your backing. And of course, we've got all of your different wadding, personal choice, loads of choice on there, and we've got tools as well. Talking of tools, 12 o'clock through to 1 o'clock is a quilting tool show, so we'll be chatting more about those. But you've seen all the tools being used. It's good to have the right tools for the job, really, isn't it?
I don't think you need loads and loads of fancies, but a nice mat, the long 6.5 by 24 ruler
really
is
useful one, isn't it?
Yeah, I just could not work without that. A decent rotary cutter. I do like the friction. I know not everyone does, but I think they're fantastic.
I do like the pens, yeah.
And a nice pressing mat and iron, and you can do...
And I love the way you've got your little setup here, because this is how I work. I have my sewing machine, I have my cutting area, and then I have my pressing area. So you're almost encouraged to press as you go then, aren't you? If you walk across through the side of the room, I become a bit lazy, I must admit.
Yeah, and sometimes, I don't know about you, but I'll tend to put things on a tray, and if I'm going from one, you know, when it starts to get big, and I'm going from one room to another or something, And if the door slams, the wind blows. And
Oh, it all goes
gone.
everywhere, doesn't it? Yeah.
So
yeah.
at least if everything's compact, there's less chance of you losing your placement of your blocks.
Loads of fabulous advice. And don't forget, do check out Amanda's social media as well with the long arm quilting as well. She can offer that service should you need it. So yeah, do take a little look at that, and YouTube as well. All of that contact information and the social media, you'll find that all on the back of your pattern there. But basically, if you look out on social media for the Little Quilt House, which obviously is the company name, then you'll be able to find Amanda, and she's there to help you along your journey.
Okay, so there we go. That looks a bit better, doesn't it?
That looks fabulous.
They
That is
remain
perfect.
constant. This one, swap your placements and alternate your block, and then you'll get that design that does funny things to your eyes.
I love that. Just funny things to your eyes. That's fabulous. Amanda, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thoroughly enjoyed myself, and I know you guys did as well. Do make sure you're checking out your baskets. So there's lots of goodies in baskets. We're going to see Amanda back a little bit later on at 11 o'clock with the most beautiful panels that create the most amazing cushions and lots of pom-pom trim as well, which I'm going to be very much in my happy place. So, yeah, don't go anywhere. We've got a very interesting show coming up next. I'm looking forward to introducing you to a couple of new friends. I'm making lots of new friends today. And it'll be just after the break, so don't go anywhere. See you in a moment.
Sewing Street are proud to bring you our brand new and exclusive Advent calendar. With 24 individually packed drawers, each filled with specially selected gifts and designer fabrics, including William Morris and Liberty. The box features iconic William Morris prints, which will take pride of place in any room in your home, long after Christmas has finished. Also included is a bumper set of 3 sewing project instructions, designed exclusively by Amber Makes. The Sewing Street Advent Calendar, on sale from Wednesday, the 8th of November.
Hello, I'm Sandra Rushton and I'm the owner of Santangle. Santangle is a system of art that allows anybody to draw wonderful pieces and creations that you can use not just for paper craft but for sewing, for wood, ceramics, anything that you feel that you could actually put something on to enhance how it looks. So I'm delighted that Sewing Street have invited me to come and show you some of my tips and techniques, and hopefully I'm going to be able to show you how you can create wonderful pieces of art and include it maybe in your quilts, your embroidery, your sewing and any of the other projects that you love to do.
Back by popular demand, introducing the one, the only Gemporia Festive Ball. Party with your favourite presenters from Gems TV, Hobby Maker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. We're all together for a night that's gonna be the talk of the town. Situated at the fabulous Stratford Manor, close to the world-famous Stratford-upon-Avon. Tickets are just £99 per person, including a welcome drink, a 3-course dinner, half a bottle of wine and music that'll have you dancing all night long. There'll also be a shop at the party and even a tombola if you're feeling lucky. Numbers are limited, so order your tickets today to avoid disappointment. Let's make it a night to remember at the Gemporia Festive Ball on Saturday the 25th of November. See you there.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times or 4 times. So that means you pay once Then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back to an hour that I have very much been looking forward to. Something a little bit different here at Sewing Street, but it is very much sewing related, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about when I introduce our guest for the first part of the next hour, the lovely Ari and Ari D. Norman. These the company that we're going to be chatting about. Welcome, welcome.
Good morning, Hayley and everybody.
Now, you have been familiar with our screens previously because when we had Sewing Quarter,
yes,
you guessed it and bought your fabulous work, beautiful silver work that we're going to be sharing with you. So you're not a stranger to our screens. But for some of our viewers, because it's been a while, is it okay we do a little bit of a refresh about you, your company, how you come to be here today?
Certainly. It's a very long story, but I'll try and summarise it briefly.
Wonderful. And while you're doing that, what we might do is have a little look at some of the fabulous pieces that you brought to us, because it's absolutely gorgeous pieces that we're going to be sharing with you. So, yeah, the stage is yours.
Well, where do I start? My grandfather was a diamond cleaver. That's somebody who cuts rough diamonds in Antwerp, Belgium in the 1930s and 40s. My father was a diamond prospector in the 50s and 60s in the jungles of Liberia, West Africa. Jewellery is in my blood.
Yeah, very much so.
So, how did the story unfold? It all started a long time ago, living in Africa, becoming a hippie. Maybe we have something we can show.
We have a picture of you being a hippie, I have to say.
Believe it or not.
You're doing it well.
There I am with the long hair, the white pyjamas on the streets of Calcutta. street level. And I also road tripped through North and South America, Asia, and India.
Fabulous.
My father was a very wise man, even though we didn't always agree.
That's families for you.
But in hindsight, very wise. So he saw that I loved traveling and seeing the world. And he gave me this one piece of advice. He said, wherever you go in the world, take a look at what people make in those countries and maybe buy a few samples and send them home, and we'll see what happens. Well, I was a very diligent son, and soon there was a stream of parcels from all over the world landing on his doorstep. And later on, it became a humorous byline for the family. Just a few samples, son. Because I flooded the house.
I love it.
Mexican sweaters, Ecuadorian dresses, Indian marble, silver from Mexico. It goes on and on. But out of all these things, the only product that seemed that was possible to have some commercial future, and you didn't have to bang your head too hard going through series of buyers, was the Mexican silver. We would drive up and down King's Road of the 60s and 70s, which some of you may remember, and we would have stock in the back of the car. Shopkeepers would come running out, oh, I need this, I need that, and we had it in the boot, believe it or not. Now, amongst the Mexican samples, there was one handmade, ornate sterling silver thimble. And one wholesaler picked it up, took a look at it, and he ordered 100 pieces. And I thought, my God, there's something to this sewing stuff.
Oh, yes.
So I started reading about it and researching it, and indeed, it was very interesting. Anyway, we found that looking at, in terms of marketing, UK was a very small and slow market, and we started going abroad to Frankfurt exhibition and so on, and in the end we would do it, believe it or not, 32 different international exhibition shows a year.
My goodness.
My feet were not touching the ground, and I don't think I ever unpacked. But we spread, and in those journeys, we learnt from the buyers and the people around us what they wanted, what they're looking for, and the collection developed. So we concentrated on export. And we were awarded in 1987, we have a photo of this.
We do.
The Queen's Award for Queen's Award for Export Achievement. And we were the first silversmiths ever to award that.
Wow, what an accolade.
And look at the two signatures on that certificate. Up the top, you have the late Queen Elizabeth's, and below another very powerful lady, Margaret Thatcher.
There you go.
So I'm proud of that piece of paper, yes.
Yeah.
But it's also a way of certificating the seriousness that lies behind the logistics of our company.
Absolutely.
And so we went on diligently developing a market for all these wonderful silver things, quite often based on Victorian styles, Art Nouveau, and Art Deco. And to culminate that, we were granted the right to have a coat of arms. We have a photo of the coat of arms.
We do, actually. And this
somewhere. Oh, there it is.
Look at this.
So that's myself and my two sons, Adam, who you will meet later on, and Lee. And we are in the Royal College of Arms receiving the original vellum certificate of this coat of arms, which I personally designed. It has many symbols of the history of our family. Too detailed to go through now, but you can find it online. So I would say that's a very brief history of where we've come to. And we bring just a few of our treasures.
Beautiful piece,
which
I have to say.
Hayley and my son Adam will be talking to you about.
Absolutely, and thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I have to say, I'm sure you have spied Ari's amazing sweater, and this is significant because of the lion.
Oh, the lion. Well, I was in two minds whether I should play it straight and wear a white shirt this morning. But in the end, they said be comfortable. So this is me.
That's
so
good.
My name, Ari, means lion. And interestingly enough, the symbol in the hallmark for British silver is a lion. So there's a good tie-up there.
It's made to be, wasn't it? Now, we're going to throw a question out to you guys at home, and this is something, because I'm sure that you will have come across hallmarks previously, because it's kind of that sign of authenticity, isn't it? The quality, the assurance that you're buying something that has got that significance to it. And it's a little bit of a story as well of the origin of the piece, I believe.
Indeed there is. Probably not many people realise this, but the British hallmarking system is the oldest form of consumer protection in existence. It is 700 years old.
Wow.
So sterling silver means 92.5% pure silver. And since it's a very soft metal, you alloy it with some copper to give it some hardness, the other 7.5%. And this series of hallmarks is like a pedigree of the piece. You see first the manufacturer's name, which in our case is AN in a shield, Ari Norman. And anybody who picks up a piece of silver with that mark knows that we made it. Moving along, there's another mark that tells you which of the English assay offices it was checked at. And you have four. You have Sheffield, London, Edinburgh, and Birmingham.
Just up the road.
Each one has a distinct symbol. And they are very strict. If, when they test the silver, it's 924, not 925, they break it and give it back. So you've lost all your work. So normally what you do is you overcompensate and make it a little bit higher than 925.
That would make sense, yeah.
That's something we learnt to do. And there's another mark which says 925, which we know is the purity of sterling silver, 92.5% pure silver. And finally, there's also a letter of the alphabet. Now, I don't think I'm going to tell you exactly what that stands for. I'd like you to try and guess.
Oh, you tease.
I don't know if you can.
Oh, okay.
So I leave that in your capable hands.
So, well, we will tell you about that in just a few moments. So if you know the answer to that question, then you know how you can get in touch. You can either email the studio, by all means. If you're watching online, we've got social media running, so you can message us via that system. But then it's one of those situations that you could even message us via the website, and we'll see if you know the answer to that question in a few moments. Ari, I have to say, it's been a pleasure, and I can't wait to have a chat with Adam about your beautiful products. And thank you for bringing them to us.
Likewise, absolute pleasure. I enjoy talking about our product because we love it.
We can see your passion, and I think that is the key thing, isn't it? So thank you, Ari.
Thank you very much indeed.
I'm going to introduce you to the lovely Adam in a few moments, but before we do that, have a look at the amazing pieces that we've got here. We've got gorgeous little pin cushions, we've got some costume jewellery. These are all items that we are going to be talking about the history of as the hour goes on. Beautiful little tiny pin cushions, all sterling silver, all with that amazing hallmark that we've been chatting about. We've got costume pieces as well. So if you are looking to buy items for Christmas, then you've got these lovely little charm brooches, as you can see. The most incredible bracelet that we're going to be sharing with you as well. And loads of questions. If you've got any questions, please get in touch. I'm going to ask as many questions as we can, but we know it's not our usual area of crafting, but it's one of those situations that we are going to be able to throw the house open, so to speak, for questions with regards to these. And there's some very interesting ideas with regards to these. So there's loads and loads and loads for you to consider and peruse. We'll also be talking about the elements that we've got, obviously, different pieces with regards to them. So one of those situations that we're going to be chatting about these as time goes on. Everything we're going to be looking at, we're going to be looking at in close detail. Adam is going to be taking us through them piece by piece. And we've got some beautiful things that we're going to be sharing with you. Now, these are pieces that are almost heirloom items. They are the antiques of tomorrow, per se, with these. And, of course, you've got the assurance and the safeguard of that authenticity that we learnt of with Ari earlier on. It's one of those family businesses that's been going for generations and loving exactly what they're bringing to us. Sorry, just as I bring in that piece across there. We've got everything you could possibly think of. Beautiful little pin cushions with regards to these as well. And, of course, you have got the assurance that you've got that safeguard, the quality with regards to these as well. You're going to get your little certificate of authenticity every single time with these as well. So if you are buying these as gifts for people, then you can rest assured that whoever is going to receive them is going to understand the quality and the items that you have purchased on their behalf. But you could well be shopping for yourself during this hour as well, because we have so many beautiful and amazing pieces to share with you that are not only gorgeous, but they're practical as well. Now, let me introduce you to the lovely Adam. Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome
Hello.
to our studio. First time on air.
First time. Thank you for having me.
Not at all nervous at all. Not at all nervous. Now, I have to say, I commend you on the work that the family has put together, because absolutely beautiful, each and every of these items. And it obviously runs in the blood. Runs in the blood coming from your grandfather. Practical items as well. So we're looking at all sorts of different pieces. Obviously, we've got some gorgeous costume jewellery, which we'll be touching on in a few moments. In fact, we'll talk about that in a little while. But the pieces that we've got, I mean, these pieces, you can see where that kind of antique and Victorian influence has come from, because you could look at these and think they were antiques to start with.
Yes, yes. Antiques of tomorrow, we say.
That is very, very true. Now, I'm going to make a little bit of space, because we have got an overhead camera. And we're going to be able to have a look at everything in closer detail. So with regards to everything that we're chatting about, everything comes beautifully packaged, and that is the key thing. So when you get your kind of box, it could look like this.
Yes, exactly like this. It will come packed in a branded box and a velvet string pouch.
Beautiful.
Including a certificate of authenticity.
Ah, okay. And these are all the different elements that Ari was talking about?
Exactly, yes.
All part of that hallmark.
And if one of the viewers will tell us what
we should have our finger over there. Have we had anybody message in? Oh, I'm going to reveal it then. We'll see. Okay, so you're going to get that in there. Also, as well, I'm a big fan of a QR code. So we can follow that and find out more about the company?
Yes, that will take you right to our website, so where you can find out more about us.
Perfect.
Yes.
Love that. Fabulous. And on this occasion, we've got the tape measure.
We have the beautiful tape measure. It measures 150 centimeters.
Good length.
Pull it out. All the way, 150 centimetres.
You can see that. So you've got your inches and you've got your centimetres on the flip side there as well.
So you've got 60 inches on the other side.
Perfect. And that's quality as well.
Quality.
Yeah.
The actual measuring tape is precision made in Germany. And it's a push button retractable. So you just press that and it goes right back in. Even
the little tab with the sterling silver on the end there as well.
Yes.
Beautiful.
And you've got the hallmark there, giving it that authenticity.
Beautiful. Now, this is a piece that you might be wanting to get as maybe it's a special birthday, maybe it's a silver anniversary. Maybe you are celebrating that wedding anniversary and you've got a seamstress or a tailor in the house and you fancy giving a beautiful gift. Well, this is going to be something. I imagine that a lot of people will buy these and they'll be handed on down through the kind of generations.
Exactly, be passed down as family heirlooms.
Yes, yeah.
And even it's got a great plain space for engraving if you want to.
That's a good point, actually.
If you want to make it that extra special gift, engraving it to your loved one.
That is a beautiful idea.
And yes.
Now that is something that could potentially be an option, and obviously when you actually get your parcel home, it'll have all the contact details in there. It's an additional service that you can contact the company about, and they can perhaps arrange that for you at a later stage. But imagine that. I mean, anybody that enjoys sewing, then they are going to love this. I have to say, this is not going to be in your general sewing kit, though, is it? This is for you. And for you to use alone.
You deserve it. You deserve it.
Absolutely, I love it. It's a brilliant way of getting hold of this one. Maybe to split the payments, which of course we have got for you. 0% interest. First payment would go out of your account today. Second and third payments would go out in December and January. And this is a lovely item. I mean, this could be a gift from children to mum or nan, or as I say,
for any
for
sewers.
Christmas. Splitting the cost, but it is one of those things that you could potentially in the future see it on an antique show, couldn't you? Potentially not in our lifetime, but the authenticity and the quality is there from the offset.
Yes, yes.
With a piece like this, I mean, obviously it takes time for these pieces to come together. So with the family and the way that it works, would one person be making this from beginning to end, or are the different people get involved for different stages of the construction?
Yes, we have a team of artisans within London that we work together with that make and finish the piece.
So it kind of goes between. So lots of different people have got involved.
Series,
I like that. All that input from the team. That is the beauty. Absolutely gorgeous. And it looks amazing. And I mean that velveteen, that little velvet pouch when it arrives, and you've got that box in there, and there's a little bit of tissue wrap and things like that, but they're not as pretty, so we haven't included that. But I mean that, if you imagine that arriving, and you've got your certificate there with that as well, the box lid on there with that gorgeous foiling on there, I mean straight away, that is a sign of quality, even before you even open the box, isn't it?
And as a special, if you give us a message, we could maybe do some special gift wrapping.
Okay, all right. So there you go.
With our branded paper and a purple ribbon.
So there you go. So when you actually place your order, you need to contact the company about that directly. So it might need that they need some contact detail, maybe your order number, something like that. But yeah, that's always an option, isn't it? But look at that. Absolutely beautiful. Now, this is the first of the many items that we're going to be chatting about. It's a really good weight to it as well, so you know it's a sign of quality when you're working with it. The little fob there, obviously, at the end there, and you can see, obviously, it's retractable, going right the way up to 60 inches or 1.5 meters with your metric, and, of course, that retractable button in there. And, as Adam said, that fabulous area there that you might... I mean, look at that. Oh, you can see my face in it.
Beautiful, beautiful.
I love it. And actually, that's a useful mirror to have if you haven't got a... I've always got a tape measure in my bag. I haven't always got a mirror, but maybe I've got 2 in 1 there.
2 in 1 right there.
Absolutely. I love it. Beautiful. And that is our first piece. We're getting some lovely messages come through from you guys as well. Thank... Oh, we've got a guess as well. Answer. I've forgotten what the question was now. We were asking about the... what was the letter?
What does the letter mean?
What does the letter stand for? So, and this message is coming through from Susan. So, good morning, Susan. I think I had to chat with you in the last hour as well. Loving this is the year of production. So is it the year of production?
It is right.
Hey, there you go. Just for fun. It was just for fun. I should have said that before I started, shouldn't I? So, yeah, just for fun, but it is indeed. And obviously there's 26 letters to the alphabet. So when we work our way through, what happens when we get to Z?
Is this the next question to the audience?
I don't know. That's a good point, actually. I don't know. So we could. Let's throw it out there. Yeah, let's do that. Because with car registrations, that's the only thing that I kind of was thinking of. Every single year is different, isn't it, when you look at a registration? But is that the same with a hallmark? I had to go, I like that. That's a thinking face if ever I saw one. So, yeah, go and do your research. I love it. So that is our first item that we're sharing with you. We've got loads of other fabulous things to share with you as well, which is beautiful. So there you go. And as I say, with your authenticity, even with the jewellery that we've got, which is costume jewellery, you will still get one of the little cards with it. So obviously it won't be the sterling silver equivalent that we're talking about with the tape measure, but you will still get a little kind of authenticity certificate. So that is our first item.
Beautiful.
Which is absolutely gorgeous. Bringing in our lovely little velvet cushion here that we've got, which is beautiful, or plinth, should I say. Now, the next item that we're looking at is this beautiful piece, the pendant. Now, I'm going to hand this over to you, mainly because I'm terrified of breaking it. Sure. So I'm going to move the thimbles just to one side. And Adam, take us through this. What have we got here?
So we have a hallmark sterling silver Chatelaine pendant needle and cotton box. So you got the needle box, and you've got the cotton reels to hold three spools of cotton.
Okay.
And then if you open that, you can keep your needle inside.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yes.
So you kind of wind up a little bobbin with the threads. And then you've got that with you, and it's got like a little kind of clasp on there, so you could have that hanging from a chain. And you mentioned a word there. What was the word that you mentioned?
Chatelaine.
A chatelaine.
I think we have a picture of that.
Oh, okay.
Does
So
the student have that?
a chatelaine. I've never come across this before. So it's one of those situations where, I see.
So inspired by the Victorian era, from the 19th century, the lady of the house would be wearing this, and then to hold all useful bits.
It's like a tool belt.
Like a tool belt, yes. Like a tool
very
belt.
pretty tool belt. So they'd wear this maybe, I don't know, attached to a belt, or would it have
Attached
a brooch
to a belt
something?
or a brooch.
Yes,
Yep.
yeah.
Or you could simply also wear this as a pendant on just a normal
Nice
chain.
idea. Sizable loop
Sizable.
there, yeah.
And
What a lovely idea, yeah.
very beautiful.
Absolutely. And craftsmanship, phenomenal with regards to this. You can see there as it's rotating, you can see the sterling silver hallmark appearing in multiple places actually with this.
You've got the hallmark on the base.
Wonderful. Now here, this is a good one for you. Oh, there you go, holding
There you
it
go.
perfectly, Adam. Thank you.
And then you've also got the hallmark on the spool reel.
So is this something that, as part of the kind of the authenticity, it has to be on every single component that's sterling
right.
silver? Okay,
Yes,
right.
yes. And you've got beautiful embossed
That's
pattern
beautiful.
on the sewing case.
So where does the inspiration come from, the styles and the designs that we're seeing?
A lot of Victorian styles.
So historic.
Historic.
Yeah.
Historic.
Okay.
Beautiful
Good.
styles.
Can I just show you the lid of that one as well? I mean, look at that.
Beautiful detail.
Absolutely beautiful. So is this all done by hand then? We're working with these, or the process?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
All handcrafted, handmade.
Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. And you can see there you've got that loop there. Obviously, it's got a substantial weight to it, so the loop that you've got in there needs to be able to house that comfortably. I love the idea that it's that little kind of toolkit, but it's gorgeous, absolutely beautiful. Again, a considered purchase, but it's the practical element of this. So not everybody's into jewellery.
No.
But this, I mean, it's a thing of beauty, and it all comes together so fabulous, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous as well. So if you are into sewing, if you're into, I mean, it could even be that you've got a younger member of the family and you're thinking ahead to, I don't know, coming of age, 18th, 21st. They might only be a novice sewer at this stage. It might only be 4 or 5 or something like that. But this is something that you could invest in to give to them when they get to that substantial birthday.
Like we say, they are the antiques of tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Family heirlooms to be passed down.
Beautiful. And I can't think of anybody that wouldn't be absolutely thrilled to receive this Victorian-style sewing set, which is beautiful. Hallmarked, and again, do your own research if you're wanting to check out the company. It will come with a little card, though. Now, the card, we haven't had a close look at the card, actually, the certificate that you've got in here. And this is kind of detailing a little bit more about the company.
Yes. Yes, says a bit more about the company and breaking down the information of the hallmark.
There you go.
And you've got the symbol of the lion, which you just interviewed a moment ago.
Yes, with your father. And I think that it's almost like it's a coming together, isn't it, with the assay of the lion and obviously the significance of your dad's name and everything, and his character. I mean, amazing. Brilliant. And you've got that. So keep that. Again, that's going to come in the box as well. So that is the beauty of it. You've got that authenticity not only with the card, but with the packaging as well. So absolutely beautiful. The boxes, I have to say, I've got another one of the little boxes over here. So this, again, will come in one of those little pouches again.
Yes, little pouch.
Isn't that beautiful? Absolutely gorgeous. All comes together beautifully packaged. So there you go. If you fancy getting involved with that particular item, then you can do. Details on your screen, IQN 268. Again, 3-way split on this one, making it a very affordable way. And again, it's one of those items that could be perfect, maybe as a grouping of children to buy for a parent, or it could be that you've got a significant birthday coming up, maybe a member of the family who's an avid sewer, they're reaching, I don't know, it could be a 25th anniversary that we touched on, it could be a 60th birthday, a 70th birthday, or a coming of age, 18 or 21. It doesn't matter. It's one of those special items, almost once in a lifetime item, isn't it, that you might purchase for those special occasions, which is beautiful. So there you go. I'm going to leave that one with you. In fact, I'm going to take that piece out because we are introducing you to the cutest, absolutely. Now, I don't know, we're going red or blue? Where are we going first?
Blue.
We're going to go blue first. These are
Stunning. Absolutely stunning.
Adorable. Stunning. Absolutely. Now, Adam, what have we got here?
You kind of almost have to see it standing up.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can get an angle. Yeah.
That is a good size belly.
You see that beautiful.
Oh, I love it. I almost don't want to stick pins in him.
But yeah, very cute, very charming. And the detail is highlighted by the antique finish, the oxidized antique finish.
So is that where we kind of see that darker tone?
That darker tone, yes.
Okay, right.
Yes.
Really adds to the features, doesn't it?
It really does. It really makes it pop. And the teddy bear holds various symbolic meanings and interpretations.
Okay.
Often associated with comfort, love.
That's true, I think.
Childhood.
Yeah. Yes, very much.
And just imagine having that in your sewing arsenal.
Absolutely. People collect pin cushions as well, don't they, in Victoriana and things like that. And did I spy the assay symbol on his bottom?
I think you did.
Oh.
Very good. On the leg.
Oh, on the leg. Oh, there you go. It fell over, so I couldn't quite see.
See.
It's tiny, isn't it?
It's tiny. You see
it's
right
important,
there.
Yeah.
Right there.
But you've got it there. That is your quality assurance, isn't it? Quality assured by the assay office in London, I'm guessing, because you're local to that area. Is that how it works, where your company is based? You go to that local assay office, or could you get it to any of the assay offices?
You could potentially send it to any, but we send it mainly to the
Makes
London
sense,
assay.
doesn't it? Yeah. Keep it all in the area. So there is your little blue teddy bear. Adorable. Now, it is a pin cushion. I feel like you might need new pins to go with this, because if my dodgy bent pins would not look right with this piece, but we have got some pins that Adam's reaching for now. Just to show you, I mean, she very easily, isn't it lovely? Or even if you've got little things like hat pins and stuff like that, it might be that you're wanting to pop those in there, couldn't they? Absolutely beautiful. I love it. Gorgeous piece of work, but it's practical as well. And obviously you've got the assurance that your pins are going to be safe within there. Beautiful. I do feel kind of sad, though, when I look at it in that position.
We can always take him out.
Yeah, take it out. It's too cute to stick pins in. So there you go. That one is the first of the two teddy bears we're sharing with you. £117.99. Beautiful pieces, I am sure you will agree. And as you can see, he's got that lovely rounded tummy ready for you to utilise that. But I think the sign of quality is the key thing with these, isn't it? It's a small piece, but the elements that you've got in there, the detail that you've got is phenomenal.
It just looks like a very cute, happy bear ready to watch you sew.
Very much. And also, it might be, again, a young sewer. It might be that you're thinking there's a baby coming to the family or something like that. And it's quite often people will buy things that are going to be handed on in generations to come. So nice little celebration there. Beautiful. Charming. Isn't it? It's like a charm, actually.
Very charming.
So there you go. That is your little blue bear. So details on your screen. Ironically, the item number, these just kind of fall out of the computer, but PIN. It couldn't be more perfect, could it? PIN 207, 6 if you're wanting to go for that. Now, the next one we've got is this beautiful, almost like a regal red with this one. The blue was very royal as well, wasn't it? So again, another lovely little character.
Beautiful.
But this time with the red.
Yes. Why not buy one when you can buy two?
This is true. They can have a pair
and the
of
red.
them.
They need to be together.
Little friends. I love it. And again, you've got everything that we spoke of previously. You've got that authenticity on the little paw, as you can see there, featuring. Oh, it's that one there, sorry, the one closest to me. The markings as well. And
Beautiful detailing of the antique finish, highlighting the hair, just very artistic.
so is that done as a process at the end of the kind of piece when it's been created? So you get all of the fur lines in there and the oxidisation is done at the end?
Yes, that's right.
Isn't it fascinating? Absolutely fascinating. And it's so realistic, the fur that you've got with this. Amazing, I love design. Rubbing his tummy. And again, as we mentioned before, you are going to get those certificates that come with it. So the authenticity that you're going to get is your card, and you can see there all the information about the company featuring here. Finest luxuries for over 100 years. And it looks like he's reading it, doesn't it, taking it on board. But all of the information that we've been chatting about is included on the card there. So I think this is lovely if you're giving it as a gift to somebody.
Be a perfect
they have that
Christmas
connection.
gift. Perfect Christmas gift.
Yeah.
Somebody who loves teddies and sewing. Pincushion collector.
I love he's got a little tail there as well. Look at that, his little tail at the back. Adorable, absolutely beautiful. Again, if you're buying this as a gift, you can rest assured that when it arrives, you're going to have that fabulous box alongside it. A little velvet pouch in there as well, so absolutely beautiful. And that is the case for any of the items that we're speaking of. If you go for the costume jewellery, again, it will come in a little velvet pouch, as you can see. In fact, I moved my black dress out of the way because that wasn't really thought about, was it? The little velvet pouch, the box, all comes, and you will get a different kind of authenticity certificate with the jewellery, because it's costume jewellery, but it's very much sewing related. In fact, I've just looked at the clock. I didn't realise the time's flying by.
Time is flying, yes.
Isn't it just? We better move on.
Let's
So
move on. Okay.
we're going to move on to the rabbit. So I'm going to move that one out of the way and bring the little rabbit in. And we did a little bit of research, because when we were having our production meeting, I was saying that this year, I believed, was the year of the rabbit, and it is.
Yes, it is the year of the rabbit, yeah.
So birth year, if you were born, or a baby was born in this year, then perfect. Perfect. And this is beautiful again.
Yeah, very beautiful.
Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous piece.
Again, the features are highlighted by the antique finish. You can see that.
Mike, I can't even imagine how
Very
you would
handsome.
start creating a piece like this.
And then you've got the hallmark is on that leg.
There we go. Oh, could you just show us that again? Sorry, we've just got the camera there then. There you go. So there it is.
There it is.
It's just as well they've got long feet, because there's a lot of information to put in there, isn't there? Fascinating. So that one is your rabbit, £87.99. And again, it's going to come in that fabulous box. Again, it is a pin cushion, so it's useful. It's got that practicality to it. It's something that you'll find yourself using on a daily basis, isn't it, really? So definitely something worth going for. And I like the connection to the year of the rabbit as well. And I think if you were born in the year of the rabbit, which is this year, I think you might be turning 60 as well.
Mm.
So there you go. Whether it's a November or December birthday, I don't know, obviously, but going backwards as well. It's actually February, isn't it? That's when it changes. So anybody whose birthday is before the Chinese New Year, basically, they would come into the category of a rabbit. So there we go. Where are we going next? Sorry, Kerry. Oh, now this is for those
high heel shoe.
This is like a budding Cinderella's, and this one you've almost got a jeweled look to this one.
It is. You got that kind of Art Deco inspired.
Isn't that beautiful?
Beautiful, old timely, and the market seats sparkling.
So the sparkling that we've got there, is that done with the cut, or is it that there's a stone actually within the silver?
That's the market seat.
Marquisite.
Marquisite,
Okay.
yes, symbolizing resilience, strength, and stability.
That is beautiful, and look at that. I mean, sparkling like there's no tomorrow there. Beautiful. Absolutely amazing. And I love that. It's a little sling back. Very elegant little sling back there with that fine detail.
And you have the hallmark on the base.
Oh, yes, I can see that there, yes. Yeah. Isn't that cute? See, I don't mind putting pins in that. The rabbit and the bears I might have had a little bit of an issue with.
You want to try a pin?
Yeah, go for it. And it kind of looks in place then, doesn't it? So, yeah, maybe this is the one that's going to be the practical one that you're going to use, and the little teddy bears are for your collection. But you can see they're absolutely beautiful. The master tree behind this is absolutely amazing. I mean, these are kind of generations that we're seeing when we're talking about the skills that are introduced with these.
Yeah. Both functional and artistic expressions of pure expression.
Absolutely beautiful. Yeah. So there you go. Now we have got one more pincushion to share with you before we start talking about thimbles and jewellery. So I'm going to swap that one out. Now this is lovely because this has got the same colour that we saw with the red detail. But this, I mean, this is almost made for a queen, isn't it? That little chair that's very kind of symbolic of a throne. It's beautiful.
Throne of authority.
Yes, very much so. Yes. And the pins again, that's going to sit within that little velvet cushion that you've got there as well. Now on this one, we did see this one on our little video footage. And with this one, you can really see the hallmark on this one because this is across the back of the chair.
On the back, yes.
There you go, as you can see. So, yeah.
And then, this piece is very special. It's like when you hold it in your hands, it's just a whole other experience.
And the weight behind these pieces is significant, isn't it? Kind of screams quality, doesn't it, when you've got the weight behind it as well. Is that beautiful? I've left my tablet over there, incidentally, so if there's any messages coming through, I'm completely in the dark. I'm in a happy place at the moment looking at all of these pieces. So that one is the chair, so £88.99. Again, that is going to come with your certificate. It's going to come with your beautiful gift box, your little velvet pouch in there. There's going to be a little bit of tissue in there. And of course, when you are speaking to the guys, then you could potentially get that gift wrapped as well. But that's the service that they support in their own right. That's not arranged via us here as well. Got some lovely messages coming through as well. Nicola and Christine. Christine, I know you've messaged us several times through today, so thank you for your input. Lovely message from Nicola, thank you. It's lovely to be back again. And Christine, I mean, yeah, wow, and then capital letters, stunning. I mean, absolutely. That's what we've got, isn't it? Stunning pieces here. So we've looked at all of the different pin cushions now, so the last of the pin cushions details are on your screen. Now, we're going to start looking at thimbles. And I think thimbles are one of the things that perhaps, potentially, I mean, there's certain antique programmes on the TV, isn't it? Sometimes on a Sunday. And quite often we'll see Victorian thimbles appearing and things like that. And this is kind of one of those elements that could well be featuring on a future show. And I think I've picked the right one up. Yes, I have. Butterfly. There you go. Because this one is featuring the butterfly.
Change and transformation. Of the butterfly. Yes.
Of course, yes.
Yes. It's conical in shape, so it can fit very nicely on your finger.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful.
To protect you from the needles, and with the dimpled pattern on the top. Absolutely. Have you tried wearing it yourself?
I haven't, no. But when I wear a thimble, I tend to wear it on my middle finger.
Okay.
But that fits on there easily as well. Very, very comfortable. Obviously, you've got the grip detail on the end there if you're needing to take advantage of that. Thimbles. People collect thimbles as well, don't they, Adam?
Yes.
Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous.
Not only a collectible, but very functional as well.
And very comfortable. I've worked with thimbles in the past, and this, it warms to your finger, doesn't it?
Well, that's it, yeah. Silver is a malleable material, so it will warm to your finger after a certain amount of time.
It's very comfortable to feel. I wasn't sure whether I'd like the feel of it sitting on my finger, but absolutely beautiful. So, and as you saw there, whether you've got chunky fingers like mine, like bananas, or whether you've got delicate fingers, anybody who sews, doesn't matter male, female, it doesn't make any difference because it's going to fit because of that conical shape.
And it's also got on the interior, there's a gold wash interior.
I wondered what that was on the inside there. So what's that all about?
It's just a finishing process to give it that extra bit of beauty. Just a gold wash interior.
Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Now, what about maintenance? I mean, I'm thinking about jewellery and things like that. Quite often we have to kind of maintain it, wash it, polish it, clean it. Any suggestions on how we should work with these pieces to look after them in the future?
Yes, if you just have a silver polishing cloth and just give it a wipe every now and then.
So often.
Every now and then, yeah.
Okay, there you go. And that'll keep that shine maintained and that beautiful finish. It almost looks as if areas have been cut away with that shot that we've got there, but it hasn't. It's all part of it. £69.99. Brilliant value for money. A beautiful piece there, which I know whoever receives this, whether it's yourself or whether you're buying it as a gift, is going to be absolutely thrilled with it. And it's funny because just chatting about the warmth of the piece, I've just picked up that thimble, and it feels so cold in comparison to the one that we were just handling.
Yeah.
As quick as that, it warms to your skin.
Yeah.
Now, tell us about this piece.
So what do we have here? We have another thimble.
We do indeed.
And we have
this one's got those gorgeous swirls on there.
Swirls, yes. Symbolizing growth, balance, and transformation. And also it's an embossed pattern.
Now, I'm going to bring in the little kit that we had earlier on. It's a similar sort of design.
Similar,
yes.
Similar, yeah.
So it could be that somebody's buying the little sewing kit and then somebody else is buying the thimble to work alongside it.
Again, conical in shape, and you have the dimples on the end to help guide your needle and protect your finger.
Now, they are collectible items, but they are practical. And obviously, being made from sterling silver, you're going to be working with quality. I can't say whether it's going to improve your level of sewing, but it's certainly going to make you feel better about it, isn't it? It'll make you feel that you are kind of up in the notch with regards to your sewing. But it's a beautiful piece. Again, collectibles, if you are collecting thimbles, as I know many of you do, is another one that's going to look beautiful in your collection. When they come to you, you're going to get that certificate of authenticity, which will tell you about the company that you're buying from, Ari D. Norman. And of course, we met Ari earlier on, talking about the business that was formed by your grandfather.
Yes, jewellery in the blood.
Absolutely, absolutely. The authenticity tells you about the company, tells you about that authenticity through your assay mark that you've got there. And you've also got that fabulous QR code, should I say, that will take you through to the website, and the significance of the lion will become apparent. Do check out Wikipedia, and do check out your search engines, because it will tell you a lot about the company as well. There's loads of history in there. And everything is presented beautifully, as you can see there. You've got a gorgeous velveteen pouch in there as well, which is going to be where your goodies are going to sit, potentially, if you're not using them. But it all adds to that authenticity, and you'll have tissue paper and all sorts with these. We're talking about a company that has gained accolade from the highest of high places, the Queen herself, award that went to the company in the 80s. So we touched on that when we were chatting to Ari at the beginning of the show. We may well touch back on those images before we say goodbye to you, but it's absolutely amazing, the history and the story and the authenticity and the beauty of the pieces that we've been chatting about there. So as you can see there, and also, is it Freedom of the City of London, or that was awarded as well?
Yes,
yeah.
Before the Queen's Award, Freedom of the City.
Just notching up those awards.
That's
right?
it. Just
ticking them off. I love it. So there you go. I think all of the pieces that we've looked at the moment have been sterling silver, but we're turning our attention to some costume pieces, which I have to say are beautiful. So can we look at the charm bracelet to start with? Because this is absolutely beautiful. Now, I'm going to do a little bit of rearranging, because you will still get your packaging. So you will get your beautiful box, you will get your velveteen pouch with this one, but you will get a different type of certification with this one, because it is a costume piece, so you won't have the sterling silver hallmark on this one. But tell me about this piece. I mean, Adam, this is beautiful.
So this is an exclusive for Sewing Street.
Oh, okay, right.
We designed this especially for Sewing Street and you beautiful people out there. So we have a sewing charm bracelet, rhodium plated, and you have 8 different charms, 8 different removable charms.
Okay.
So you can actually remove them and order them any way which you like to give that extra bit of individuality. And it's just will make a beautiful gift for any sewist out there.
Well, charm bracelets I know are very, very popular. I mean, that is absolutely beautiful, as you can see. Let me just rotate that round so you can see that. And you've got everything on here. You've got
what do you have?
Your fabulous little scissors. I mean, look at the little scissors there.
You've got tape measure, classing sewing machine, 3 various sewing scissors, thimble, button, and a knitting crochet yarn.
That is lovely. I love that. I have to say that it's the button that's captured my heart. I mean, that is so dinky. And it's on both sides as well, which is gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. There is your thimble. There you have very little fingers to use that one.
Yes. The miniature sewist within.
And there you can see that classic sewing machine. Very weighty piece as well, this one as well, as your yarn.
And each charm is separated with a pearl.
They
Preciosa
are. Oh,
pearl.
yes, so they are.
Yes.
Beautiful.
And they are removable.
So they each got their own little clasps.
Yes.
Oh, they have. So it's
They've
like a
got
little
their
lobster
own.
claw clasp. So potentially, if you're wanting to kind of attach them to another charm or a necklace or a pendant or something like that, you could do so. Or like you say, change the
order.
the order. What a lovely idea. It might be that you add extras to them. This might be something that we see more and more from you.
That's
coming
it.
back each year. Fabulous gift for anybody, I have to say. And a brilliant value for money, £97.99. You've got your foundation bracelet, as you can see there, with a large clasp on there, making it very, very easy for you to pop that on. Good size. I suppose we ought to measure it really, hadn't we? Because that is something that might be of in
7.5 inches.
Oh, so that's a good size. That is a good size. So there you go. That's how it looks.
Beautiful on you.
I'm just wondering if I'll actually close that clasp and then start talking about something else, whether it'll be noticed if I just walk off with it, but I've got a feeling it will. But that has got a real amount of weight to it, I have to say. Isn't that gorgeous? Absolutely beautiful. So there you go, if you fancy taking advantage of that one. £97.99 being your price on that one. Absolutely beautiful piece. And I know lots of you are loving it. But I've got another piece to share with you. So it might be that you're looking at the two different pieces and deciding, I'm going to bring it close. I mean, it was fabulous where it was, but if it's here, we can touch it and
Yes,
talk about it
yes.
more. So again, this is going to come boxed. It's going to come with your little certificate alongside it. Again, we're talking a costume piece with this one, Adam.
Piece. Yes, we have a brooch charm, a charm brooch. You've got this classic sewing machine. You've got the tape measure and the sewing scissors. And again, these are detachable charms as well. So you could move them in any order or add them to existing pieces that you may have.
It's nice as a closure if you've got anything like a scarf as well, because you could use that maybe if you kind of got your scarf, and whether it's a scarf that you're wearing because it's an outside scarf to keep you warm, or it's one of those kind of lighter weight scarf. Maybe you're sitting underneath where the air conditioning comes into the office, which always seem to be where I managed to find myself in an office. This is a lovely way of kind of making a closure on any garment. I mean, £47.99 again. A lovely piece.
And again, a Sewing Street exclusive.
Oh, okay, again. So there you go, can't get it anywhere else. Is there a little tiny heart that we've got on the tape measure there? I noticed that little bit of pink there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, isn't that
And it
lovely?
opens and closes just like a safety pin.
Very, very easy to work with. Beautiful. Again, when you receive this, you're going to get your fabulous box. So it's going to be delivered gift, kind of gift package with the box that you've got there with your velveteen pouch as well. And obviously, when you place your order, if you are looking for the gift wrapping that Adam spoke of, do contact them potentially with your order details and your name and that kind of thing. And then that way, they are going to be able to kind of take advantage of that. But isn't that beautiful? Get that gift wrapping organised. But that is an additional service from the guys there. So that is not something that we're doing here at Sewing Street. So, yeah, we wouldn't be able to advise you on that. Do make sure you get in touch with the company. QR code, so you know how you can get in touch with them as well. And that's the thing. I mean, it's been a lovely, lovely hour. This is the most affordable of all the pieces that we've been sharing with you, $47.99. And interesting, I mean, we've had lots of sewing themes. Do you have sewers in your family? Or is it one of those things?
My mom sews.
Yes,
she's quite the sewist. But apart from that, no.
Oh, so you've never been tempted yourself?
I haven't been tempted, no.
You've gone down the silver route.
The silver route, yes.
I love that. Beautiful pieces, I have to say. So, I mean, just to kind of a bit of a recap, I mean, we started off with the most incredible tape measure. We've only got about 4 minutes or so left. I mean, Adam, is there anything that you wanted to add with regard to the different products we've been chatting about?
Just again, like the perfect gifts for...
Shall I move that for you,
Sure
and then you
thing.
can handle that one for me?
Just
There you
again,
go.
just the perfect gifts for any sewing enthusiasts. And they're definitely made to be passed down, you know, to generation. And they have the hallmark for authenticity. And yeah, we love doing what we do, and we hope you love it too.
Absolutely. Well, our viewers have been. We've been having some lovely messages coming through, but absolutely beautiful authenticity with this one as well. Oh, we didn't answer the question, did we, about the letters? Now, this has come from Brenda Ann. Good afternoon. Good morning or afternoon. We're still morning, aren't we? It was an early start. Beautiful. It's going to be the start of my new collection. Oh, I wonder which piece you've gone for, Brenda Ann.
Thank you, Brenda.
And from Manchester. And of course, you've got that authenticity there. The card will come with every piece. Now, if it is a sterling silver piece, then it will be the same as the card that I have here, which will explain the markings that you've got on there. You might need a little bit of a magnifying glass to be able to see them because they're very small,
yes.
But you will see the replication that we've got here. The features there, obviously detailing the manufacturer with the letters, as you can see there, AN, the year of manufacture. You're also going to have that English sterling mark on there as well. And it is an English company through and through, so with regards to that one. The assay office, which will be London, which is the lion, which is very significant because Ari, who is Adam's dad, that's what his name means, and of course that authenticity of at least 92.5%. I say at least because, as your dad was saying, you kind of put extra in there to make sure you're going to get that mark.
That's right, yeah.
Didn't even realise that as well. So before we say goodbye to you, we were chatting about the letters and what happens when you get to the letter Z. And we've had an answer come through, so here we go. Now I don't know whether this is an actual... well, we'll find out from Adam, won't we?
Jane is absolutely right.
Is she spot on with that answer? So they changed the font?
Changed the font, yeah. Well done, Jane.
Okay, so there you go. Well done. Judy, Claire, you all got the answer right as well. So thank you, because that was something I didn't realise. I knew they were letters, but I didn't know what happened once you got to the end of it. So thank you. I have to say, one of the most interesting hours that I've had. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Goodbye, Terry. I know he's gone off back down to the green room. So thank you for spending your time with us, Ari. And do your research. Do check out the company. Obviously, they've got their own website, their own social media, loads of different fabulous products. But don't forget, the products that we're sharing with you here, especially the costume jewellery, is exclusive to us here at Sewing Street. So thank you for your company, and hopefully we'll see more from you guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Natural, absolute natural. You'll be back for certain. I'll see you in a little while.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Sewing Street are proud to bring you our brand new and exclusive Advent calendar. With 24 individually packed drawers, each filled with specially selected gifts and designer fabrics, including William Morris and Liberty. The box features iconic William Morris prints, which will take pride of place in any room in your home, long after Christmas has finished. Also included is a bumper set of 3 sewing project instructions, designed exclusively by Amber Makes. The Sewing Street Advent Calendar, on sale from Wednesday, the 8th of November.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
What a fabulous hour. It's fascinating, wasn't it? Such a wonderful morning here at Sewing Street, and I hope you guys have been enjoying it as well. Now, I promised you another hour with the lovely Amanda. She was here earlier on. I'm sure you caught the show at 9 a.m. with the most amazing Liberty quilts, which are still available if you want to check out on the website. But we are turning our attention elsewhere this hour, and we're looking at panels. Amanda, welcome back again. Thank you. Did you have a nice cup of tea or a cup of coffee in the break?
I did, but before I left this morning, I found a wedge of quiche in the fridge. And I thought, that'll do me. And I've just ate it, and you know when you have that carbohydrate slump.
It's just like do with a little nap now. we haven't got time for a nap. We can't have a nap there. But I must admit, I'm with you when you have one of those little finds and you open the fridge and you move something. It's like, oh, I forgot that was there. Yeah. Lovely. Now, we're talking about panels in this hour, and these are beautiful.
Thank you.
These are panels you designed yourself?
Yes.
Oh, congratulations, because my goodness, you've done it so well.
Thank you.
Now, as I bring this panel up to show you to start with, the artwork is beautiful. So I've gone for the first one. Now, I don't know what's on this one. Have we got the bunnies on this one? Oh, is this the deer?
Sleeping deer.
Oh, the sleeping deer. This is so pretty. This is beautiful. Now, you've got your main panel with your little sleep. I think he's had a slice of quiche. Seems to be having a little nap. Isn't that beautiful? Oh, Amanda, this is a lovely panel. So what have we got with this panel as we work our way across?
The cushion front, the deer is the cushion front.
Lovely.
And then you've got the cushion back in 2 sections because we're going to pop a zip into it.
Oh, okay, right.
And what I've done, I've actually pattern matched those 2 pieces of fabric.
Perfect.
So that when we've got the zip in, it'll be a continuous repeating pattern.
Oh, that's attention to detail.
And then at the end, there's a couple, just to basically fill the space on the fabric so that there's no wastage. You've got 2 smaller squares, which you could make either a small drawstring bag, or even the little deer. I thought perhaps you could stretch that across an embroidery hoop.
That's a nice idea,
Make, or if you bought all three, make it into, is it triptych? Is that the right word?
Triptych, yes, indeed, yes.
Kind of hanging, but options really, sort of with those two smaller pieces of fabric on the end.
Absolutely gorgeous. Really beautiful pieces in there. You've got kind of little smatterings of snow in there, and little kind of snowflakes in there. Absolutely beautiful. As you know, our panels, incredible quality. Beautiful when you come to work with these. And we have got the cushions over to the side, so I'm going to get somebody to hand those cushions in so you can see how they come together. So that one is your first option, which is your little sleeping deer, as you can see there. Absolutely beautiful. Gorgeous softness about the artwork. I'm sure you'll agree with those as well. So really, really pretty. I love that one. So that is your first option. Now with this one, you can see you're going to get your panel. We're going to get instructions as well alongside
yes, you get
this.
instructions. The cushions finish at 18 inches square, and all that you'll need to add is your zip and your cushion pad.
And we've got zips that we can help you with on the show as well. So you can see you've got your illustrations for all of the different cushions featuring on there. Full instructions in there, step-by-step, nice photographs as well. So you're not left guessing at all. And, of course, taken hand in hand by the lovely Amanda and her company there, the Little Quilt House as well. Contact details on the back should you need them. But I've got a feeling that when we've seen the demonstration, you'll know exactly where you're going with regards to this. Have you seen my pile of pom-poms? I ought to move those to the side so as it doesn't distract you, but later. Right, let's move on to the next panel. So the next panel we've got for you, we've actually got through, and this is so sweet, it's got a little snowman on here as well. The artwork is beautiful. Now, let's turn that over because it's the cushion panel. That is the main feature, isn't it? I'm going to get Levi to pass in the cushions for these as well because I didn't get to show you the cushions a little earlier, but I will show you how they all come together. So we were looking at the deer originally, weren't we? So the deer is on this one. So let me bring in the deer. Obviously, the detail's popping up on the screen now for the snowman, but that is your finished detail. Treat yourself to some of that pom-pom trim, and you can see that's how you're going to make your cushions come together. Next one that we've got for you is the snowman and the snowman, or snow person, I suppose we have to say, really, don't we?
Correct, yeah.
Happy little chappy. Love this, beautiful, that gorgeous softness that you've got. With these absolutely good. And I'm going to turn over because this is the key thing. I've never come across this on a panel before. I think that's such a clever idea, that pattern matching.
Yeah, thank you.
Isn't it? Attention to detail. The back is just as pretty as the front. Absolutely beautiful. And that is across whichever design you go for. But we're looking at the snowman on this particular one. Big size panel again. What size cushion are we making with these covers?
So it'll be an 18-inch finished cushion cover.
Good size,
and I would perhaps put a 20-inch cushion form inside of it.
Yeah, it makes sense, doesn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Gorgeous artwork there. The different panels, because obviously if I flip that over, you've got the back of your cushion there. And you might look at that and think, well, hang on a minute, that's not square like the front. And that's because you've got that zip cover in there as well. And it's all pattern matched, so it's absolutely perfect when it all comes together. And you've almost got a bit of a bonus, a bit of spare fabric that we just couldn't leave.
Yes.
Had to put something there. I mean, it could be a little mini cushion, or, I mean, that would be lovely as almost like a panel to go in the starting of a quilt, maybe.
It would, yes, yeah.
Because you've got some really lovely colours that you could pick out here. Maybe utilising this, make those into cornerstones, potentially, if you wanted to. Make another version of a cushion, potentially, couldn't you, I suppose? I know how creative you guys are. But absolutely beautiful. So, again, a lovely panel featuring your main character there, as you can see, at a very affordable price. Now, it does come with a pattern booklet, which is going to show you exactly what you do with the different pieces. Nice project, maybe as a novice sewer, and you're going to learn how to make your concealed zip with this one, because you've got the fabulous fabric that's going to help you do that. Last one that we need to share with you is the one featuring this Christmas tree. And it is so, so sweet. You wait until you see this one, because you've got a little kind of team of woodland friends. This is so cute. Now, all three of these together, I think, would look amazing.
They would look nice.
Wouldn't they? Just
on a sofa.
In fact, we might even have a bundle of these. I'm not sure. We do. Oh, that would make sense. Cheeky little bundle, like a bundle. Look at that for a panel. Oh, they are so cute. Absolutely adorable little characters. Oh, you must have had so much fun putting these together, Amanda. Gorgeous, beautiful artwork. And there's your cushion. Isn't it beautiful? Gorgeous softness. You can really see those snowflakes coming out on this one as well.
Yeah.
And I suppose if you wanted, you could add a little bit of embroidery if you wanted to, for the tinsel and things like that.
I debated whether to quilt the fronts.
Yes.
And in the past I have quilted cushion fronts, and it does look lovely, but sometimes if you start to put too many stitches, you know, sort of an all-over pattern, it can detract from the actual drawn image.
Yeah,
so I thought, no, I'll just leave them flat so people can see exactly what they would get. But yeah, the options are endless for quilting, for embroidery.
You don't need any more except for your pom-pom trim. You need to get... I mean, it's almost like little bunny tails, isn't it, that you've got around the edge there. So absolutely beautiful. And some lovely colours with regards to that trim. The quality is beautiful. But the panel itself, you are going to get your panel, which you've got the front. You've also got the back of your quilt, of your cushion there. And of course, you've got that kind of flap that's going to create that concealment for your zip on the reverse of your cushion. And then your bonus of 2 additional little panels because, well, why not? Because you can. If you've actually gone for all 3, which we will show you in a bundle, you'll actually have all 3 small pieces, and then these are going to be exactly the same, so you'll have 3 repeats of that.
Yeah.
So
the only thing that's different is the cushion front.
Yeah. So that's the starting of a quilt, isn't it? If you've got 6 of those pieces. Oh, there you go. Could be a little lap quilt or a little kind of tabletop piece. Or table runner, actually. Good size for table runners, actually.
Or table mats, I suppose.
Table
you could
mats,
have that on one side, the
absolutely,
pattern on the other, and you would get a rectangular.
Idea. Really good idea. Love it. There you go. Lots of different ways you can work with that, but you're going to have them. That's the key thing. You have them there, and then you decide what you're going to do with them. The instructions will show you exactly how you're going to put those cushion covers together. Just going to add in your cushion pads, maybe about a 20-inch, something like that. Depends how firm you want your cushion to be. The finished size, though, being 18 inches, so you decide. But if you can't decide on which of those to go for, and you want to go for all 3, then you can do. Now, in this one, you're going to get all 3 panels, but you'll only get one set of instructions, because you only need one set of instructions, see, because it's repeated as well. And the price that you're paying is the equivalent of you getting one of those panels for free. £39.97. That gives you all the options. Loads of options with that.
Yeah.
Loads of options. And that is one of each of those. So each of the 3 different characters, you've got obviously the snow man that we were chatting about. You've got the fabulous little rabbits, and then, of course, the sleeping deer. All 3 of those coming together with your instructions for your cushion. And it's going to look absolutely beautiful there. So all 3 of those. That one is your little sleepy deer. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. So all 3, £39.97. It's as if you are saving on the cost of one of those panels. So definitely worth considering. They are available individually. So if you do want to go for repeats of the same one, because you want them to be completely matching, then you can do. But the biggest value is to go for the trio with your pattern included for £39.97. Is that fabulous? Now, instructions are available by themselves. So if you're wanting to create your cushion cover in whichever way you so choose, you can get the instructions by themselves. So by all means, you won't have your fabric. You'll be utilising fabric from your own stash, but at £9.99, very affordable way. And cushions, we make so many cushions in our lifetime, don't we, of sewing? And it's useful to be able to create one with that concealed zip.
If you, I mean, for instance, if you bought one of the quilts that were on earlier, an extra metre of fabric, and you've got a matching cushion.
That's a good point, actually, yeah.
With pom-pom trim.
With pom-pom trim, yeah. I can't wait to
Never too old for pom-pom trim,
I love it. So there you go. If you want the pattern by itself, just £9.99. Very affordable. And again, it's the same pattern that you will get should you be going for the panels, but you might want to use your own fabric, which is fine. You can go ahead and do that. So there you go. Love it. £9.99 if you're wanting that one. What should we look at next? We're doing the pom-poms next. I was very contained there. These are fabulous. Now, this is brilliant. So with these, are we getting the whole reel of these? Or is it by the metre? I don't know how it's going.
I don't know.
It's 11 metres. You get the whole lot. Not the whole lot, but like the whole lot. Yeah.
I do know that when I got mine, though, it's Simplicity branded.
Really? Oh my goodness, top notch then. Where to start? Well, let's start with the grey, because the grey is the one that we saw on the cushions, isn't it? So if I bring the cushion in, you can see how it's just that finishing touch. Is it tricky to work with?
No, well, I'm going to go through attaching the pom-pom trim.
Perfect.
It's surprisingly easy. But yeah, I thought we've got 2 rooms. One room is, I suppose, more modern, sort of with greys and taupes, which is why I went for that colourway. But if you're using your own fabric, obviously you could match it to your own Christmas decor.
And grey's kind of the universal colour, isn't it, when we're sewing? It works with so many. So if you can only stretch to one, then do certainly consider the grey. And it's a lovely silver grey. Good size pom-poms with regards to this one. So I think we're saying it's 28 mil, which I think is the measurement from the braiding down to the kind of the tip of the pom-pom, because you're looking at around an inch or so, aren't you, with that? So that'd be about 28 mil. But as you said there, Simplicity branding with this one here. Housekeeping guides there, so you're okay for hand washing with these. Don't try and iron your pom-poms. No, just fluff them up, and of course this is an 11-metre run that you've got there, and this is lovely because you've got that continual run. Because if you're buying by the metre, you can guarantee you're going to need a metre and a quarter for a project, aren't you?
You should need about 2 metres per cushion.
Yeah, so there's plenty in there.
You can easily get 5 cushions from one.
$14.99. $14.99 for 11 metres. So how much does that work out as a meterage? It is metres, isn't it? Yeah, it is metres, 11 metres there. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. So very affordable price. I like the idea that it's there. Works out at £1.36 per metre, which is a very affordable price. And you'll be putting pom-poms on everything. Absolutely everything, and in an abundance of colours. So that's your grey as your starting point. Different details for each one of these. So it's not a choose a colour from one item number. They've all got different item numbers. Next one, can I show you the teal? I mean, this is beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous colour with it. Well, look, we've got the pom-poms bursting there. Bursting to come out. Absolutely beautiful. They're such a plush feel, aren't they?
That one, yeah.
Sign of quality with these ones. Gorgeous teal blue, as you can see with that one. That one again, the housekeeping the same, 28 mil, 11 metres. Teal in your colour with that particular one, so if you wanted to go for that one, or we're calling it turquoise, should I say. So if you're looking for it, turquoise, as Charlie has put it there. So there you go, if you want in that one. Details are on your screen. Dark blue, should we go down the blue route? Because we've kind of gone down the cool tone. So this one, lovely, lovely navy tone with this one. Again, simplicity, you know, quality. Am I allowed to open them up? I'm not used to things... We ought to open it up, really, hadn't we? At least one of these. See, I never know. And I'm not here that often that I want to cause a stir. So otherwise, I'll never be back again. So now you've got a couple of little clips in there. So those clips are going to help you wind everything up. For the purposes of the tape, Charlie said we could. So there we go. Oh, look at that. Let's just move that out of the way. Oh, this is beautiful. I love it, absolutely. So there you go. So that's where I would say your 28 mil comes from the tip of the braid there to the tip of the pom-pom. And it just looks beautiful. Adds the finishing touch, doesn't it?
This is really plush. It's lovely.
Plush, that's a really good word, Amanda, plush. Yeah. It's that kind of air of decadence, isn't it, when you attach it. You've got 11 metres on there, and as you heard, if you're making your cushions, you're probably going to be able to make at least 5 cushions with that round the perimeter from the pieces that we've looked at. So that one is your navy. Where should we go next? Should we go brown? We had a conversation about brown earlier on.
The green room.
It's one of those words, isn't it? I mean, to be honest, what are we calling this brand? I don't know what we're calling it.
It's more sort of a coppery colour, isn't it?
Gold. Gold! See, gold, now that I've been told I can open, I'm opening everything. I'm opening all the things. All the things. Levi's just got... Maybe we'll leave it at 2 then. Beautiful. Lovely with your richness, this one, isn't it? Anything autumnal.
Yeah. A William Morris cushion. That
oh, my goodness. Can you imagine it on your William Morris? Oh, beautiful. And I'm sure, I never obviously get a chance to ask him, but I'm sure he would have approved of a pom-pom trim.
Sure.
He's a man of style, isn't he? What's not to love about pom-pom trim? Beautiful. It's almost like a teddy bear colour, this one. Really, really pretty. And I suppose if you wanted to, you could kind of snip them and use them. I wonder if you could use them almost like fastening for buttons. Because sometimes people will actually take that braiding and stitch it into the button placket and use them almost as little buttons. But, oh, they're just so cute. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. So that one, if you're wanting to get hold of that one, we're calling that one gold. So beautiful as well. So I'm just going to wrap that up because I'm frightened of Levi. He's lovely. He's adorable, bless him. But don't mess with his pom-poms. That's the thing. Do not mess with his pom-poms because he'll not be a happy chap. So there we go. That is your gold. Beautiful. Next one we've got is your lovely pink. Beautiful. That gorgeous pale pink, absolutely beautiful. Again, the same as we mentioned before, 28 mils and then 11 metres in there. And speedily moving on, because I want to get to the demonstration, so I know you guys do as well. We've got that gorgeous apple green, beautiful green. This one, oh, we actually called it lime green. Oh, see, I don't know if it's as bold as that for lime, but yeah, I can understand where they're coming from. Beautiful, as you can see, that plushness coming through again. So if you're wanting that one, that is your lime green. And then the last one, leaving the last till best, I think this one, is this black or French navy? It's a black, it is black, yeah. It's a very dark tone. So black pom-poms, which are beautiful as well. So there you go. Always useful to have. Keep a note of those item numbers, because I've got a feeling that you'll want to go for them all over time. Of course, you can shop for them all today if you wanted to. Everybody is loving all the different colours, so that is the key thing. It doesn't matter whether you're going for your pastel tones, whether you're going for that gold, whether you're going for the navy, whether it's a case you're going for that gorgeous turquoise. But the one that is in the lead at the moment is the fabulous grey, which is not surprising, because if you're shopping for your panels, then it makes sense to go for the grey, doesn't it? So, yeah, but get them into your basket, but get your baskets checked out. That is the key thing. And there's lots of additional bits and pieces that I might get to tell you about in a little while, including zips to go on the back of your cushions, which is where we're going next. Right, lovely Amanda. In action.
Busy Mark.
That's all right. You carry on, my lovely. So, what do we need to know? Over to you, Amanda.
So, when you get your fabric panel, you'll just want to cut out, there's a dark sort of grey-black line around each piece. So just cut them out on that line.
So we don't need to add anything on for seam allowance.
Seam allowances are in. I don't know if the camera can... You've got a half an inch seam allowance, so I've tried to sort of indicate that just by, you know, sort of chopping off the pattern. So seam allowances are all included. And if you were using your own fabric, the instructions, the cut pieces do include seam allowances already.
All detailed in there, lovely.
So you'll cut your front piece out, and then you'll cut your upper and lower back pieces. Shall I move that out of the way?
Wonderful, sizable
So
pieces.
what I've done, because I've pattern matched, it's important to keep them going in the right direction. So when you cut them out, just so you remember which way is up, if you perhaps just leave the little writing section on the side, we can chop that off once we've done our, you know, sort of measuring and pressing. But just so that you know, you want the writing to be up at the top right, and if I just bring that down, you'll see eventually where it will knit together.
That's brilliant. And do you know what I love about this? Not only is it aesthetically. I start these words and then forget that I can't actually say them. So aesthetically pleasing. It's also teaching you as well. Because obviously when you've got a pattern fabric, it shows you how you can achieve that result from your normal meterage of fabric.
Yeah.
So what to look for, that pattern repeat, to get that technique, which always looks so professional, doesn't it? So
Yeah.
thank you for including that.
I'll just quickly draw on. I will come back and explain what I've done.
Okay.
But I'll just get this drawn on whilst I've got a flat desk.
No, that makes sense.
And then we'll come back to it. So we'll start then with the cushion front.
Lovely.
And the lovely pom-pom trim.
Ooh.
So what we're going to do is just based on the pom-pom trim.
Okay.
And my calculations worked out at 16 pom-poms per side.
I love that you counted the pom-poms.
So what I did So remembering that we've got, is that clear there for everybody?
Yes, that's fine, yeah.
So remembering we've got that 1/2 inch seam allowance,
Okay.
which the pom-pom trim tape is just short, so it just works perfectly. Your pom-pom trim tape is just going to be hidden in the seam allowance.
Perfect.
So all that you see is the actual pom-pom.
Lovely.
Now, what I did, I snipped. You lose one pom-pom.
Oh, you're sacrificing a pom-pom.
Sacrifice a pom-pom. But that sort of end piece there just fits perfectly in the corner.
Right,
So,
I see, yes.
And we're going to do 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. And at the other end as well, I've not unravelled that enough. At the other end as well, let's bring that on.
But keep all the spare ones, because I suppose you could actually
I'm sure that they
use
would
them,
come in for something. They've still got the cord attached, so
See,
you could...
I wonder if you've got something like a shearing elastic, you could actually stitch through and make elasticated bracelets and things like that.
Maybe,
with the little
yeah,
pom-poms
yeah.
and, don't throw them away. I think it's fabulous. I love it.
So 16, and we want that sort of that joining piece on the end as well.
See, this is good because I know if I was at home the first time I've worked with them, I'd be tempted to try and go around the whole of the cushion in one piece, and you don't necessarily get a neat
You're
corner.
going to sort of come unstuck in the corners that way. So that then should more or less fit your cushion front. You're going to cut 4 pieces.
Okay.
And the easiest way I found to get those in was to mark the halfway point on each side of your cushion. I'll just do a couple because I've got one fully prepared, but I'll just show you.
There's just a little bit of a finger press there. Pinching it for that mark.
Just pinch it. I'll mark on. So there's where I've just pressed.
Okay.
And then we'll just find the centre of our pom-pom trim. And because this is going to get hidden, it doesn't really matter about any marks on this. I don't know if that's going to be visible. And all we need to do is pop a pin. So you want that piece right in the corner, up against the raw edge. Pop a pin in to secure that. Go to the other edge. Pop a pin in to secure that. Mark or match the marks of your centre, and another pin there. Now, when I did mine at home, I just sort of pulled them taut.
Ah, okay,
but if
yes.
you're a bit reluctant to do that, then just stick as many pins in as you need to, just to keep everything secure.
It's a nice firm braid that you're working with there.
It's a lovely, yeah. I did my, sort of prototype. That's the word, isn't it? My prototype. Yeah. I used a smaller pom-pom trim, and it was okay, but it wasn't as easy as working with this one.
Yes, yeah. And it's one of those things I think sometimes people shy away from because they think it's tricky to work with, but explaining it really well, so thank you.
So what we'll do then, we'll just take the pom-pom trim to the machine. I'm going to set this onto 1/4 inch. It doesn't really matter where our needle drops on that tape because it's all going to be in the seam allowance.
So as long as it's not any more than the seam.
You don't want it to be obviously off,
then,
but just anywhere, sort of whatever foot works for you, just to get. And you can lengthen your stitch length if you want. Maybe put it onto a 4, something like that, for like a basing stitch.
And I have to say, it's good advice to baste it in place first, because you might think, do you know what, I'm going to skip a stage and I'm going to put the cushion back on at the same time. But by basting it, you're going to get those pom-poms exactly where you need them to go. That's the key thing, because when you're trying to do it all in one go, you don't necessarily know where the pieces are, and you might turn it through, and then you only need a couple of those pom-poms not to be caught in the right way, and you've got to unpick and you've got to start again. So the cushion that Amanda is working on at the moment, she's just basting the trim in place. So let me just show you the cushion that she's working with. I had a question come through on social media, which I will address in just a few minutes, one of which is an alternative to the colour brown. Yeah, I love the topic that we've got here. So the cushions that we're looking at, you've actually got a series of 3 different panels. Now the details are on the screen for all 3 of the panels together. This is the one that we're working with at the moment with Amanda. You've also got the fabulous sleeping deer, as you can see, and then the last one that we've got to share with you, which I can't kind of stack because it's getting closer and closer to the camera, which I realised when I held them, is the little bunny rabbits that you've got there. Adding in the pom-pom trim, which you have available for you at $14.99 for 11 metres, and you've got that absolutely perfect professional look. Now, we did have a question come through on social media from Melanie and asking about the size of the finished piece. So the cushions themselves are finished, you're looking at 18 inches, wasn't it? But we suggested a cushion pad of around the 20-inch size. Depends on the firmness that you want. If you want a squishy cushion, then by all means you can go smaller, but if you want that firmness, then perhaps 20-inch cushion pad. So hopefully that helps. How are you getting on over there?
So, one strip on, and what I would do is, you know, sort of 2 opposite sides, and then you're going to take another piece of pom-pom trim. This is where we've got to sacrifice another...
But keep them.
Pom-pom, just to get that sort of end piece. And what we're going to do is overlap the corner, and exactly the same procedure as we've just done. But I don't know if you can see there, what you've got is 2 pom-poms that land
That is perfect, yes, yeah, because that would be tricky, because you might be thinking you've got to try and mitre it or something like that, but you don't.
And it would do my head in if I'd got a
gap
in one corner and a pom-pom in another. But this way, you can still navigate around it with your presser foot, and they land nice and evenly. So if I bring one over that is already done.
Top tip on the corners there as well. Thank you for that, Amanda. Oh, look at that.
If I just show you again. So they're overlapped, and you can see you've just got 2...
Sit nicely together.
Sit nicely, and that'll be the same in each corner.
Perfect.
So that's our front prepared. Now, I've used the standard foot just because I've gone into panic.
Oh.
But I would use the zipper foot.
Yes.
You know, that's going to be away from you, and I will actually put the zipper foot on.
That's a good point, actually, because zipper foots aren't just for putting your zips in place. They're for things like your piping, for your trimming, anywhere where you want to be able to get the needle as close to that kind of stitch detail with your trim and things like that. I've actually got the cushion here with the kind of the double pom-poms on the corner that Amanda was talking about. So you can see once it's turned through, it sits absolutely beautifully. And we've had a message come through of a suggestion of using the little pom-poms for the rabbit tails, because if you've gone for the rabbits, you could very easily be popping the little tails as a plique pieces on top there. So good suggestion, Marianne. I like that idea. So yeah, thank you for sharing that with us. Any more suggestions? Yeah, message through.
Okay. So we'll move on to the cushion back.
Lovely.
So make sure that you've got everything in the right orientation. And what I've done, and it doesn't matter what you use, I've not used a friction pen because we're going to press it.
Okay.
And the lines will disappear as
well. That's a really good point. I've done that before. I've done it before, we all have.
But on the top, we're going to do a double hem on both pieces, a large double hem on the top, a smaller one on the bottom. Measurements are all in the instructions. So if I just bring the iron across and do that quickly.
And again, the instructions that come alongside your panels, whether you're shopping for the panels individually or gone for the trio, which we've got on the screen, all of the guidelines, the instructions, step by step, full colour photos in there as well. So really, really easy for you to find your way around. And it also touches on the pom-pom trim as well. So even if you don't shop for the pom-pom trim, you've still got the knowledge there. But of course, we've got all those fabulous colours. It would certainly make sense to go for them. And the trim, 11 metres, is enough to make at least 5 cushions. So you've got plenty if you're going for the trio. The details are on your screen. Now, the grey, incidentally, the grey, which you can understand why so many of you gone for the grey, because we saw it on the finished samples, and it just looks so beautiful. The grey is the one that's looking the most vulnerable. We've only got a couple of handfuls of those left, and we had decent quantities of those. So, yeah, if you particularly want that kind of bluey grey, then make sure you're getting hold of it and checking your basket out before we get to the end of the show. Talking of which, about 25 minutes or so before we say goodbye to you. So a little time check there for Amanda as well.
Right, I'll just quickly, or as quickly as I can. I would use some steam, you know, get it really nice and crisp. It's slightly bouncy, but I think it's good enough just to get the gist of things.
Lovely.
But I would just be mindful of perhaps using too much starch. You don't want your panels to start shrinking,
That's
you know,
a good
sort of
point,
before
yes,
you've got them together.
Do we need to pre-wash anything when we're working?
I wouldn't with the
no,
panels.
I haven't
no.
with the panels that I've had in the past.
Because they're, you know, sort of they're the exact size that you need. So if you do start to get them wet, I mean, they'll be fine once they're made up.
Yes.
But before you've made them, I would try and just work with them dry if you
Good
can.
idea. Panels are proving to be very, very popular. In fact, I can't see them lasting throughout the whole of the hour, to be honest. If you like the look of them, you've seen obviously the 3 different cushions. We say cushions, but of course when you get them home, it's entirely up to you if you want to create cushions with them or utilise them in different ways if you wanted to. They look fabulous as cushions, and the colouring's beautiful for any home. Lovely soft tones that you've got with these. The cushion panels, you're going to get 3 different panels. If you're wanting the fabulous trim, then the trim is available in addition, so it's not part of the bundle, but you will get your pattern, which you can't reach now. I didn't really think about it when I held the cushions up, but you will get your instructions, and of course you can go back and watch the show as well. So what's next then?
Right, so we've got a large double hem on the top piece, a narrower double hem on the bottom, and these, again, when they're bought on top of each other with the zip in, they'll match. We've got a 22-inch zip. It doesn't really matter what colour you use, to be honest, because it's going to be concealed.
Oh, of course, yes.
So white, beige, grey, you know, sort of anything really. What I've done, I've gone ahead and stuck a length of the Prim Wonder Tape, top and bottom.
It's brilliant, isn't it, for putting your zips in?
Zips, yeah. So what we'll do, we'll just fold our zip in half, just put the pinked edges together, and then just mark the centre of the zip. I am going to use the friction pen just for a dot. I know it's not ideal on a polyester fabric, but just so that we can see. So mark the centre of the zip. You'll see the zip is purposefully wider than the panel.
Okay.
That just means that when we're inserting it, we've not got to negotiate the stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it, that bit?
Yeah, you can just whiz straight through. So we're going to find the centre of each panel. Now remember, if you've left the edge on like me, you want to be folding to the panel, not to the cut edge. And just pop a little crease, and then perhaps a pin at home. I'm not too sure about using the friction on, you know, the outer.
Yes,
of
yeah.
your fabric,
It's
just in
always
case.
good to err on the side of caution.
Perhaps just
some
use it on
fabrics
the
are
scrap.
okay, and give it a little test.
Yeah.
Fabrics behave in a different way, don't they? So just be careful, and if you are using it on the outside, try and make it as small as you possibly can. June is just joining us. She missed the first part of the show there, but asking about, do I need wadding for the cushion? That's personal choice again, isn't it?
If you wanted to quilt, it actually makes sense why the calico's there now.
Yes, yeah.
So you would have wadding and calico, and you would quilt the top.
And would that be before you got to the pom-pom stage?
Yes, yeah. I would put the pom-poms on once you quilt your cushion front is how you want it to be.
And it's kind of to add that dimension. And to be honest, you've got loads of different ways you can work with this one. Pre-shrunk calico, we've got that, which would be that sandwich. You'd obviously have your sandwich. It's the right time of day to be talking about sandwiches. These aren't particularly tasty. But you've got your top for your cushion, you'd have your wadding and you'd have your calico, and then you would quilt the layers together. And when you're actually looking at the panels, you've got so much scope for the quilting. To be honest, personally, I don't know whether I would. Because there's so much going on with these, so much detail. I mean, you've got lots of options if you wanted to. It might be that you're just quilting around the characters and giving them a little bit more dimension. So, relatively simple elements there. You could go around the fabulous little gifts and things like that. Or you might just want to do almost like a free motion across the whole piece. But when you actually see the artwork and when it's in the cushions, then, yeah, I don't know. Well, June, I don't know now. You put me in a predicament. To quilt or not to quilt? That is the question. Oh, I don't know. Well, I think it'd work either way. Personal choice. I think one where it would potentially work really well is the one with the little bunny rabbits on, because the bunny rabbits have got the tree with the tinsel. So I would be tempted to get some of that kind of little tinsel trim that you've got, or maybe some metallic threads and do some little kind of work there just to add a bit of detail. But the artwork's gorgeous. They're your panels, you can decide. But June, indeed, if you want to, yes, you can.
Right, I'm just running the iron across. I think my wonder tape has seen better days.
Oh, bless you. Oh, I know a good place you can order it from.
So I put the wonder tape top and bottom. We're just going to work on the bottom for now. So I've pulled off the paper layer.
Okay.
I've matched up those centre points and I've just got the fold. Now this is the short, the narrow double hem. I've just got that sort of butted up to the zipper teeth. I've got the zipper foot on the machine, and I think perhaps a number 7 on this machine might move my needle. We'll try that. I'm going to go up to a number 3 on the stitch length. I think a longer stitch length.
It's
on
slightly heavier, isn't it, because of the zipper tape? Yeah.
Actually, see where this lands. I might need to just nudge it in a little bit.
Needless to say, this isn't the machine that Amanda would normally work with. It's one of the ones that we kind of keep as our base here. It is the Elna. In fact, I think we might be touching on it in the next hour, because we're talking about tools a little bit later on. We've got a special deal with it. So if it is a machine that you've been looking at, then we have got a bit of a saving on them. Well, it's a big saving, to be fair. So stay tuned for the next hour, because I'll tell you more about that. But quite often when we have guests come, they kind of use one of the machines that we've got here, which is the situation we find ourselves in. But equally so, it shows you that it's a logical machine that you can find your way around, even if it's not a machine that you know inside out. So, yeah, we'll have a chat about that. And if you have got the machine, I'm going to be in the hour on my own in the next hour from 12 through till 1. So do get in touch. Let me know how you've got on with the machine. Yeah, I'd like to know what you know about it, because I don't know a lot, but I'll be learning, I am sure.
Okay, so I used stitch number 7, thinking that it would put the needle across. It did, but it was a bit too far.
Okay.
So I've put it back to the standard 01 straight stitch, but I've used the stitch width button to push it up to a 7. Over. So if people wanted to know what I'm using, I've got stitch width as 7 and stitch length as 3.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
There's no need to back stitch at the beginning or the end, because it's all going to be enclosed within the cushion.
Yes, yeah.
So we'll just see.
So now, just as Amanda stitched that, can I very, very quickly, and I won't keep you long because I know how frustrating it is every time I jump in. The grey pom-poms have now sold out, so they have all gone. So thank you to everybody that took advantage of those. I'm sure we'll see them back again at some stage, because they've all been incredibly popular. And I have to say as well, thank you to, and I've lost the name, thank you to, who was it who suggested? Nicola. Instead of brown, she suggested gingerbread, which I think is a much nicer way. And it's a good description, although we're calling it gold when you shop for this particular one on the website. So thank you. It's a good suggestion. Gingerbread. How are you getting on over there, Amanda?
So bottom half of the zip is in. You want your stitches to land about 1/8 of an inch away from the fold of the fabric.
Perfect.
That we're going to take off. Now, the reason that I've put the tape on the zip rather than the fabric is we can manoeuvre. We know the zip at some point is going to stick to the fabric.
Right.
But if the sticky was on the fabric, we could miss the zip, if
Yes.
that makes sense.
That makes sense, yes.
So, again, we've still got the centre mark marked. I've just put a little mark at each end so that we can line everything up. Don't worry about this bit here. That bit can be chopped off at the next stage. So just peel off the paper backing. And this now is where we want to match up our pattern. So keep your centre point matched and then just manoeuvre the top piece into position until you see the pattern match as best as you can.
So it's just take a little bit of time.
Yeah, just, and I will just, as I say, my wonder tape is not very wonderful. It's covered in fluff. So I'm just going to, it is brilliant stuff when it's new.
Well, this
and it's not been sat in your bag for months.
That's okay, don't worry about it. We have got it available, so if you do want to invest in your wonder tape, it's always useful. It's always like, I kind of call it, it's pins on a tape.
Yeah.
So rather than putting lots and lots of pins in, which can be have an effect on the kind of overall look of your project, but equally so you have to stop and take the pins out as you sew, don't you, if you're doing it the right way. £6.49, it's going to get you 9mm of it. It's 6mm wide, so it's just over 1/2 centimetre, so brilliant for you to work with your different seam allowances that we work with, and available on the website, or you can give us a call and order it that way as well. How are you getting on over there?
Patterns matched. We're just going to unfold that now, so that double fold has now become a single fold, and we're just going to attach that zip once there just to secure it, and then we will go on and top stitch. So
wonderful.
I'll just pop. So I'm just going to literally run across that edge again with the zipper foot, and there's no need to back tack at the beginning or the end because it'll all be enclosed.
There we go, as quick as that.
Okay. So we know now, so there's that single piece, that our zip is secure and in there.
Yes.
But now we want to let that double fold reform.
Oh, look at that.
Excuse me, got a runny nose.
Oh, bless you. Have you got tissue over there, darling?
I haven't, I'll just use the sleeve.
Oh, you're amongst friends, don't worry.
So we're going to now just pop some pins in just to keep it in place. Get them as close to that folded edge as possible.
Okay.
Don't be concerned about the pins because we're going to be stitching over there. It's not going to cause a problem.
Fair enough.
So just a few pins in just to secure it.
Perfect. That pattern matching is brilliant because when it happens, it's like all the planets have aligned, isn't it?
Satisfying, isn't it?
It is, incredibly so. And it's not the easiest of things to do at the offset, but because of the panels being designed and obviously printed, then you kind of can manoeuvre the pattern to make sure that it happens. And it's a little thing, but it makes a big difference.
So we're just checking at this point that we're happy with the pattern match and that our sides, as best we can, are all, sort of running straight. We're going to take this to the machine, and what we're going to do now is top stitch on this side. If I run my nail, so you can see sort of where the zip is, we're going to top stitch
so kind of
down there, yeah.
Just locate.
So what I'm going to do is just put the needle to drop on the left side of the foot now. So if we go minus.
And most of the machines that you go for here at Sewing Street will give you this option to kind of work with a zipper foot and nudge it over. Just depends, there's different ways of doing it. Depends on the actual brand of the machine that you're working with. So it might be that you have to use the stitch width to nudge it over, or it might have a preset there. You might even have the ability to kind of save your favourites. So if you find yourself doing a lot of zips and you want it to be at a particular point, then put that in your favourites and then you just do that and bring it up. I do that for a simple straight stitch because my machine at home, it automatically defaults to a 2.5 stitch, and sometimes I forget to knock it down to 2 because that's my favourite. But I have now set it up so as I can turn on my machine, go straight to my favourites, and it is there exactly where I want it to be. And just like having a comfy pair of slippers, it's just the features that you want. So there you go. Hope you're enjoying your morning with us here at Sewing Street. We've got the remainder of this hour, which we're looking at probably about 8 minutes or so, 7 or 8 minutes. And then we've got one final hour, which will be myself with you guys. I hope you're going to join me for that one as well. Somebody who's joined us this morning, has a message come through as well from the lovely Julie. And I couldn't agree more, Julie. What brilliant demonstrations from Amanda. Absolutely. And there's a lot of people that do avoid zips, totally understand that, like the plague, as you said there. But hasn't she made it simple? She really has. So big thank you from Julie there.
Thank you. So if I just show you, I had the needle dropping to the left, and there's the zipper tape. So I'd got my zipper foot, the left side of the zipper foot, nudged right up against that zip, so that the needle then just gave us a nice...
It's almost like a tram line, isn't it? It finds its place, yeah.
So that's in now. We can remove the pins.
And it's a good tip with having an oversized zip because you haven't had to move that pulley out the way.
Yeah. Plus there's no back stitching around, you can just whiz straight through. So just check that everything works.
There it goes.
And what we're going to do before we start chopping bits off, we're just going to stitch down there just to secure
that is a good bit of advice.
The zip.
Then you don't have to learn how to put a zip pulley back onto the tape.
You only need to do what, you know, it's going to be enclosed within the cushion, so just one, just enough to hold the stitches.
It's almost like a temporary thing, isn't it? Yeah.
So on the stopper end, that's done. Now, on the zip pull end, you need to open your zip before you stitch that one across, or else you're not going to be able to get the zip open.
That's a good point, isn't it? Your zip's going to be outside of the cushion.
So just as best you can, just reform that. Perhaps pop a pin in.
Oh, this is a proper perfectionist cushion. I love it.
And then just tack across there just to hold that still.
Dare I say, if you go out on the high street and you're shopping for cushions, you won't find them of this standard, will you? And you certainly wouldn't be able to get 3 cushion covers for the price that's on your screen. You're going to get the pattern with this as well, and also those additional little panels as well. So when we get to the end of the demonstration, I'll quickly show you the panels again, so as you know exactly what you're shopping for. But probably a good idea to check out your basket before I even show you.
So our ends are tacked. The zip is half, and you want to keep it half open so that we can turn it out. So at this stage now, with a pair of scissors that you don't care too much about, snip off the end of the zip.
Lovely.
On this side, we need to do the same, but I also need to just remove that extra...
Oh, a bit of extra fabric
that we didn't take off earlier, so...
Good solid rotary cutter there.
It is lovely, this one.
Yeah. Nice grip handle with that one. Can you go through the zip as well?
I would if I was at home.
I was trying to catch you out there. Yes, yeah, it's one of those ones that when nobody's watching, then you might or you might not. Not committing yourself to either.
So no, we'll just snip through that with...
There we go. All done.
Right, let's make this a bit tidier.
I love it. Just to give you a bit of a time check, Amanda, we've got about 5 minutes or so left.
Cushion back's done.
Perfect, and it looks amazing.
Cushion front, so right sides together. I forgot to say, your pom-poms want to be facing inwards.
Yeah, of course we didn't.
I think we got the gist. But
yeah,
sort of the
pom-poms. We knew.
Pom-poms all need to be facing inwards. So what we can do now is, now you need to just make sure that these corner pom-poms are tucked in. You don't want to catch them sort of within the seam. And what I did, you can, if you're I can never open the... That's it. If you're brave enough, you can sew around the edge, around the perimeter, all in one go. But I found it was easier to just sew one seam, just, you know, sort of concentrate on one seam at a time. And if you fold the cushion corners neatly, I didn't actually trim the corners. I didn't trim any of the corners off.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And it didn't seem overly bulky. So we're just going to... And plenty of pins, or even a little bit of hand baste in here.
Okay.
You just don't want things to start shifting.
Yes, yeah. And you've got kind of a bit of a three-dimensional aspect. It's nothing to be afraid of. It's just take your time, be patient, don't rush it, and then you will get everything just as it needs to be. Now, just as Amanda's pinning that in place, is it okay if I show you those panels again? Just because I want to make sure that you know exactly what you're shopping for, because you haven't got a lot of time left to get hold of these. So the panels themselves are going to make 3 beautiful cushions. If you choose to make them in this way, if they're your panels, you can do whatever you like with them, but they are designed as 3 beautiful cushion covers. Now, the cushion covers themselves will measure 18 inches square. You've got a concealed zip with these, and we do suggest a cushion pad perhaps about 20 inches to give it that firmness. These have been trimmed with the gorgeous pom-poms, the grey of which has sold out, but we've got lots of other colours that are available, so you can shop for those. And they're available, I think it's $14.99, and you've got 11 metres with regards to those. Yeah, got loads of different colours with regards to those. But when it comes to the actual cushions themselves, you have got your panels. Now, each one is available as a panel in its own right. I'll show you those in just a few moments, but most of you have been shopping for them with all 3 together, because you've got your little snowman, and as you can see there, you've got your fabulous little rabbits, where you could be utilising those cut-off pom-poms for tails, and then the last one is your little snoozy deer there, having a proper little sleep. Beautiful. The clever thing about these is when you're actually working with them within the panel, the pattern matching has been done, which means that when it comes to doing your zip, as we've just learned, the lining up of that pattern is done to perfection to make sure you're getting an incredibly professional finish. So the last kind of minute and a half that we've got of the show, I'll very quickly show you one of the panels, and I will show you the one with the snowman on, which is the last one that I was going to pick up, obviously. So they're all exactly the same in their construction. It's just the artwork that is different. So the panels, if you want them individually, they are available. This one is the snowman. We've got the rabbits. We've also got the sleeping deer. But if you go for all 3 together, then you'll get all 3 and you will get a set of instructions. If you're shopping for them individually, then you'll get the panel and you will get a set of instructions. And the panel itself shows the main cushion front. You've got that piece that's going to be the top part of your zip. You've got the back there, which is the bottom part of your zip going down to the base of your cushion, and you've got some bonus panels there because there was space there and Amanda didn't want you to miss out on it. So there you go, you've got your fabulous square there. If you go for all 3, then you'll have all the 3 different cushion fronts detailed there, and you'll have 3 repeats of this extra fabric that you've got there. And you will get your booklet with all your full instructions in there. But make sure you are checking your baskets out, especially if you've gone for the trio set, because the stock is looking incredibly vulnerable as the day goes on. And they will all go pretty much straight after the show, which isn't going to be for very much longer because we've not got a huge amount of time left. So Amanda, we've only got about 10 seconds
10
left,
seconds,
my darling. Have you managed to make it all the way around?
Corner.
Just about.
So fold the corner and then turn it. I've not got all the way around, but fold the corner over and then, rather than poke it out, turn it out.
Oh, there sits perfectly.
I don't think that's too bad without any trimming.
That looks brilliant.
Okay.
And there you go.
And there you go.
Absolutely beautiful. Amanda, thank you so much. I'm sorry, there's a little bit of a rush at the end.
It's okay.
I do apologise. Do we have a date for when you're next in?
We don't. At some point in December. But
Oh.
I don't know.
Well, I hope I manage to work with you again.
Yeah, I've
and if
loved it.
not,
I've
Merry
enjoyed
Christmas
it.
and Happy New Year.
Yes, and
I think that's my first Christmas greeting that I've done. So, and thank you. It's been a pleasure.
It's been lovely meeting you.
Oh, and you too. You to have a safe journey home.
Yes, will do.
And thank you for bringing us pom-poms. Pom-pom lady, that's how I remember Amanda now. So yeah, don't forget all these gorgeous pom-poms are available, a variety of different colours. The grey did sell out, but make sure you're checking out your baskets before you rejoin me after the break for an hour of quilting tours. Looking forward to it. See you in a mo.
Back by popular demand, introducing the one, the only Gemporia Festive Ball. Party with your favourite presenters from Gems TV, Hobby Maker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. We're all together for a night that's gonna be the talk of the town. Situated at the fabulous Stratford Manor, close to the world-famous Stratford-upon-Avon. Tickets are just £99 per person, including a welcome drink, a 3-course dinner, half a bottle of wine and music that'll have you dancing all night long. There'll also be a shop at the party and even a tombola if you're feeling lucky. Numbers are limited, so order your tickets today to avoid disappointment. Let's make it a night to remember at the Gemporia Festive Ball on Saturday the 25th of November. See you there.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hello there. Oh, I've had such a blast today. And thank you so much. So many lovely messages coming through. I don't get to spend as much time on Sewing Street as I would like, but that's just the way that it is. But I love it when I do get the chance because it means that I can come and have a little play and meet so many fabulous people, which is what has been happening today. But this hour, I'm going to be by myself. Well, I say I'm by myself. I'm not by myself. I've got Kerry, Charlie in the gallery. Lovely Levi is tidying up, ready for the studio to be used this afternoon for Hobby Maker. But I'm going to take advantage of this hour and spend it sharing a little bit of the knowledge that I've gained over the years with regards to quilting, dressmaking, sewing in general, and some amazing tools that we're fortunate to be able to bring to you from Sewing Street here. So if you've got any questions, if you've got any little sewing dilemmas maybe, why not message in? Let's turn it into a bit of a sewing clinic if needs be. So if you've got a problem, a project that you're working on and something's not quite going right, it might be that we have got the right tools in this hour that are going to help you complete that project and get that perfect finish. So you can email into the studio, send us a message, get in touch via social media, however you want to do it. Just get involved. Spend the hour with me. Now, we're going to spend the hour looking at, well, not the whole hour, because that'd be a bit boring. But we're going to kick the hour off with something that is just very, very close to my heart. And I am so pleased that we have got these back in stock. So these are my ruler set. Now, I will warn you, we did sell out in these when we brought them to you at the beginning of October. I think it was the 6th of October. Myself and John brought you a show, which you can probably go back and watch, to be fair. It'll be there on YouTube. Now, this is a set of rulers, or rules, if you want it correctly. I know some people don't like rulers. This one is just your packaging, so it's not storage. It's just designed to kind of transport your goodies to you, so bear that in mind. You've got an instruction sheet which will take you through everything. It talks about the handy square, talks about the binding square, that you've got the binding tool, and they are all included in this. Now, we did sell out, and I know we have restocked, hence it's kind of featuring in the show. It is earmarked for a show the 16th or 17th of November, if the stock available. But I know that we've got no more stock this side of Christmas. So we will have it back again in the new year, but it's got to go into production because literally the last of the stock is in the warehouse. So, yeah, if you saw it in the show and you missed out on it, then can I urge you to get it during this hour? So it's made up of 3 rules, and these were rulers that I designed because I wanted to simplify quilting. It can be quite a baffling subject because you kind of got different sizes of pieces that you work, adding on different increments of an inch, and it can get very, very confusing. So I wanted to enjoy quilting, but not necessarily do the maths, which is the bit that I don't particularly enjoy. So that's how these 3 came about. So the first one being your large rule. So this is one, and I had a lovely message come through in the week because somebody uses, I use this all the time at home. You've got actually 14 inches going from the tip there right the way through to the base here. And if I just lay it on top of this wadding, because it's a bit tricky for you to actually see, but if I lay it on top of the wadding there, hopefully you'll be able to see. You've got simplified markings with this, and that's what I wanted to do, because I'm not saying this is the only quilt rule that you will ever buy. It's the one that I use most often because it's got the increments on that I use most often. So I've got my full inches, as you can see there. I've got my ½ inch, ¼ inch. They're all on an equal size with regards to the balance of the lines. So again, for my my vision, I found that really easy to work with. I have had a couple of people who have dyslexia have said that because it's kind of been trimmed away, all the information, they find it easier to to work with. You've got your inches down the side there, you've also got your inches across the bottom there, and you've got your solid black lines showing your inch increments. You've also got this line, this 45-degree angle that you've got there, and that is perfect if you're coming to create your bias tape, because quite often when you're working with your tape to go around your quilt, you won't have a continual run that's long enough. So this will allow you to get that angle right when you're putting your strips together, to mean that you've got the 45-degree angle, which of course means that you've got less bulk when it actually comes to creating your strips. So that is useful. I use it a lot for poking through when I do my bunting. I'll poke that through, makes it nice and easy. And because it's acrylic, it will withhold the temperature, so you can poke it through and literally iron if you're wanting to as well. So that's a very useful tool. It's one of those tools that I didn't realise I would use as much as I do when I designed it. And there you go. So as I say, every single day I'm using that. Something else that I'm using every single day is my tape maker. Now this is a design that I came up with because I was finding that I was creating tape usually in 4 kind of sizes, which are detailed by these little slots that you've got in here. And the idea being is the instructions are all on here. So you cut your fabric strips to double the width of your finished piece. So different colours of text on here means that the instructions are already on here. You haven't got to worry about this pamphlet, keeping that close to hand, because once you've used it a couple of times, then you really won't need those instructions. It's so simple to work with. So for instance, if I wanted to do my tape that's going to measure 1 inch when it's finished, that's from the folded edge to the folded edge, I would just cut my strips to 2 inches, so double the width of the finished size. And then I would feed it through. So you feed it up and through and out. And the idea being is that when you're actually working, you will slide it along. So you start off with your fabric cut to the right width. You'll fold in the edges to kind of taper the edges, which you'll feed through the tool itself. And then the iron can actually press against it. It doesn't matter about the heat. And then you run it along your strip of fabric. The buckle mechanism that you've almost got with the square will move along freely. So you're literally pressing and creating your tape as it goes. So many people have invested in this set of 3 rules, and I've had so much positive feedback, and I've had so many people ordering it, not only just from my website, but obviously here at Sewing Street. But it hasn't been available for a few weeks. It is in stock now, and lots of you are taking advantage of it. Now, the Patchmaker Square, again, I wanted to simplify things. So I tended to find that when I was working with my quilts, I was using squares, half square triangles and quarter square triangles. And of course, dependent on the size that you want, depends on the size of your starting square. So with this, I wanted it to be so as I didn't need to worry about the fractions. I didn't need to worry about adding on so much and dissecting and all that kind of thing. So that's where I came up with the Patchmaker Square. Now, the idea being is you've got a series of holes that run down here. Some of these are for the centres of your patches, but these ones where you've kind of got the intersection of the lines, you will line that up with the end of your fabric. So, for instance, let's move that out of the way. If this is my fabric, I've got a nice straight edge here, I would line the tool up. So if it's a 3-inch, 2-inch, 4-inch square that I'm creating, whether it's a half square triangle or a quarter square triangle, I would line up that line. So for instance, it will say there, use this line for 3-inch quarter square triangles. So I'll make sure that it's lined up. I cut up there, I cut across, and that piece of fabric that I've created is exactly the right size that when I put my stitch lines in place, the seam allowance is taken care of, I would have my quarter square triangles. If I wanted to do it with my 4-inch, it might be a 4-inch half square triangle. So I move it to that line, make sure that it's lining up with your solid line, lining up with your cut lines, and again, up and across. And then it's ready to create your different pieces. Might even be that you're wanting to create your squares. So if you're wanting to do your little squares, then you can do that exactly the same. So that's why I created these different rules, to give you the opportunity for you to get into quilting but simplifying it, making it as simple as I possibly could. And I've had so many wonderful messages come through, not only from novice crafters, but people that I very much look up to and respect with their crafting knowledge and their experience. Lovely Marianne, she may well be watching. She's helped me a lot when I've come through kind of creating different projects, and she's a brilliant lady. She says that she's always got this one out on her work area. So if you've already invested in it, let me know what you think about it. You can message the studio, message the website, but if you did miss out on it previously, you can get it now. It may or may not be available when we get close to, I think it's the 17th of November that the show is, but I'll be going over it in closer detail then as well. So we're all right with stock on that one, so that's good. That's good, because otherwise I've got a gap to fill in the show, so a bit of a panic with that one, but we're all right. We're all right. Right, where are we going next? Right, now the mini Dresden ruler, which is... Where's the Dresden ruler? Oh, I've got there. Oh, there it is. Mini. There it is. I'm going to bring in that white piece of card again, just to show you. So this is back in stock. So this is your mini Dresden, as you can see there. So from So Easy. So it works in the same way as the big one, but it's a mini one. So this one, you can see it's already got the accommodating 1/4 of an inch in there. So you've got your cut line. So you just come along with your rotary cutter, take it out the packaging, obviously, cut along, rotate it if you've got a rotating cutting mat, and cut those extra sides there. And then you'll end up with your pieces that will enable you to create your mini Dresden. Obviously, if you're putting them together, you will create that area where you've got the circle in the centre, which you can do. And it is a brilliant tool, really handy size. One of those ones that's going to sit within your accessory box, potentially with your sewing machine, so it's somewhere that you always know. But also it's a nice one if you're wanting to do your English paper piecing, because it's a manageable size with regards to this one. And we've got loads of different ideas for you to work with this one. £2.99, pocket money price, that one really, isn't it? So really easy one for you to work with. There's some lovely ideas. I mean, obviously the traditional Dresden plate that you can see in the frame there, beautiful. Love the idea of the Christmas tree. And the feathers there, what a clever idea. It's kind of having the tools in order for you to work with these. And of course the beauty is if you make enough of them, they will create that rotation, or it might be almost like a fan in a corner, because you could have that almost as your pieces to create that fan in the corner there, or you can keep going, create your complete round. It could be a semicircle. It's a really versatile tool. And at £2.99, I mean, such an affordable price. That, do you know what? That would go fabulous in a Christmas cracker for a sewer. So if you do your own personalised crackers, or maybe a Secret Santa, that, I would be thrilled if I actually got that in a cracker. I don't know if my son would know what it was, if he accidentally got the cracker, to be fair, but I'd be snaffling it off him. I'd be like, oh, you don't need that, Josh, I'll have that one. There you go. Have me chocolate orange. I think that'd be a fair exchange. So there you go, £2.99 WLZW41. You'll find loads of tuition, not only on our YouTube channel, but if you go out there and you kind of go onto the old Googlies, then you will be able to find lots of tuition and ideas with that one. But that's a back in stock, so if it's in your basket, make sure you are checking your basket out with regards to that one. So yeah, glad we've got that one back. Useful tool to have. So there you go. Pop that one into your basket. Make sure you don't lose that now when I put it down as well. Now, John James. Now, John James is a name that is very, very familiar to us here in the Redditch area, because they are based in the Redditch area. So we have got a variety of different needles that are available to you. So we're starting off with the quilting. Are we looking at is it a duo? It's the 20 pack, is that one there? So there you go. So that's what we're looking at the moment. And these are brilliant. John James, local company, Redditch, synonymous with the history of needle making. If you're ever in the area, then do go and look at the Needle Museum, because it's an education, it really is. And yeah, very important to the area of Redditch. So quilting needles, with this pack you're going to get 20, and you can see they're good sized pieces. So for your hand finishing, your hand quilting, absolutely beautiful to work with. Good size eye with these as well, and a very affordable price of £1.99. So yes, if you fancy getting hold of those, do pop them into your basket. They're just those finishing touches, aren't they? So whether you're hand quilting or whether it is a case of that you're finishing off projects, then absolutely beautiful to work with. They're just a really nice feel. And as I say, it's one of those brands that we know and love. Established in the 1800s and still going strong now. So there you go. If you fancy getting hold of those, please do so. So yeah, a little bit of information on how to get into your package there. So yeah, nice and easy. Now, another set that we've got for you is this set here. Now these, they're small ones, but look at these. These are gold plated. Oh, beautiful, proper treat, aren't they, these? Make a lovely gift for somebody. Might be that you're making them a little pincushion, or maybe you're going to be teaming it up. We've got other tools if you're into your hand sew. Now, you wouldn't use these needles working with your denim or your weightier fabrics, but you might want to use your little needle grabbers or what they're called? Thimbles. I couldn't think. That's what that was, a thimble. We had them earlier on today. I couldn't remember what it was called. So yeah, your thimble there. It's been a long morning. So gold plated. You've got a set of 6 of those, size 10. So really nice to work with. And again, a sign of luxury, really, isn't it? That gold plated, but not a luxury price with that. But yeah. Brilliant. So good opportunity for you to stock up on your needles with those. Should we talk about the curved one since we're talking needles? Since we're in the needle department, as we like to call it. So the needle department, we've got your curved needles. Now these are useful sometimes if you've got your wadding and you've got your kind of loft, then sometimes it can be tricky for you to get your needles through. With these, you can literally take them through and bring them out almost in one flow. Very, very useful. I've not seen them on here before, so it is good to know that we have got those available. So yeah, just makes it easy. Sometimes with the small quilt needles, you can kind of almost lose them in the loft of your wadding, but with these, you can literally go in and come out. Also useful with regards to things like upholstery. So not your heavyweight upholstery, but you could actually use these if you're working with upholstery fabrics. So yeah, curved needles just make it easy when you've got a thicker body to something that you're working with. Yeah, again, loads of information on the packet there. So £1.99. It's good to have. Needles are kind of a bit like, you know how a chef has different knives for different purposes, and they're the tools of the trade. That's exactly what you're looking at with needles. And also pins as well, which we'll be touching on. It does make a difference. But you might be doing your machine quilting. Oh, I like this, Kerry. We're on the same wavelength. So are these individual packs as well? They are. So which one should we start with? Should we start with the 8012s, or what do you want to start with? The normal ones. Oh, it's that one then. Okay. It just says quilting on there, so yeah. They're both classed, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know what deems medium and what doesn't, but anyway. These ones are your 9014s. The other ones are your 9012s. And with these ones, as I look at them, I've had to put my glasses on. You can see they're the 90 going across the top there, so they're all that uniform size. Come in a fabulous little carry case there as well. And as it mentions on the back there, these are perfect for your quilting because of the kind of the tapering point. It doesn't damage your fabric, especially if you're working with your fine weight, dare I say, designer expensive fabrics. You do not want to be spoiling your projects, do you, by the actual needles that you've got. So lovely for your piecing and your quilting. Your cotton, your fabric, your wadding, and you've got a large kind of point to them. When they taper off, they kind of taper off gradually. So it's not making a massive hole as it goes into your project. So it's easing through your work and then easing back out, obviously, as the needle comes back up again. So those ones are 9014s. These next ones, as you can see here, are your 8012s. So again, you're going to get 6 in each one of these. So it depends on how you're wanting to work with them. So personal preferences with these ones, if you're using with your cotton wadding. Obviously, it's going to be perfect for those as well. But you can utilise them with your cotton threads, your polyester threads, rayons as well, silk threads. So they're really good for all sorts of different areas as well. So absolutely beautiful. So we're going to that. Absolutely beautiful. So with regards to these, they are designed to work through your fabrics. It's all about this kind of the tapering of the needles, really. So the taper, the entry point of your needle going through will give you that pristine opportunity. Sometimes if a needle is not as tapered, sometimes with things like your ballpoint needles, it kind of eases its way through the fibres, and you don't necessarily want to penetrate the actual fibres itself. So with these, they've kind of got that fine point, so as they go right the way through, and the fabric can close up quite easily behind it. So they give the pleasing look, shall we say, and you don't end up with almost like perforations as you're working through your quilt. So yeah, that's why quilting needles are always a good one to go for. And you will find that you've got different needles for different occasions, and you should be changing your needle each time you start a new project, especially if it's a quilt like this. If it's a small bag, then potentially you're going to be okay. But when you're working on a larger project, a larger size project, with your beautiful fabrics, I mean, we're looking at, is it William Morris, this particular one? It is, isn't it? Yeah. You don't want to be scrimping, do you? And it's like I say, if a chef would use their sharp knives. So there we go. Oh, Christine's actually using her quilting needles as we speak. So good for you, Christine. Thank you. So yeah, Christine's been with us throughout the morning. Christine, was it your husband whose birthday it was last week? I think it was, if I remember rightly. But yeah, if not, I'm sorry, I've got mixed up. Anyway, those are your quilting needles. So we've done those as well. Shall we go to needle grabbers? Now, needle grabbers, these are useful when you're working with your weighty fabrics, but you're having to do your hand finishing for whatever reason. It might be that you're stitching a button in place. And I have known in the past actually creating little holes in my fingers, even drawing blood from the blunt end of a needle, because the pressure that it takes to actually get it through that weightier fabric. So these are brilliant. You've got two different sizes, and literally you can use them on whether it's your index finger, your middle finger, whichever you use these with, whichever makes it feel comfortable, then you can pass that through. And it just means you've got that kind of little almost grip, not only to grip the needle and pull it through, because if you've fed it through and there's quite a lot of tension to pull it out, if you've got a slippy needle, then you'll be pulling it, but nothing's going to be happening. It's just going to slide through your fingertips. With this, it's got a little kind of grip, almost like a bobbly grip. I don't know whether you'll be able to see it in the packaging there. You've kind of got little friction bobbles on the, almost like the fingerprint side of these. Slot your finger in, that will grab onto the needle, and you don't need to put both one on one finger and one on the other, although I suppose you could do if you wanted to, but you literally will have that tension and you'll have that grip to actually pull that needle through your fabric without causing too much tension and without running the risk of you breaking the needle as well. So it just gives you the ability to work with that there. So yeah, there you go. If you want to, you can use both together. It doesn't have to be individually. Again, if you're working on canvases, substantial fabrics, it's just going to make life a little bit easier for you. So there you go. $5.99, that's all that you're paying for those. Good to go in your little sewing box. So yeah, put them where you know they are, because you know what will happen. You'll put them somewhere safe and then you'll never find them again. So yeah, put them where you know that they are. Right, so quilting pins. We've been talking about the merits of hand quilting and obviously quilting with your machine needles. We've got 2 bundles of quilting pins. These are your magic pins. Now, magic pins are brilliant. Pins are something that in the past I've not really thought much about, to be honest. And it's been one of those situations that I've had pins that I've had years and years and years. But in the same way as you change your needle when you're sewing, you should periodically change your pins. And if you've got a pin that you try to get into your fabric and it isn't going through, it doesn't matter whether you try half a dozen times or twice, it's not going to go through. Get rid of it. Put it in your sharps box, get rid of it, because the last thing that you want is to pick up that pin and try and take it through something that's a beautifully delicate fabric, or even a cotton fabric where you could pull that thread through and it spoils your design, especially if you've got a plain fabric. It almost runs like a shot through your fabric, doesn't it? And you don't want that to happen. These are brilliant though, because these are so easy to work with, and you've got an example of the pin sitting there. They've got a good long kind of shaft area of your pin, as you can see there. So when you're working with quilt, your multiple layers, your backing, your wadding, your topping, you need to have that length of pin with these. If you've got little tiny applique pins, they're not going to help. These are designed for working with quilting. Now, they're 1.75 inches, as you can see, with regards to these. They've got this fabulous heat-resistant kind of cap on them, and it's got that grip there as well, so easy for you to pull them out. You will see them in there as well, so you'll see them in your work, and you've got a fabulous little case to keep them in as well. So they are prestige. Looking at Taylor Seville, as you can see, so it's a quality item, this particular one, and they are ones that you will keep. And just keep them for your quilting, and then that way you know how long you've been using them for. You can even iron over these as well. Obviously, you just be mindful of it, because it's going to put a bump in your fabric more so than the melting, because we've all done that, haven't we? Got a little bit too close and melted a pin. So yeah, there you go, £12.99. Brilliant gift, 50 pieces within those. But when 50 just aren't enough, then we've got the 100 pack as well. So the 100 pack isn't double the price though. I think it was it £12.99 we looked at for those? So double the quantity, but not double the price. So £12.99, you'd be looking at more like £26, wouldn't you, for 2 packs? So it's always worth going for the larger pack, because you can guarantee you won't have enough. We always have too many of them, so... Yeah, so, and if you've already popped goodies into your basket and shopped today, then yes, your basket has been opened, 1 P&P. You don't have anything additional to pay. So there we go. Oh, and Christine's come back to me. There you go. Sometimes I remember things, honestly, that are kind of weeks and weeks. Sometimes 10 minutes, that's as long as it stays in my head. But Christine has come back and she said, yes, it was Gary. Gary was 60th on the 29th. So there you go. I remembered. I hope you had a good day. So there we go. So those were the 100. So also as well, Christine's talking about her Elna machine that she uses those quilting needles in. And she's sewing at the moment. I don't know what she's sewing. But we have got a fabulous deal on one of our Elna machines. It's the Elna 780 Plus, and it's a brilliant machine. We see it time and time again in the studios here, and it is one of those machines of choice of many of our demonstrators. I know the lovely Susie Duncan works with this one. Now, we've got a great saving on this one. While we have got stocks available, which we don't have huge quantities of, you've got a £500 saving. And that is a considerable saving, isn't it? It's a brilliant machine, packed with so many different features on this one. So perfect one if you want to do your quilting, your bags, all sorts of different styles of crafting. And of course, it has got all of those different features on there that are going to be so helpful. You've got all of those stitches in there, 350 stitches, some of them being utility stitches, like your buttonholes and your alphabets that you're going to use for your decorative sewing. You've got a 9mm maximum width, which when you're working with your decorative stitches is key, because it really does make a difference. And again, with those alphabets, it's all well and good having alphabets, but if it's that small you can't read it, then it's not very good. You've got your dual feed system with this one. You can drop your feed dogs if you wanted to do your free motion work, and you can also set it up so as it will automatically cut your threads when you come to the end of your sewing. Illuminated with LED lights. I don't know if you saw Amanda working with it in the last hour, but incredibly bright area that she was working with this one. And you have got a USB port in there. I'm guessing that is in case you need to do any updates with it, but of course you will find that in the manual. It will explain that to you when you get it. And it sews at such a pace, up to 1,060 stitches per minute. So that is a fast machine as well with regards to that one. So a brilliant one to go for. Loads of wonderful things to look at here. I'm going to have a little peruse at one of these books potentially. You've probably noticed on the screen there, we've got a bit of an empty screen. We're just sorting out those graphics. But while we are doing that, I'm going to have a little look through this book here, because I know this book has been a very, very popular one. Good old Kaif. Good old Kaif with his fabulous quilts that he brings to us. Beautiful colour. He's got that eye for colour, hasn't he? And always always really, really happy book to look through because you've got so much content in here, as you can see. Many of these fabrics and many of the kits are available here at Sewing Street, and that does mean that you could actually take inspiration from these pages and create things that are absolutely beautiful. Different varieties of complexity when it comes to creating Caves quilts, but the thing that they've all got in common is that bright, vibrant look with those beautiful fabrics in there. And it's just a wonderful book to look through. Now, the first part is detailing things like inspiration, where he got his ideas, his colour theory from, but then you will go on to the different projects. Now, some of these are available as kits, and if you do buy the kit, you won't have the instructions in there, so you need to have the book to work alongside it. But you will actually have the measurements and the dimensions. So if you don't want to work with the fabrics that Caves worked with, then you can actually just substitute them with your own there. So all sorts of wonderful modern style quilts in there for loads of fun, loads of ideas and inspiration, all courtesy of Cave and his team. So a lovely book there. I don't think this is, I think they've all gone, haven't they, the signed copies. It was released in August, so we were fortunate that Sewing for Pleasure, no, it wasn't Sewing for Pleasure, it was the Quilt Show. Festival of Quilts, that's the word that I wanted. Festival of Quilts, we had, I think it's Rebecca interviewed Cave, and a lovely little chat with him, which is wonderful. So, yeah, that's the inspiration for that. But spoke about kits, and we have got a lovely kit for the quilt that's behind us. So, have you seen this? Isn't it beautiful? William Morris. We love a bit of William Morris, don't we? It's classic. It's a quilt that's up to date. Could be making it in the next few weeks, but it's got that vintage appeal to it, hasn't it? And that's because those fabrics have been replicated so well, taking those historic designs, but adding that vibrancy sometimes with regards to the colours that we're working with in the modern day, but still keeping that element and that nod to William Morris with the design. So absolutely beautiful. Love this one because you've got your lemon tones in there. Sorry, I was just keeping out of the way then as you were having a look at it. Now we've got the kit, and the kit is brilliant because you've got everything that you need in here. It's from their Leicester, or from the Leicester collection, should I say. So it's original, as you can see there. You've got your authenticity there. And you are making a quilt that's 130 centimetres by 165. So good sized quilt. Nice one to go on. I can imagine that in a sofa, on a sofa in your lounge. And the green tones, very much of this season, is it that autumnal tone that you've got? I like that a lot. So, price-wise, we're talking William Morris. We're talking, where am I? 14 fabrics and over 7 metres of which. So, £219.99. Absolutely spot on price-wise because of what you've got. This one does come with your instructions, so you don't have to worry about investing in any additional pattern, but that's not the price you're going to be paying. Crashing that price down. Bringing it down to £159.99. Now, I don't know if this one has been opened. I'm frightened. Can I slide it off? Slide it off. Levi's not there. What he doesn't know can't harm him. So I've just got to be careful when I open this because I've got to make that. Oh, hi. Hello, Levi. Oh, look at this. So this is where you've got your instructions. And it's fabulous because it's all laid out so easily. You might have additional pieces in there. So these are kind of like your templates that you've got. So don't lose those. You've got the illustration there of your quilt. Obviously, you've got, oh, look at that. How pretty is that? All the gorgeous fabrics. And this is a lovely way for you to create the quilts because everything you see here, you can relate back to. So it comes together beautifully. The skill level on this one is intermediate. Let's have a little look what we've got. You've got some curved seams in this one. So, yeah, maybe not for the most novice of sewers, but if you've made a few quilts, made a few projects, and you fancy teaching yourself some additional skills, you can see you kind of got curvatures on some of these pieces here. So there, you can see how you've got that curved shape. It's not a tricky one. It's not a tricky one to do. It's just something that you're learning as you grow your skills of quilting. So just taking your time with it is the key thing. And yeah, best way to learn how to do it is using a quilt kit from people who know what they're doing. So everything is detailed in there, so it explains exactly how you do it. It's a nice soft curve, to be fair, so it's not going to be tricky, but I think erring on the side of caution, they've called it intermediate, but not overly complex. But then you've got all your gorgeous fabrics, as you can see now. I'm not going to decant them all because it just looks so pretty, just as it is, but very familiar looks there. You've got your lemon fabric in there as well. Lemons are everywhere at the moment. I've seen with regards to kind of garments in the shops and stuff like that with lots of lemons in there. That beautiful, very Portofino. I like that, Kerry. Oh, I love that one. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. So there you go. Absolutely beautiful. Comes amazingly packaged. That is going to be a wonderful Christmas gift for somebody. And maybe you have treated yourself to that Elna machine and you're looking for a project to get started with. Well, hey, hello. That is a beautiful project for you to get your teeth stuck into. So there you go. If you fancy getting hold of that one, please do so. I'm not going to try and pop it back in there because it needs a bit of time with that one and I don't want to rip it. So I'm going to pop that just on the end there. Right, where are we going next? Where are we going next? Oh, the details of the machine. We didn't manage to give you the details, did you? So we're going to give it a go. So there you go. It's popped up. So this is the machine that we touched on a few moments ago. So this is the one that Susie Duncan uses when she's here. I'm trying to think who else is working with this as well, who I've worked with over the time. Jenny Jackson, yes, she did indeed. She worked with this one as well. Who's the lady who does the mindful sewing? So mindful. Lucy, she worked with it as well. So yeah, so it's a popular machine here at Sewing Street. It's not a machine I know, but when I look at the different features on here, I can see why it is so appealing to people. Now, is this a different machine to the one that we looked at before? Because it had a big panel on the front, didn't it? Oh, there's me. Observant, eh? Observant after so many hours. There you go. So yeah, the Elna 780 Plus, loads of features, feature pack there. You've got LED lights there, touch screen. Everything is adjustable with regards to your needle position, to your needle, kind of your stitch width. 9mm swing on this one. So loads and loads and loads of different buttonholes and things like that in there. So loads of accessories in there as well. So whether you're a quilter, you want to use that knee lift, whether you are a dressmaker and you're going to be using things like the zipper for, or home decor, with your cushions, as we saw earlier on, you really have got a wealth of elements coming together. So a proper enjoyable sew, I think, when you've got a machine of that accolade there as well. And you've got a £500 saving. So technically, you could go shopping for all that fabric and say, well, actually, I'll save £500 on my machine. So I can spend that £500 on fabrics. So there you go. I'm not influencing you at all, but that's what I do. So, yeah, and there's loads and loads of different things that you could be creating. And, of course, we were looking at Kaif's quilts and the fabulous William Morris quilt behind us, but it might be other things that you're creating with stash from your own home. So pre-cut squares, always useful. I love books like this because this is focusing on your 5-inch and your 10-inch. And obviously Annie's Quilting, we know how amazing she is with regards to her patterns. Are these all different item numbers? Right, so let's have a little look at this one. So fun with squares. Pre-cuts are brilliant. They save you so much time. And sometimes you just want a breakaway project. You might be working on that large quilt, maybe a quilt like the one we've got behind, but you want something that's just a breakaway project that you could just spend a few hours and have fun with. And this is, I like that, with those geometrics. That is lovely. I like that one. And the common thing with these is they're all done using pre-cut squares. Now, I say pre-cut squares. There could be squares that you've actually created in your 5-inch or 10-inch. So it's entirely up to you. That looks familiar, that one. What's that one called? Oh, no, it's not. It's different to one that I was looking at. So, yeah, sorry. I'm working on something at the moment. That's a lovely look as well, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. And it doesn't matter whether you are a novice quilter, could be the first time that you've quilted. There's loads of different variations with these. The beauty of this one, it will tell you the skill level before you start. So a confident beginner going right the way through to those more complex projects that you've got in there. Mind you, saying that, I mean, that's a complex one, but it's still saying confident beginner. It's stitch by stitch, isn't it? That's the key thing. But then, once you've actually started working, you might go on and create things like these fabulous little birdhouses that we've got here. So that one's an intermediate one. You're getting a lot for your £8.99, aren't you, in there? I like that one. Some really nice projects. Love the quilt there, with the houses on there, and then the fabulous little the little bird houses as well. Beautiful. Like that one. Nice stocking filler, that one. Like that one a lot. So £8.99, absolute bargain. Loads and loads of fabulous content in there. But since we are kind of, well, I suppose, is it officially winter now that the clocks have changed? Still very autumnal out there, isn't it, with the kind of red leaves and things. So this one, again from Annie, this time you're looking at 11 projects. And these are projects, they're not just quilts. Oh, actually, no, they are just quilts, but not quilts to go on your bed necessarily. Table runners and things like that. Oh, cheeky little jack-o'-lantern there, giving a cheeky little wink. We'll move past the spiders. Don't forget, this is a kind of project book that's giving you projects that there are autumnal ones. There are some that are kind of a nod to Halloween, which I know has been and gone. But change the fabrics, bring out different colours, and you really are going to be giving a different feel to it. But saying that, sometimes it's good to have a lot of time on your side when it comes to creating projects. Because I am the worst one. I suddenly think at the beginning of November, I'm going to make all my gifts. And then I suddenly forget that, yeah, I've actually probably only got about 7 weekends in order to do it. But there you go. So 8 weekends till Christmas. Is that true, Charlie? My goodness. It's been quite an eventful year. There's been a lot fitted into my year, I have to say. And I could never have predicted of how it has kind of panned out. But there you go. Life's a bit like that sometimes, isn't it? But there you go. Quilts, $7.99. Very affordable price. A brilliant one to go for. So, yeah, like that one. Pre-cuts again with the next one. And your pre-cuts this time, we're looking at strips and squares. So quite often we will pick up a strip roll, won't we? Or it might be a Moda jelly roll, 2.5-inch strips. Oh, look at these. Oh, totally cool. Hey, that is cute. And it's a confident beginner project. Oh, I love that. All the turtles. So again, lots of lovely projects. I mean, quilting fundamentally, it's stitch by stitch, isn't it? A little bit of maths involved. Now, this is interesting, talking about partial seams. So when you've kind of got odd-shaped pieces, sticky out bits, how do you sew them in? Well, there you go. That is going to give you... Oh, that's a pretty one, isn't it? That is a lovely collection of fabrics. Like that one. So loads of projects in here. Sometimes working with your strips, as you can see there. Sometimes it's going to be a plique, sometimes it's going to, there you go, a little bit of a plique. That's a pretty one as well, isn't it? That one's beginner level, 5-inch squares. Very, very achievable. And sometimes you will need to have things like a little template, and that's included in here. Things like your raw edge fusible applique. Nice way for you to try those out. So all within there at a very affordable price. $9.99, another fabulous book. We've done some really good books in this hour. I love it. So, yeah, that's a nice one. I like that one. And you know what? Nowadays, when you're buying magazines, you can pick up a magazine and you can be paying probably the best part of £7, can't you? Sometimes even closer to a tenner. And it's just crammed with adverts. So when you actually take out the content that's of use and of interest to you, you're probably only using a quarter of that kind of magazine. With a book, cover to cover, for a similar price potentially to a magazine, you have got a lot of content in there. And it's a good kind of reference, isn't it? Whenever your crafty mojo's gone, you can pull that out and think, oh, what we've got in Annie's book, and have a little look. So there you go. I like that one. Now, can I just mention a couple of things that I use a lot? Selfish moment. My wool cutting mat. My pressing mat. Don't cut on it, don't cut on it. Otherwise, you'll end up with several. So, yeah, this is out all the time. I've always got this out in my work area, constantly use it. So, yeah, from Millward, sign of quality, isn't it? Good size pieces on 11.5 by 16.5. We probably do other sizes as well. So I've actually got one that's larger and it sits in my kind of my work area. Can't recommend these highly enough. Brilliant for when you are doing your pressing out and things like that. So, and the thing is, oh, Oh, are we going out on a crash? Kerry's been building herself up for this moment. Oh, okay. $24.99, brilliant price. $19.99. I'd rather have that price, to be fair. Extra £5 saving it somewhere else, aren't you? So, yeah, brilliant. A brilliant tool. As I say, I use it over and over again. It's a nice one that if you have got a small cutting mat, you can actually sit that on the top as well. But as I say, designed for pressing. Also, as well, you've got that lovely cushion feel. So if you are wanting to block out your pieces, crochet, knitting, or pressing your patches before you put them into your quilt blocks, brilliant addition. If you've not tried one before, then do treat yourself to that. $19.99. And if you are shopping for somebody else, you couldn't wish for a better gift to gift wrap, really, could you? I mean, talk about that one being an easy one to wrap up. Brilliant idea. Do not miss out on that one. If you are looking at cutting your fabrics, then we have got your multi-mat. And again, this is another one that's useful. Again, I've got these as well. And this is brilliant because what you've actually got is you've got a cutting mat that's in part of it. It kind of opens up like a book. You've got your cutting mat there. You've got your pieces here that will allow you to place your fabrics so you can kind of preview them and audition them, make sure that they fit together. And then everything folds up together. So I've got one of these in the side of my, my sewing bag. So it just fits in. Not much bigger than an A4 sheet of paper, really, is it? I haven't got an A4 sheet, but you can see there, yeah. Nice for classes. Nice for just doing a little bit of pressing. If it encourages you to press your pieces as you go, if you're a bit of a lazy quilter like I am, I admit it, there you go, it's out there. If we've got to walk and press and then come back and sew, and then walk and press and then come back and sew, you're less likely to do the pressy bit. You'll think, oh, I'll just sew. I'll just sew and I'll press it at the end. This you could very easily have just to the side of you. And we saw Amanda earlier on. She got her sewing machine, she got her cutting area, and she got her pressing mat. And having that kind of flow encourages you to do the stages to get the finishing results. And this is a brilliant quilter's multi-mat. I've got several of these, to be fair, because they go everywhere with me. So there you go. Nice one, a brilliant one as a tool, as a gift for somebody, and a very affordable price as well at $19.99. Something that we've heard mentioned over and over today has been best press. And best press is a perfect way for you to get your fabrics ready for you to start sewing with them. Again, Amanda touched on this when she was working with pieces that, I'll move that out of the way because you don't get both of those together. And she was talking about the fact that with this, it kind of applies a little bit of starch, not like your household starch that you normally use. It's got no scent to it. It's not going to add any kind of powdering kind of content when you start ironing, because starch can do that, can't it, sometimes? But what it means is it gives a little bit of substance to your fabrics, and that's important, especially if you're cutting fabrics on the diagonal, because each time you cut your fabric on the diagonal, you've got the kind of situation that it may well stretch, it may well warp. By putting your best press in place before you even start cutting, it means that your fabrics are primed, ready to go, and it means, again, that you're making life easier as time goes on. So, yeah, do treat yourself to that one. We often talk about it here at Sewing Street, but we don't necessarily show it to you. So you've got a good-sized bottle there. You can use it on all sorts of different fabrics. It's clear, so don't worry about it. It's not going to leave any debris. Acid-free as well. And as I say there, it just gives you the opportunity to get that pristine stitch out. And let's face it, if we've got any tools out there that are going to help you get that perfection when you sew, you need them in your stash, really, don't you? That's the key thing. Also, things that you always need to consider are things like your rotary cutters. We've got a whole wealth of those in different sizes, different brands as well. So do check those out on the website. We haven't got time to go through each and every one of these. Couple of things that I will mention, and these are purely through shows that I've done over the last kind of few days, last week. This one here, the Perfect 5. Now, I think this is one that is this the newest one? We had a show with Susie on Monday, I want to say. I think it was Monday. Was it Monday? I can't remember. And I can't remember whether it's this one that she actually launched. So, yeah, 5-inch square. We were talking about your pre-cuts, weren't we? But, yeah, this particular one for this one, if you're wanting the Perfect 5, I think it's a new ruler to our collection. And then when we had the lovely Jenny in, she was doing her piecing, wasn't she? She was doing her paper piecing, and the Add a Quarter Plus, this is brilliant. I haven't got this one, I've actually got the smaller one, but I need to get this one, because what you've got here is the ability to add those kind of 1/4 inch or trim off those 1/4 inches when you work, and you've got a little ridge there, so I don't know if you can see that. You kind of got where your fabrics will butt up against that, and you just trim them away, and you've got all your inches featuring on there, so perfect when it comes to trimming off your seam allowance, especially when you're doing things like your foundation piecing. So fold your fabric back, put that on the edge of your template. It's going to butt up against the raised fabrics that you've got with your seam allowance, then you just trim it away and you're left with that 1/4 inch. So brilliant, brilliant rule. As I say, I've got the small one, which I think is about 6 inches, I think, something like that. It's about half the size of that one, but that is your larger one at £17.99. So there we go. We've got wadding on the show, which we haven't touched on. We've got your temporary spray as well for putting your layers together. So do always tune into these tool shows. It's a perfect chance for you to bag bargains like the wool mat. But tomorrow, what we've got coming up tomorrow? Let's have a look. So, Lewis and Irene. Oh, special delivery. Oh, that'll be a nice one, won't it? So, yeah, 8 a.m, kicking the day off. I don't know who's your presenter for tomorrow. Is John back again? Oh, Vix. Oh, lovely, lovely Vix. She's back in. So, yes, Lewis and Irene, she's going to love that special delivery. Quite topical, really, for her, isn't she? Waited for one and two came along together. Scrappy Bunny and Scrappy Bear with Sandy. So tune in at 9 o'clock for that one. Sandy's got a couple of hours with us. We've not had her on the channel for a couple of months, so I hope you'll be welcoming her back. She's been somewhere lovely, warm and glamorous, I am sure. Christmas fabrics coming up at 10 o'clock. Still plenty of time for you to do your Christmas makes. And then Sandy is going to be back again. It could be a Christmas teddy cushion that you're looking at that's going to be perfect for you to pop your book in. And then we've got Christmas kits from 12 through until 1 o'clock. So there you go. That's what's coming up tomorrow. Thank you for all your lovely messages and all your interaction. Yeah, thank you. It's always lovely to hear from you guys. I'm going to be back this afternoon over on Hobby Maker. So if you fancy joining me over there, then by all means, please do so. But the beauty is you don't need to go anywhere. Just stay where you are, grab yourself a cuppa, and then spend the rest of the day with us. And I will see you over on Sewing Street again very soon. Fingers crossed. Bye for now.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Are you having